We are live. This is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox.
And this is D, C, and the place to be. What up, what up, what up, what up, man? What's going on?
Not much. I know you're very happy this week. The economy's crashed.
Come on, man.
The Republicans are shaky in Congress and the Senate. You
Come
know,
on, man. Nope.
they done burnt down Elon's life. You know,
Well, I would say about that. We kind of clocked how long their relationship will last, and they didn't make it the first 100. Tried though. They tried. We'll see if they're kind of incorporate him back. But that Wisconsin hit was a tough one. That was a blow. I think if he came through on the Wisconsin, if he delivered the Wisconsin win, I think um, that would have been kind of giving him that carte blanche to kind of just go crazy, go ham, and in the White House. But the momentum from Signal Gate to propel the Democrats, which were silent, this is self-inflicted. That's all I'm saying, bro. Like this is something that's self-inflicted. This is like giving somebody like what you call that, some adrenaline juice while you have them on the ground. Like they had nothing. you know, there was no strategy. And I'm just talking about the Democratic Party. All of a sudden, Booker gets energy. He's up there for 25 hours. I mean, just the whole cycle of it. Now the way they're looking at it, let's just win the week. Let's win the day. Let's win the 24-hour cycle. Let's just go. Now everybody got their fillers, right? Everybody got their point of view of trying to fight this thing. And it's just weird. It's just a weird way that politics kind of swing this way, this frantic kind of back and forth, and you know, how you could see one thing one way for a term, and then all of a sudden one thing happens and you can't defend it. And when the way you defend it, when we talk about sometimes just running through the tape, it's just better that way. No excuses, run through the tape, move on. You know, whoever needs to take the fall for it, take the fall for it. We move on, we on to the next thing. Let's not stay here and try to defend the bull. But when you get caught into that and then everybody starts to make content off of that, and then all of a sudden you're caught into this loop of just the back and forth. And that's the reason why I say that Jasmine Crockett is almost like that kind of she's being used, right? We will just acknowledge that she's being used. But the effectiveness of her distracting the Republic, she triggers them. So the fact that she triggers them into the point of making her lead the news cycle, and then giving them the option to just all they do is just hammer them on Signal Gate. They don't acknowledge it. They just talk about her and how she was brought up and all this kind of thing to kind of focus on that. She's just a U.S. Congresswoman out of 435. Relax, it's cool. She's sort of insignificant when it comes down to it. She ain't even been in Congress that long, and you're letting this lady kind of distract you, and all the leaders of the party are just focused on her. That gives Bernie Sanders this momentum and all this AOC and all these people. It's just a weird. It's been weird, man. The last month, really, the last 4 weeks have been interesting, man, to say the least. Um, so I mean, I happy no. Uh,
no,
did
why
I
not?
think
I should be
did I
feeling good right now.
did I think it would be this fast? Nope, I didn't think it would be this fast. I just thought that it would be a slow wind to the bottom instead of just kind of like a crash out. And then we'll see what happens, man. We'll
Now,
see
I
what
disagree
happens.
with you 100%. Just so you know that, right?
Yeah. So go ahead and put your put
Just
your
checking.
put your analysis on it. What do you think is going on?
Well, I mean, we probably got to separate some things out, but I think that you know what's interesting is how they're framing it, right? The goal is to sort of divide and conquer, right? And so the media on the left, and I'm starting to see a little bit of cracks on the right. They're trying to hold it together. It's interesting. I know they're getting those phone calls, right? That's why I laughed at it, because when you hear the senators trying to come, a few senators trying to get together with a few Democratic senators, maybe put something together to try to deal with some of it. I said, y'all are getting those phone calls from those donors who own you, basically, right? They're also, and like you say, they're also able to, when something happens, the way you spin it it's structured to get people to get triggered and then to coalesce, take advantage of that energy, and then push, right? And so I'm like, you're right. It's like, well, it was going to be something, just didn't know what and how long, etc. But the hammer, they've been punching. I mean, Carville was like, everybody just be quiet, let them do whatever they do, and then attack when the moment, is there. Like you said, Booker and them, doing the whole speech or whatever, and losing Wisconsin, etc. I mean, me personally, it's just overblown, to be totally honest with you. It's overblown, but it is funny watching the emotions of everybody, even on the right, how it's starting to leak into the right. Because as the markets are coming down, if you watch, Bloomberg, CNBC, Fox Business, or whatever you're watching, you can see a lot of the people who try to run cover and try to speak specifically for Trump. It's a little shaky, right? When you lose $5 trillion in the market, somebody has to answer for that, right? And like you said, when you buttress that up against the signal situation, which again, overblown, just overblown, just crazy talk from so-called experts on the left, right? They're bringing on everybody. Oh, this is wrong. Oh, Hillary Clinton is mad. Everybody mad, right? I'm thinking to myself, that's what makes it entertaining. Is because a lot of it is like, that's one reason why I like Trump is because he is still holding frame. So on the back, maybe in quiet spaces, he's asking, should I fire somebody? Should we take out Mike? Should we take out Pete or whatever? And then we let the news. He lets the news cycle play itself out and just see what the energy is. I think that we'll see how long it works, but I want to see how much conviction he does have with trying to re-engineer the global economy. Because China drops the tariffs, the UK goes at him, and maybe drops some tariffs. The EU drops some tariffs. Canada, Mexico, and some of the smaller places. Watching how integrated our system is globally, and trying to say, well, I want to use this tool to reshape it. Of course, everybody is offended because it's status quo. So, of course, when things are status quo, especially with globalists specifically, companies that have put a lot of investment into having whatever they're having made in a particular place around the world, and how it's going to impact them. And so it's interesting. I think even right now, I just heard that Range Rover and them are not going to send any cars over here right now. I think they had a shipment coming over and they turned it around, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that may have made news this morning or yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But you've already seen the videos of Canada pulling liquor off the shelves. It's just funny because it's gamesmanship, right?
Yeah.
But it's funny because they play with people's minds, because you have people on TV, I mean, across the board, talking about, well, what he's doing, the economy's coming down, your 401k is down a little bit, this, and how do you feel about it and all this? I'm thinking to myself, where was all this outrage? Prices have been high. Like, things have been over expensive. I mean, I was telling someone, I said, I remember when Honda Accords was $12,000. They're $50,000 now. I mean, what are we talking about? High prices. There's small little townhomes that's 800 square feet going for $500,000, not in high-end areas. You know what I'm saying? Next to trailer parks. I mean, like, it's just funny to me because things have always been expensive. You know what I'm saying? So the fear, well, you put these on it. The fear is, I said, well, let something happen first. Let the game itself play out. Let the negotiations play out, and then see where we end up, and then take a look at it after the fact. Not just producing just endless amount of fear, endless amount of fear. And of course, when the stock market is selling off, that's going to trigger everybody to say, well, clearly there is some uncertainty here, which is why investors are selling, which is fine. But really, from an investment perspective, it's just a buyer's market now. So, Trump triggered this uncertainty. The market sells off. Well, it gives you an opportunity to buy into the market at a lower price. So who cares at the end of the day, right? Even if it went down 10,000 more points, it is what it is, right? Like, it's not like we don't have an economy. It's not like we don't make trillions and trillions. It's just so silly on some level, because the stock market, of course, in my opinion, I mean, you can play with that however you want to play with that. To be honest with you, companies are always doing things. It's just always funny how a, when you can target one individual person, it just amazes me how you can put all of this stuff on them, and it's kind of strange when you think about it. Yeah, if he's cutting government, if Doge is cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, or cutting things however they're cutting things, or sending the wrong person to Venezuela, it's just a part of the game at the end of the day. But the level of emotion, to me, that's the funny part, by the way. I find that funny, just to watch how they can control that. It's like, y'all got to relax, man. Everything is good. It's all good. Anyway, I mean, we've had worse things happen. That's why I'm making a point about that. By the way, the world's not coming to an end, but they are pushing that energy so hard to where it's so easy to get sucked up into it. Or if you already, I mean, Elon was beloved, the savior, and now he's enemy number one. And you're gonna burn his cars down? I mean, come on, this stuff is orchestrated. It's stupid, but it works. It's
It
effective.
works.
It
Yeah.
works. You may not
Yeah.
always win, you may not always lose, but it does have an impact. I think about Andrew Tate. When they attach what they attach on Andrew Tate, it diminished his influence, which was the whole point of it. It ain't really even about him. It's like, well, we're gonna keep pressure on you to put you into your place, boy. And so that pressure, same with Trump. They tried it with Trump, of course. Russell Brand just got his charges yesterday, I think. They just announced all his rape charges that he got in the UK. But it's really pressure to diminish your influence. Is really the ultimate. I think that's the ultimate, you know, strategy here. Is how can I how can I get people to not follow you, to not admire you, to not like you, to not want to be like you, and to make you so toxic that an individual person can't even talk about you in his everyday life. They don't have anything to do with anything, but you can't even bring it up or mention it. They got everybody. So it's so impressive, though, just to watch how, um, I don't want to call it mind control, but just to be able to set it up, to push it, and just to get so many people to respond to him. It's definitely impressive. It's going to be interesting if he's able to reshape the economy and it works, right? I remember during COVID, when the market had crashed like 15,000 points, whatever it was, right? Like almost down by like 40% or something crazy. And it was the exact same thing, but a month later, the market outperformed itself, right? It recovered and then, outperformed itself. Obviously, a lot of money got flooded into the market. But my point is that once that happened, it was quiet. If that makes any sense, it's just interesting how publicly, in the stream of things, just how people are managed. Their minds are managed. Their thought patterns are managed. The things they had all gets managed. You're not really sure. I always wondered to myself, to a lot of people, are you reciting something that you've been hearing? You know what I'm saying? Sort of in the ether, you just sort of reciting it. You thinking it's you, but it's really not. You just kind of reciting what everybody else is saying, what everybody else is feeling. And because like me and you both know, individual people, you have no responsibility anyway at the end of the day, right? You're just giving you're just saying shit. You're not responsible for anything. You're just responsible for your own personal life. You're kind of irrelevant in a lot of ways, to be honest with you. And so I wonder, how does those things play? Even that part of it, how does it play into it? But I just disagree with the whole thing. That's all I'm saying. The whole, it's it's just a lot of propagandists just doing their job. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just like, you know, it's interesting. And they love it, by the way, right? Tim Walls coming out saying, "I'm glad that Tesla stock is down." I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. He has American employees, right, and workers and investors. I mean, what do you talk? You know what I'm saying? You can play. I get the entertainment side of it, but it's kind of weird on some level. And even some of the far, far left progressives who hate America, who hate our economy, they hate capitalism. You should be on Trump's side. But they're not, though. Isn't that weird too? Even that some of you guys, so y'all should be supporting him if he's destroying everything, right? Isn't that what you want anyway? So, but I won't talk too much. I let you take it to mine. You just got me over here bloviating, quiet.
I want you
This
to
is
tie
this
yourself.
your show.
I
I
want
mean,
you
I'm
to
not
tie.
good. I'm
No,
not
I want you
tired.
to tie
I'm good.
yourself. I want you to tie yourself in a nice little knot and see if you can untangle yourself out of it. But
No, I'm good, man.
let's go ahead and get into the videos, man. Let the videos speak for itself. I think it will kind of bring us to the fray, and then we can kind
Yeah.
of go back and
Yeah, I
forth
want to
on that.
talk some before
You
we
know.
before we you know.
Oh, okay.
You want to get into the thing a little bit
You want to
before
get
we
a little
stray,
lather.
just
You want to
because.
lather. You want to lather it up. Well, I
Yeah.
I would say this, man. Just to your point, I don't really understand the all of a sudden the kind of tears that are coming from the so-called right, because like I said, I listened to all of the red content this week, the Rubin
Yeah.
report, the you know
You still got a YouTube channel?
Candace Owens. um Nah, I go to different. I go to the X. They
No, I
be
was
on
saying
X going crazy.
Ruben still got a. I think they sort of used him up. That's what I was
Yeah,
saying,
they
man. But
they
he's
ran.
rich
I
as
mean,
fuck, but
just to hear them just and then to hear what gets me though, it's okay, but to see that the so-called what I would call the supporters, the money, the funding from the right,
yeah,
the
yeah,
rich
the
people,
money, yeah, the money.
how they kind of like trying to turn tail and kind of like trying to find. I mean, come on, man, what is this? I
But you
thought
have to
y'all
you got
said. Hold on, hold on,
you have to answer
hold,
to investors. You
hold,
know that.
hold. I listen. I let you talk. Didn't say a word. Didn't say a word.
Well, Trump hasn't
I.
moved. He's doing his job. I just
It
put
ain't
that out there.
Trump. I said this. I haven't said Trump's. I haven't said. I haven't even talked about Trump, but the last 2 or 3 weeks. It's not him. He is who he is. He's a utility.
The president.
He's a utility for a certain demographic of people that
He's your
wanted to get some
president.
things done. Yeah, of course he's our president. He's our president, not my president. He's our president. Don't be obtuse. Don't be funny here. But I would say this though. The problem with the people that he have around him is that they think that the rules apply for them like they apply for him. Mistake. You're not built like that. You're not like him. And I think it is. I think it even surprises him because he's like, "Well, I thought you understood. This is what it is. Like, like they're gonna attack you all the time." And these people are tucking tail all of a sudden. Like, oh, like what's my man name? The small hat, Ben Shapiro, had a
Mm-hmm.
whole show talking about the tariffs, shutting it down. Not good. Not good. Stand up. But see, this is what I was telling you though. When
Well,
it's about that, when
a lot
it's
of people a lot of people don't like tariffs though, so it's not
I
that's not really a shocker to anybody. I don't think. I think it was
I
a little.
am I understand.
But trying to defend something that you really don't agree with is the struggle you're talking about, basically.
Yes.
Trump wanted to do tariffs. He did tariffs obviously before.
He
It's just
talked
that
about,
a lot of capitalists
but that's
don't
his
like tariffs,
platform.
and not only that, a lot of people in America and really globally, they want things to stay the same anyway. So Trump is doing something very, very brave. However you want to spin that, by the way. But go ahead.
Listen, man, I get it. I do. But these people should be as strong as you on the whole deal. They should stand 10 toes down and come out and support this man because at the end of the day, He said that he was going to run on this and he was going to implement what he wanted to implement. Full stop. He has an idea, and it's an ideological idea that tariffs will bring back the economy. It would forge a new way instead of moving or outsourcing a lot of the economy to the outside, to the foreign, that we industrialize inside. We start to build our own stuff again. We start to internalize and kind of build from the infrastructure inside out instead of outside in. Because you're dealing outside in, you're making deals that are basically one-sided. This is just in Trump's eyes, what he wants, right? What his vision is. A lot of people say that that's almost an impossibility to work because we're already too far into the global networks of how things are ran, and that the companies have left a long time ago and outsourced to where we get our products from the outside in and negotiate that way. Hence the tariffs. Now, I listen. I'm not big on the economy. That's really more your thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm more of a person that critiques it instead of supports it. So I'll let you do that and kind of like, defend that.
You
But
support the
I
economy every
understand.
day that you breathe on this planet,
See,
man. Let's
hold on.
not do that. Come on now. That's that.
Can
That's
you
you
can you
again.
can,
That's that
can you
weird stuff again, man. Y'all gotta, man. Yeah, go live in the woods, man. Like go be in the jungle or something. Like, I don't. Just what are you
did I
saying right now?
did I just say that I am
You
not
support the
into
economy. You are a capitalist. You don't gotta like it, but you are.
okay. Okay. I'm not see
You
this one
sound like
thing. I'm not
Sam. You
trying.
sound like Sam
Why
Snyder.
you
I'm like, man,
why you
what you
hold
make
on.
your mind up? What
Why
do y'all
you
want here?
why you
We're not
trying
gonna
to
let you guys reshape this world and turn us into a communist Russian country. We're not doing it. I know you want it. We're not doing it.
why you triggered, bro? Why does that trigger you so much, man? Like I said, man, like I'm not trying to trigger you. Like you can have it, man. Like
Well,
it's
you know,
cool.
you live in the
I'm
greatest
giving it
country.
up.
You live in the greatest country in the world. We have spoils unlimited. We have everything that we at our fingertips, and people are just not satisfied. I don't understand all this weird ideology about saving the world and saving people and mistreating people. It's retarded talk, bro. Cowards, not you, obviously, but cowards, man. Specifically, I'm talking about a particular person, Hassan. Really, is what I'm thinking about. But
Regardless, man. What I'm saying is, why are the guys that were 10 toes down with Trump?
they really
Why
not
all of a
though,
sudden?
bro. You're not
I
doing that.
I
You're not listening. Are you
I
listening to
know
Steve
that.
Bannon?
No, no,
You're not
I
listening to Steve
know
Bannon.
that.
If you
I
listen to
know
true
that.
MAGA people, they're good. They haven't moved it. You're talking about people who supported Ron DeSantis. By the way, the person that you're talking about right now, Ben Shapiro. You talking about people who supported Paul Rubin. These people, Rubin, whatever his name is. They supported Ron. Remember, just don't. You don't have to go back that far. So you got to be very careful here because there are people who are actually real MAGA people who are locked in, and then everyone who's trying to get on the wagon to just take advantage of the situation because that's the thing that's running right now. There's two different things that are happening. So you are aware of that. That most people do not like Trump and do not support Trump. They just have no choice.
No choice. But
because the people are speaking. Because the people are speaking. So they still have to bend to the people's will.
I understand. But I would still say this though. Even with all that being said, stand on your square. If you supported this man, then don't bend on it. Especially when you went so hard about what the tariffs were going to be until he actually dropped. And then all of a sudden when all the stock, I think what's the guy's name? I forget. He came out the other day and he was MAGA. Now this was a MAGA nut. Full stop. I forget his name. He said, "Oh, I'm down in a whole $7 million. $7 million."
You talking about Portnoy?
Yeah, I'm like,
you talking Dave Portnoy?
Yeah,
Dave's worth $600 million, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
He's just trying to relate. He's trying to be relatable. It's kind of fun. I love that stuff. By the way, it's kind of funny.
You're complaining about being a hole on 7 million when people. I mean, there are people with way more bigger problems than what you have, and for you to extrapolate that.
Oh, that's your perspective. That's kind of funny.
No, but what I'm
Yeah, that's
saying
that
is,
socialist perspective. I got you.
well, I told you. I mean, I never hid from that. I told you I believe in big government. You don't.
You a
So
socialist? I
we're
know.
gonna have no, 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 no. When this country decided a long time ago with the big deal, it, after let me paradox. Let me ask you a question. If we allowed the Great Depression, right, in '29, if we allowed the Great Depression to just be what it is, and then the fallout is just going to be what it is, and then we just rebuild all the way from there, no bailouts. What do you think this country would be? Just from your analysis, what do you think? Because of course we don't know. Because of course it got saved, right? It
Yeah.
became
I
too big
mean,
to fail.
yeah,
Hold on.
we can't. I mean, well,
I
you
want
asked the
you to
question.
just
I want to answer it.
yeah. I know. I want you to really give me an idea because you ask me
The
these
answer,
questions. You ask me these questions
the
all the
answer you
time.
want, the answer you want is it'll be
No, no, no,
chaos
no,
and
no, no, no,
they'll
no, no,
overthrow
no.
the
I
government.
did.
Right? That's what you want to hear.
No, I
That's
didn't
what
say
y'all
that.
want to believe.
I'm
I don't know.
asking
I
you
mean,
a
you know,
question.
martial law. I don't know. Could be anything. Who knows?
I'm asking you to project because don't go into this loop of I don't know. No, I'm asking you to really give me an idea of what you think would have happened. What you think would have happened. The way the country was at that particular time, without the
I
subsidies,
mean,
without the GI Bill, without the
I had to spend a lot of time. I mean, a real answer. I had to spend some more time really processing it. I mean, the knee jerk reaction is going to be chaos, famine,
that's not what I
uh,
think though, by the way.
20-year recession, or maybe depression for 20 years, a defunct government. I mean, civil war. I mean, I can push a lot of ideas that people want to believe in, possibly, or fears that people may have had. But I'm not 100% sure. I had to spend some more time on it. That's a great question though, of trying to predict what could happen, because you can there could have been some things they could have adjusted and done to deal with it, but they chose what they chose because they needed they needed something to happen to, I think, implement socialist programs.
One thing,
And
one thing.
there's some other things behind that,
Uh,
coming out of Europe as well, trying to get the government to have more control over. And so crashing markets will open up an opportunity to get more government power, which is a bad thing. Same with 9/11. It gives we need to shrink and reduce government as much as possible, actually. But the government has a bad habit, unfortunately, of taking advantage in desperate times, and they grab more power. But you probably believe in stuff like that. I just don't. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, I don't want a
I
king. I don't
I
want a
believe
dictator. I don't want to go. I don't want to be in
what?
those systems. You do. I
No,
don't.
no, 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 no.
And the rest of you
What
leftists,
you
Democrats, all the rest of y'all.
what you want is to have the illusion of free enterprise, right? Without the bailouts. And what I'm saying to you is that when there's a decision made on a global scale, and then basically seeing how the fallout hurt the national domestic side of how people were dealing with within this country domestically, where when the stock used to fall, like how it fell this past week,
Yeah,
back in '29, because there was
yeah,
no safety nets.
yeah.
What did these people do? They jumped off buildings. They
Okay.
jumped off buildings.
Yeah,
Now I'm just saying that's the reaction. So I'm telling you
yeah.
that there is a
People
balance.
do things when they're under pressure. It happens.
Okay,
I'm not
fine.
going. I'm not going. I'm not going to
No,
create a whole
that's
ideology around people who kill themselves. I mean, it happens.
but that's what happened though, Paradox. That's what I'm trying to tell you. See, you're
That's the reality of the system. What do you
I'm
want me to do
talking
with that?
about but
That's the
Paradox.
reality of the
I'm
system.
saying I'm
People
saying
have
that
a lot of
I'm
investments. They
talking
make a
about
lot
what
of bad
happened.
bets, and
No,
they kill
no.
themselves. I mean, it happens.
You're dealing with the hypothetical. I'm
No,
talking
I'm
about
not.
what happened. Well, I'm saying
No. Do you know
we
why?
became we became more socialist.
If you
We
take a risk,
became more socialist.
if
No,
you
we
take a
became
risk,
more socialist though. Paradox. What I'm telling you is we became more socialist.
you're saying that's a good thing.
Children, no,
I'm not.
listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying though, dude. Listen what I'm saying. There was a action, and this is the reaction. There's an action, This is the reaction. That's all I'm telling you, bro. When you
Yeah,
become a nation state,
it's not that simple. But I got you though.
it's not that simple, of course,
Yeah,
because when you get into it, hold
leaders
on,
are making decisions
hold
based
on.
off what they think that they can take
We're going to
advantage
watch
of when
we're
situations
going
happen.
we're going to watch a
You can
video.
spin it however you want to
We're gonna
try to
watch
spin this,
we're gonna watch a
but I'm not going to
video.
let you demonize something
We're
that
gonna
you benefit from,
I didn't dem- I
that
didn't
your
demonize
whole
it.
life is based off of. What are we
I
talking
didn't
about right
demonize
now?
it. I didn't
People
demonize
are
it. I'm
trying to
making an
people are
observation.
literally trying to have out of body conversations continuously through their whole life as if they don't live in a system that benefits them
I'm not
tremendously.
demonizing it,
It's
bro.
weird to me.
I'm not
It
demonizing it, but
is.
I'm not gonna call it one thing
Some
when
things
it's
you
the other.
can't do, bro. We're not Jesus.
Paradox.
Can't save everybody, right?
Paradox.
Making everything
Listen,
nice and soft and comfortable for people, that's just not reality.
paradox.
Life is
That's not
tough. We're on a
but
planet.
that never
It's harsh.
happened. That
Man
never
up.
happened. It's still when you go too far in one particular arena, there's always going to be something missing from the other side. So it's always
No,
checks and
you're
balances.
dealing with corruption, you're dealing with greed, you're dealing with a
But
lot of
that's
factors, and so you have to handle it. It happens.
you get in the
That's what it
get
is.
in
I
the
get
head,
you.
you
I
get ahead
got
of
you. It
yourself.
happens.
But what I'm saying
You're
is that
having to manage.
but you
You're having
but
to
you
manage
can't
all of those different pressures that are happening,
but you
and
can't throw
that's just the
everything out.
reality of it.
You can't throw everything out and start all over again and make sure that and make that seem like that's going to be the solution to everything. And that's what I'm telling you. That's the reason why these things
It's
always
going, bro.
tend
I
to
don't.
swing
You know,
one side
listen to me.
to the other. Go ahead.
Forget,
Go ahead.
look, forget
I'm
all
I'm
that.
I'm
Forget all
I'm,
that.
I'm gonna stop talking.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
tell you.
Go ahead. Say what you gotta say.
I'm just gonna say this. If you keep playing, if we keep playing like this, it will be. It can be a catastrophe. You have to be very careful about. I mean, you know history. I don't even know why this is. I don't even know why you like big government. You know history, so I don't even people who I don't even get the people who are literally experts in it. I'm like, well, how are you processing all of the world and how they function, and then you measure it against this country and what we've had to go through to get to where we are, and we're trying to say we want individual peoples to have certain freedoms and less control because of our own history and because of where the world is now. When you travel the world and you look at how systems are structured other places and restrictions on individual people. And so that's what I'm saying. I don't never know when people start talking about more government or socialism. I'm like, is it utopian? It starts to get into that weird conversation because really, if I was looking like this, if I understand humans and how they behave and how they respond, a lot of the fantastical talk about saving everything, I just think it's mental illness almost at this point. And so those socialist ideas trying to implement, I just think it's bad. It's been bad. It was bad during the 1929 crash. All of it's bad, in my opinion. It's all bad. But you don't agree. But it's all good.
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that concept at all because I think that they try to still keep some of those same rugged tenets until it wouldn't work anymore. It didn't work. That's all.
You gotta have very strong people to hold position.
Of course.
You have a lot of cowards, a lot of people who are weak, a lot of people who are in people's, they putting pressure on people, and they may not stand
But
on
wouldn't
principle.
but
I
wouldn't
mean, it's
these but
all
wouldn't
that's at
these
play.
but
It's
wouldn't
human
these but
condition, right?
wouldn't
It's all at
these
play.
but what that's what I'm saying. So that's human psychology, okay,
Yeah, it's all
101.
at play. Yeah,
But
it's all at play.
wouldn't that speak to the point of why you talking all of this
Dude,
stuff and you can't hold frame? Why are you
everybody,
talking all this stuff then?
everybody's, but like you said, it's gamesmanship all over the place. That's why it
Okay.
sounds like that. So,
Then
for
then
example,
then don't
so
don't
for
let nobody
example,
don't let nobody like Sam Cedar come in there and it's 4-1 and he shut y'all down. That's what
I
he did.
I don't know about that.
That's
You
what
need to
he
watch
did.
it again. I don't know
When we
about
watch the
that.
video,
But
you tell me
put
what point they won on. You tell
I'll
me.
put.
I really want you to really not speak for him, not speak for PBD and make their points for them because
This is the
you
issue.
do
I'm
that
telling you what the issue is.
paradox you do that a lot, bro.
What?
You
Okay, that's me.
regurgitate, you
I'm
remix
good.
them, and you make their point stronger. No, I'm talking about what they said. He went in there and crushed them. You know that, bro. Especially when he cold broke PBD on his own platform about immigration. He was like, "Oh, how many?" You know what it was, Iraq and Iran. When he like, "Oh, ain't you?" Like it just
It's funny.
he froze.
Yeah, he froze.
He froze. That's what I'm saying to you. And he thought it was an easy hit. And
Well,
PBD knows. Hold on, hold on,
he's had
hold
Sam
on,
on before though.
hold on. Now, see,
Mhm.
this is the thing. He got rolling because him and Roland are the same. You see what I'm saying? They do the jumping and the bully tactics and cutting people off. And Sam is like, I got the high ground. I'm
Well, I
white.
think
Hold on. I'm white. I'm smarter than you guys. He
not
knows
really
where he's
white.
going.
He's Jewish, but I got you.
I no, you okay.
Go ahead.
See, you want to play semantics. I
No,
don't do
you
that.
just did it to me. You say he's white. What did they got to do with anything? What's your point?
I
Who
did not.
cares?
My point is how he referenced them. We're going to see it
He's an
now.
immigrant.
Now hold on.
Shit. What are we
Exactly,
talking about right now? What did he reference?
exactly,
What could have referenced himself if he
exactly.
wanted to?
Hold
He
on,
was
hold
trying
on.
to. He was
So
trying to make a point.
let's stay there. He's an immigrant, right? Come to find out, the other guy that he was talking to that was arguing about immigration, he's what?
Everybody's immigrants.
Okay, then. Okay, then.
They're all
And
immigrants.
what I'm
Say
telling
the
you,
white, the
Paradox,
actual
listen,
quote unquote white
please
person
listen,
you're trying to
Paradox.
claim is the
Paradox,
old
please,
Asian Canada.
please don't remix them because I don't do that. I don't do that, bro. When I look at something, I'm trying to observe it. It's almost like watching game film. We're gonna watch the game film, and you're going to have to be honest. I'm not talking about remixing and saying, "Oh, that's
Yeah,
we."
but you
No,
hold up,
no,
hold up,
no.
hold up.
I'm saying
They're doing a
we're
show.
going.
First of all, they're
No,
doing a
no.
show,
Forget,
and they're
hold on,
trying to do.
hold on. If I'm a coach, right,
Yeah,
and if I have outside contain, DC, why you didn't keep containment?
right.
Uh, you know, on this play, I tell you what you need to do. On this play, I don't care if the running back got free reign. That's the cornerback situation. You are for the quarterback. That's your responsibility. I don't care if you veer off and you lose 5 yards on that play. Guess what? When you concede that 5 yards, they're going to use that because if they fake pitch it, right? Now you jumping at the running back because you had a 5 yard loss, right? Now, if he cuts up, he Lamar Jackson your ass.
You know what it is.
Right? I'm saying,
I'm
right,
trying to
or
hold
wrong.
position, but I'm gonna open myself up a little bit. I don't want to do it.
Yeah, yeah. See, because
I don't want to do it.
you played me. See, you've been trying to reverse. You've been coming out all aggressive and just jumping out there like, yo, man, bro, it's cool. The left, this, and you defend it. I'm like, why are you defending these people? Because they're doing the same thing, Paradox. They're doing it. No, Paradox.
I'm defending myself. What I'm
But
saying is
you
this:
don't have
PB.
to.
Well,
You
you
don't
got to
have
frame
to.
it though. But you got to frame the PB. You got to frame these shows and stuff though.
But
So
I'm
it's
saying,
not.
do I defend these people on the left? No, I do not. If Sam Cedar went on there and got his ass toe
You,
out the frame, I wouldn't have said shit. He'll be like, yo, he got his ass toe up.
I would have.
Period.
Yeah.
Period. But see,
No, he's done good on the show before.
no, but what I'm saying is that this man gets up there and we're gonna go to I want to go to Pat Bev. I want to go to Pat Bev's
I
channel.
think you
I want to
gassing
go to
it
Pat.
though. I
I
don't
want
think
no
he
no 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 no.
he didn't do
I
no
really want to.
he's
I
he's a
really
contradiction in
I
itself.
really absolutely, but I really because I
And
told you
PBD made sure of that with all his sarcasm. Because
who was the biggest capitalist on that particular panel.
show PBD
I'm saying so
by far.
PBD. You think PBD is a bigger capitalist than
Oh,
Sam
by
Cedar
far.
is?
Yeah, by
Than
far.
Sam Cedar? Okay, okay.
He's a I mean he's a savage.
Okay,
Really?
so
This is the
if that
problem.
is the case,
But this is the
if
problem.
that is
Right?
the case, if that is the
Yeah.
case, then he needs to hold frame on all of the stuff that
He
you're holding
can't.
frame to.
He can't. You know why? You know what's interesting about it? When you have a big following in the real world, you have a big following, right? And it's a pattern. I don't want to give this to you, but I'm gonna give it to you anyway. That's just because this is what you really want, right? Is
No,
that yeah?
don't
It
give me
is. I'm
don't give
gonna
me
give it
no
to you.
don't give me what I want. No, don't make it seem like don't make a concession seem like
Hey,
it's some
no,
kind of
he said
charity case. I'm not charity, bro.
instead of me
I
crossing you
told
up,
you
you know what I'm
no.
saying,
I
bag you
told
down,
you
I'm
I
just gonna
wanted
give
you
you
to
the
go
ball and let you take
all
it
the
out.
way.
I'm
I
gonna
wanted
give
you
you
to
the
go
ball and let you
all the
take it
way
out.
in.
I'll give you the
Ain't
ball and
no
let you take
make
it
it
out.
take it. Ain't no make it take it. You go all the way in. You go ahead. You go ahead and defend the
Because
nonsense. Go
no,
ahead.
I'm gonna just give you no, what I'm saying is I'm gonna give you something the reason why I'm saying it that way, I just wanted to set it up that way on purpose,
Hmm.
is that when we're talking about business, right? We're talking about money, business, and the challenges, right? You have to be careful how you're speaking in public. You have to be very careful on a very large platform. Does that make sense? And so there's a lot of
Absolutely.
things. There's a lot of things. If even if you watch CNBC or even CNN, Fox, whatever,
Hmm.
you have to frame those environments a certain way before we just start talking about it, in my opinion, because you have to be careful because people are very sensitive. And if you understood, if not, we both understand, right? But if you understood it of what has to get done, it's uncomfortable, right? It doesn't sound great. It's going to make you uncomfortable. So I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that. Um, okay, we're going to invade Iraq. We're going to kill 2 million people. That doesn't work. Does that make sense as an
Yeah.
example? It
Yes.
doesn't make, I
Yes.
can't do it that way, right?
No, you cannot.
That's the point. I can't do it that way. I mean, we should do it that way. That's how it should be done. Um, but that's not. I mean, when you look at the military guy, when they're trying to get you to sign up in the military, they're not telling you you're going to go and murder millions of people, right? I mean,
No.
for the most part, I'm sure they're not going to tell you
You're
that.
defending your
They're
country. You're
gonna
doing
they're
a
gonna
good
sell
deed.
they're gonna sell you on free
Yeah.
education, retirement, free healthcare. We're gonna cover this, cover that, blah blah. So so a lot of that is always at play, especially on anything online. So you really can't have. I don't think I've ever heard. You really can't truly have that actual conversation about what's gonna happen to people. So people pretty much avoid it and they all talk around it. And this is what and I have not seen that in any scenario when it's on some kind of stream, especially if you have a massive audience. You got to tamper some stuff down. You can say wild shit about whatever, right? About people's behaviors, but when it comes to real things and you find out what you have to do, say like an insurance company, the things that you really have to make a decision on, or maybe a hospital when they're deciding who lives and who dies, it's very complicated. So that's what I'm saying is that a lot of the things you really I can say it because we're on a small channel, right? I can say anything, obviously for the most part. But I'm just saying I think that a lot of these environments they're gonna be a bit, I would say, watered down, to be honest with you. And they still plan on people's emotions and stuff like that. But um, Sam is a millionaire, so I don't even know why you want to talk about him. He's a multimillionaire. So I mean, it doesn't even make it make sense, bro. Right? I mean, make it make sense.
I wasn't the one. I
I
wasn't the one
can't make
making
it make
argument.
sense.
Hold on. Hold
Forget
on.
where,
Hold
where
on. Hold on.
there's no
I just.
conversation just
I
from that
just told you.
right from that point.
I
Go
just
find
told
me a
you.
very poor person who's
I just
struggling,
told.
who's a
See, you're
progressive.
doing
Let
it.
them talk.
You doing it again, and you could not. I thought you said. See, that's what I'm saying. See, that you doing it again. You can't help yourself. You cannot help yourself. You wish you was up there so you can make these fantastic arguments, and you can crush them yourself. And you can crush them up into little pieces left on the on
Well,
the on the intellectual
you will
country.
have more of a real conversation. I'm gonna tell you why I say that. When you think about it like this, right? Have we actually think about America? Think about how funny this place is. We invaded a country and murdered millions of people. We have not dealt with that. That's what I mean about how it just feels like a lot of things are happening all the time, but it's like, well, are we really dealing with things in these on some level and having those real conversations? It's not happening, bro. So I don't. So it's fine. It's fine to just discuss things kind of in abstract. It's not really impacting people per se, and they can make money talking about it on these shows. But just put that in perspective. America went into a country and murdered millions of people, genocided people, basically, right? And it's like it just didn't even happen.
So are we a soft country or are we a hard country?
Interesting.
Are we soft or we hard?
Well, my point is that I feel like we're trying to cover up. It's you're trying to take an environment that appears to be soft and taking advantage of it. I will say that, so you can get movements that happen within the environment where people want to soften a lot of things up. But I hate to say it, we just don't live in that. We don't live in Star Trek, and I
Right,
feel
but
like a lot of
that's
people
not our
think that we're in
reality, though,
Star
right?
Trek.
No, but that's
No,
not our
but they're
reality,
trying
right?
to manifest it. They're trying to manifest it. But I said, well, I don't know what. Let me give you a better version. Let me give you another version. I find it fascinating. When we were younger, they would talk about feeding the world, using technology. If we get computers, if we get the internet, if we get satellites, if we get all this technology, 40, 50, 60, 70, get all these great technology, we'll be able to, and they have lifted a lot of the world out of poverty, of course. But this technology will get us to this point where we will have a place where there's no more war. Right, we can get rid of all our weapons, blah blah blah. Right? Do you remember that little time window that we had when we were younger? And I don't know if it's because we were younger, they were just feeding that propaganda just to us, obviously, right? Because it was in a Cold War. So even that, to
Hmm.
me, thinking back, I'm like, this is insane. So you telling me we remember the song "We Are the World," but I'm like, hold up, what's
Yeah,
this? That called?
bodies
What
bodies
we in a
being
nuclear?
dropped,
What we in a
bodies
nuclear standoff?
bodies being dropped internationally all the time,
So does
bro.
it make sense? So I know we're so across the board we're being manipulated on a scale that's unprecedented, to be honest with you. And so even in that stuff, it's fascinating because I feel like on some level, psychologically, maybe even, are we trying to destroy ourselves because it's too much to maintain? Possibly, it's too much of a facade to keep up. But and I'm more of a person of where let's just be more real and more honest about it, and let us be what we are instead of trying to come off as these other things. Because what that does, it opens this door up for your reality. In my opinion, it allows the deception to play out and get to your reality of government complete control, basically communism, right? Basically control everything. They tell you they tell you where to go, what to do. They give you the food and clothes to wear, and you just have to go through the process. I know that's ultimately where we may end up being headed because that's the energy is the energy, right? It's just something about having
COVID,
wealth and
COVID,
success
COVID
and history
protocols.
and
You want to call it the
yeah,
COVID protocols? Okay,
yeah, yeah.
okay.
It's interesting because it's hard not. I think it's for human beings. It's hard not to want to grab on the power, and unless a human being evolves, I almost feel like we can pretend in certain environments, and we could try to export that ideology, and we have done that into the world to make things easier for more people, and to get into people's consciousness to say you're more than just whatever you were. You know what I mean? You can be more. You can aspire. You can dream. You can hope. You can see things and want to become those things. And America has done a great job of doing that, but I hate to say it, but when we really, as me and you both do, right, too much, as we elevate that up, we're realizing, no, nope, you got to have nuclear weapons. If you don't have them, you're fucked. You got to have the most latest and greatest technology. You got to be advanced. You got to have so many things in place to even maintain the pretend, because if not, again, massive war. And we have, and as you know, we have the history of basically just continuous warfare, especially coming out of Europe specifically, Europe and the Middle Eastern, area. I mean, just continuous warfare. I mean, it's hasn't solved itself at this point. But they run numbers and say, how they run the numbers and say, oh, it's less war than it used to be in the past. Less people, have gotten killed than in the past. Millions of people or billions of people have came, a level up, out of poverty. I say all that is true, but it is a fine line because if you don't have certain things in place, you are vulnerable to be taken. You are vulnerable to
Hmm.
be invaded. We're still invading. We're still doing the same thing that we've been doing for thousands of years. Nothing. It's almost nothing has changed. Just that the world has made it better. We have made it better for many people, lifestyle wise. But like I said, I mean, but it's all right there. I mean, just look at the maps and just put in weapons, and you can just see it. You know what I mean? Even look at I mean the fall of the Soviet Union, how all the weapons flooded around the world and created a whole bunch more civil wars. Of course, being backed by different powerful people and all the things that play behind it. But I'm just saying that technology opened up the world to become more violent on some level. You know what I mean? Fighting over territory and resources, etc. And we know resources are finite. So there's a lot of things at play. And I was wondering, and one thing I've noticed recently, I would love to hear somebody say, I haven't heard it yet, is that say the evolution of AI will now and robotics will now ensure that every single person on the planet can have whatever they need. But nobody's saying that, of course, right? But that used to be a thing, right? Like we're making this technology to make the, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, we just give it up on them lies at this point. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at shows like that, I just think that you have to contextualize. You don't think so? You have to say, well, this is really what's happening right here, and they really can't get into what they really want to say. To be honest with you, and even Sam for that matter, he's really not going to say what they really want. Because when you hear a progressive specifically, even a person on the far right, when you really hear what they truly really.
Come
I,
on,
I
man.
can give you let me give you a black and white example then,
All right.
since you're still shaky. So let's take the feminist movement for an example. On the surface, feminist movement sounds good. Okay, women can do things and they don't have to be trapped, yada yada yada. But what do feminists actually believe? They believe in the destruction of killing every single man on the planet. So I mean, I'm just saying, like, no one's going to keep saying that part over and over and over again. But when you actually talk to people who really are pushing those movements, they actually believe that. Enslave all the men, kill them all, neuter them all. What do you call it?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever they call it, right?
Neutralize all men. Neutralize them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Use
whatever
it,
you call
use
it,
it,
right?
use it for
That
your
is a
benefit. Yeah, they're working
fundamental
at
principle. Is
it.
that when
Is.
you're with a man, you're being raped. When you're with a
It
man,
is.
he's raping you. Blah blah blah. That's what they fucking
It,
believe in. Now,
it
when we
is.
move
Yes.
into the regular world, it's just, oh no, I just want to get a job. I just want to be able to be independent. You see what I'm saying? That's not my point. Is that a lot of the shows online, they're in that world of just talking to everyday folks. But when you really dig into what Sam really, really believes in, and the same on the right, by the way, or not even on the right, but a real hardcore capitalist, what they really believe in, it's monstrous. And you can't even bring it into the environment because it's just too harsh on people. Like, what are you saying? It doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. You see what I'm saying? So so a lot of the conversations are being massaged just to be able to have a conversation about things. But it's not really, we're not really getting to it though. At the end of the day, right? Is that
Hmm.
you're just, how people will say, well, you're just a number. Yeah, you're just a number. Accept it. Yeah, you're just this. You're just that. Yeah, accept it. You can't even do that to people. People want to be lulled to sleep. They want to be hugged, and in this society, it refuses to let you live in reality. It wants to constantly lullaby you, be it left or right, right? So we are dealing with some of that. You don't think so?
Yes. But you're making my point for me. I'm not talking about making
I
a point.
told you I was gonna give
I'm
it to
saying
you.
no,
Didn't I?
no.
You
You don't have
wanted
to
it.
give.
That's what you wanted. That's what you
But
want.
see,
There you go. I gave
you
it to you.
you trying to regurgitate it to me like I never been trying to make these points. That's where I sit. I sit in that. I think the reality is such a far-fetched thing that none of us we pull from reality the tenets that we want, just like how we pull from the Bible the things that we want from the Bible. We pull from the Quran what we want from the Quran or any religious book, and we use it for nefarious means. That's just human psychology. And if you get a group of people that believe a certain thing and they create an ideology that's strong enough to hold to hold a little bit of a attention of a larger group of people, then that collectivism that is developed there, you get these things that are so-called the left, the right, Republican, Democrat, national, socialist, communist. You get these ideologies that become kind of fixated on this is the best way to move forward on trying to deal with large groups of people. But it's just management at the end of the day. Okay. It's all management. So that's to me, is still a form of control at the end of the day, regardless of what side of it you come from. It's just how do you want to be dealt with? How do you want to be controlled?
So what? What's wrong with
All
control?
right. I mean,
You make it like it's a negative thing.
I did not nope. See, that's what I'm saying.
You're not doing that.
How
No,
me
you're in
saying
control. That's what people take from it, though.
how me saying that? How do you get that from what I'm
I
saying?
was just,
Now
I was
I'm
just
the
putting it
only
on top of what you said, just so to be clear for
I
everybody.
am no, no. Let's be clear now. You've asked me questions, put me on front street about what would I do with reparations and what you think we should do, and then you never even answered my question. You want to table it for another day. See, that's not cool, man. You got to give the people what they want. You got to tell them this what you think that should be the case, and then we go from that particular point because everybody is basically in the clear. See, but what Pat did on his program, he tried to hide. he got quiet. He was like silent. He was letting these other dudes. I'm like, yo, Pat ain't said nothing in like 15 minutes. You know what I'm saying? He asked the initial question and then he just backed up from it. He froze you like that on your own program. You didn't think he was going to do that to you? Y'all all immigrants,
That's
children,
not
everybody
that's
there.
not.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, though. I'm talking about from that level of being making the argument in so-called perspectives, right? We're talking about pulling from your certain type of reality and trying to make it
Why are
manifest
you making
into
me
your
defend
argument.
Patrick? I don't like Patrick like that. I don't. You
No,
got me defending
because
him. I don't even
because
like
you're
him
going to
like
do it.
that.
Because you're going to do
I
it. You're going to
watched
do it
them, but
anyway.
you're gonna
You're
put
going.
me
You know
there.
what?
I'm trying not to.
You know why you're going to do it? Because you hate Sam even more. You hate Sam Cedar even more than you hate Pat.
Oh, by far.
So that is why you're going to do that. But you guess what, Paradox? You wasn't there to make the argument for him. You wasn't there. You wasn't there to do that. And I don't see that many black people that's there to share their perspectives to make arguments from the right side of the coin. I don't see many black people since race is not a thing to you now. Race is not really a big deal. So I mean, maybe he should open that up. Maybe he will be better at it.
I
Maybe
mean,
he'll see a
some
different
things are
perspective.
distraction, bro. You can't get there.
Okay, man. All right. Hey, I'm off of
When
it,
you
man.
when you're
I'm gonna let
hold
the
on,
video.
hold on.
I'm gonna let
When you're
and,
trying
and,
to
and
shape the world,
what I want you to do,
sacrifice is
though,
necessary.
Paradox. What I want you to do, I want you to pull directly from Pat Bev's channel, so it ain't lopsided, so people don't think this is something. I want you to pull and look at the titles and then see if what those titles say is actually what happened. That's all I'm saying, bro. And you want to talk about propaganda? You want to talk about trying to context
Yes,
an argument,
but I'm not going. He's a
contextualize it?
propagandist. He's a
Okay,
propagandist, bro.
it does. I'm
I'm
saying it
not
don't
disputing
matter.
you on that.
I'm saying it don't matter. Take it off the feed. Take it off the feed, bro. Or just cut it up into 5-minute chunks to where
We're gonna play it.
you can manipulate it.
I want to play
But
your weirdos first, though. We
think
on them, so
I
let's play
think
them first. We're talking about them already.
I think you going to be surprised by what I say when it comes down to that particular argument, by the way. Even though I fundamentally agree, I know that is not reality that we can live in. It's not even close. But the problem is that when a white person comes in to discuss it with us, and the thing that I don't know if maybe you did see it, but there's one interesting part of the conversation that I want to kind of like let you know where I can see it's crazy how they don't see what the power dynamic is and how basically they're being played with right in front of their face. So, you know, I it's a weird dynamic because we talked about how the liberal left, right, which is what I would call white people that are so-called in progressive arenas, how they have to kind of swallow certain kind of conversation and then still prove to be the most powerful person in the room, and they do it through conversation, and it's very.
It's
I think
I hate it.
it's a okay.
It's gross, man. I won't lie. People who talk for people on the right, they're so simplistic for the most part. It's not. It's very little deception.
What?
But on the left, bro, it's demonic. It's demonic. It's demonic. It's the level of lying that they do and creating these realities. It truly is gross. They are absolute lunatics. Period. You can take it how you want to take it. They're absolute lunatics, bro.
So let's
I'm gonna tell you what, and I'm gonna tell you. I got the video up now. I'm just saying. The reason I'm making a point about that is this. Say if you have somebody on the far right, they're extremists, they're white nationalists, they're in the Klan, they're skinheads, or whatever you want to pick, right? Far right, almost not even hate even Republicans, right? Just far right, right? Their ideology is pretty black and white. We hate Jews, niggers, sticks, kites, blah blah blah. Well, kites aren't Jews, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like it's cut and dry. We want an all-white country. We want an all-white nation. Whites are superior. Everybody else is inferior. Be you a chink or a stick, right? Like it's cut and dry. We want this ideology. We believe in the Führer. We believe in this system. We want it to be this way. Blah blah. Even if they can't live up to the ideology, that's it is. And then as you walk from that extreme all the way to the center, there is very little deception. Republicans want to end Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security. They want to get rid of it. Hard stop. They will work around it and kind of lie a little bit here and there, but you pretty much know what they want to do. Even if they lying about it, you know, because the ideology of the system dictates that. But once you move to the left, bruh, it's on some other, man. These people, you cannot tell me I'm lying about this. When you look at a Rachel Maddow as an example, or Barack Obama, or Bill Maher, I mean, pick one of these people who talk, or Sam Snyder, or pick anybody. What they are on some sadistic stuff. I can't even articulate it. It's so deceptive, and I'm watching it like this is this. I rather know what I'm dealing with than being deceived.
Oh, come on, man.
And I mean
That's
a level of
what I'm saying.
deception.
That's what I
It's
mean.
just
Like,
fact.
but
I've watched it my
but
whole
you
life.
keep if you
Literally
keep
40
paradox,
years of it, bro. I've
what
watched
you
them
missing,
do this.
paradox, what you missing, bro?
The Bill Clintons of
There
the world.
is
Do you know that
paradox.
Joe? Do
Listen
you
to
know
me,
that
man,
Joe
please.
Biden gave the eulogy in 2003? You know he gave the
Yes.
eulogy
Strom
for
Thurmond.
Strom
Strom Thurmond.
Thurmond,
I know that. Yes, yes, I know.
the man that you voted for, and the rest of you Negroes on his
Ah,
live that
come
voted for.
on, man. Come on, bro.
And then you, bro, y'all just don't get it, bro.
No,
But
I
anyway,
do get it, dude. Like I said, but you
I
you
tell you,
you got ahead of your skis. I was going to just even. That's why I said what I said. I just said what you said, but I had a lot less emotion about it, and I
I'm
formatted
not
it
emotional. I'm
in a
calm.
okay.
What
I
you
I
said?
had I had a lot. I had a lot less fire for it
What did
because
Trump? What did Trump say about? What did Trump? What did they say? They said Trump and Vance was getting loud. Said, I'm not getting loud. You loud as a motherfucker. I'm not getting loud. I'm not emotional. Y'all emotional. I'm not emotional. We watching you on live yelling. and the calm person is the Ukrainian saying, y'all need to calm down. Y'all calm
right.
down. Let me talk.
It
And they got their
all
peacock
did.
feathers. JD Vance is such
All-
a man. I got so many issues. I don't even want to get on JD, but the level of, and you're gonna learn, by the way, when he tries to run, you're gonna see what I'm talking about. Trust me on that. You're gonna see it. But the level of peacocking, bro.
Yeah,
It's just
you got it bad.
it's just. But you know what though? I've noticed something. You can't help it. When you get into the auras of Barack and Bill and George and Joe and Reagan and on, right? It's something about understanding the level of power.
Yeah,
it just does something, and I don't think an individual human can go. You have to leave.
Yeah,
you can't be around. You can't be in that environment. It's impossible.
Don't come from that. He doesn't come from that stock. He knows it. He don't come from that same kind of that air of I belong in the room kind of deal. Like he has to prove a point all the time. So he has to sound like the smartest. He has to interject in conversations that don't include him. So it's a psychology ploy. It's like he needs to reread 48 Laws of Power. For him, he needs to reread that because you cannot continue to try to always show up your power. Because once somebody
it doesn't. When he went to Greenland and he spoke, I'm like, bro, you definitely a second person. You definitely a second level. You know what I'm saying? Like you definitely you definitely the right VP pick. That's definitely the right VP. For a Trump type person. He's definitely the kids picked the right one out because he is the lackey of no others. I mean, the rest of these guys are lackeys, but I think JD might be on another level. But like me, you both said that when we watch I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that. So Ted Cruz, Ted Cruz has a show. He was interviewing Elon, right? Ted and forget the other cat's name. But anyway, I know Ted Cruz hates everything that they're doing. So to watch him have to just take it and pretend and go through the motions of it, I love it. By the way, I mean it's just or Lindsey Graham, who's all over the place. He's here, there, he's here one day, he's over there the next day. Yeah. And so it's just funny watching power and how people are trying to always find positioning and having to go deal with their donors, deal with their investors, and then deal with their voters as well, and deal with the presidency and just the weight of America as a whole, man, and globally as well, because a lot of the countries are calling states directly, as you know. They're calling states, trying to do deals directly with states and saying, forget what the president's doing, forget the federal government, let us negotiate some deals here. So a lot of things are happening. But anyway, what were you about to say? My bad, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no! I'm ready for the video. I'm ready to get into it because we're gonna probably be on
Which
this for a
one?
while. We got a couple of videos, so I don't want to be.
Well,
We'll
yeah,
be
let's
in. We've
not.
been in this for a long
I
time.
just wanted to talk a little bit before we play the video, just so it looks like we were talking. You know what I mean? It gives us more time before we
But even if we stop it,
add
if
a
we
live
stop it,
stream.
if
That'll
we
help
stop
too.
it,
Stop it, help too.
and then kind of like talk about the
Yeah,
points in there, I think that would help.
yeah, that'll help too.
As long as we're
But I,
not
like I
playing the
said,
direct stream, though.
but I've noticed that this video, if we talk on a video for a certain amount of time and then play videos, they tend not to bother us too much.
Yeah, that's
So,
true.
but
That's
anyway,
true.
which one
Gotta
do you
let
want?
us live,
Which
Jared. Just
so
you wanted the weird stuff first, right? So let's get the
no, 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 no. We
weirdos
on
out the way.
no, we on PBD though. I don't want to get off the energy.
Okay, so let's
I
go
want.
with PBD then.
So
Go to
do you
his.
want to? Social Security. Do you want to do? So I'm gonna give you the topics.
Okay.
Are you able to see the topics? If I put it up on the screen, can you see the little topics on the side? Small writing.
Let me see.
So I was gonna ask you first, but maybe I just bring it up and let you see.
Trying to see if I can see it real quick.
Are you able to see this side of the screen?
Nah,
And
it's
see
too
the different
small.
topics? Yeah, I figured that.
Yeah,
Cause I
yeah.
don't want to. I don't want to just play it. But let's see topics coming up. So he's gonna do topics, but he's actually gonna talk about the topics. But you can do Democrats approval rating plummets, debate over Social Security. Let me know which one you want to do first. Because we don't got to do all. We just do a few of them. Why the
Yeah, the
rich
one.
leave high, tax stays. Sam explains
This
why
is this
he
is on
voted
his.
for Kamala.
This is on his. This is on his
I
website,
actually
right?
want to play this first because the angry patriot turns up on this part. But anyway, go ahead. He turns up.
That angry patriot. Man, stop bitching,
Mm.
man. I mean, this one's just it's just like what you said about them. I mean, like I said, the reason why it's hard for me to listen to it for too long is because
Mhm.
you know people talk about black people and black men complaining all the time about this and about that, and it's not even on it's the level of bitch assness that they do on the right, dude. It's just it's next level. Like I said, if the far liberal side, which play the demonic, covert games about how powerless they are when they really are the most powerful person in the room, then these people that peacock on the right when they're really the weakest person in the room, I just can't be around. I just it's just something about that because to me, at the end of the day, people like to be coddled. So these people will concede a point, but at the end of the day, they're still maneuvering you and manufacturing your ideology to a mass level. Instead of saying, well, you're not really a man, this or you do this. But I just heard you complaining about powerless women for a whole hour, dude. So you're complaining about powerless women for a whole hour that you claim that liberal soft lefty men are basically making you do things for? I just I'm talking about white people, of course. I'm not talking about black people. But I'm just saying when I hear that kind of argument back and forth and this and that, I'm on the list. But I'm saying, but you allowed soft lefty liberals, men, if they're so soft on these points and stuff like that, then you should be able to defeat them in a discussion about your points without crashing out and looking like a so-called fool and sitting up here complaining and foaming at the mouth, making it look like you're the weaker person. That is that's ridiculous to me. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all I'm saying. Like knowing when to concede a point and how to move forward. if it makes more sense to you. And that's why I don't understand why they allow a person like a Sam Cedar, Cal, whatever his name is, even David Packman to a degree, to troll them. It's just like these people clearly got bad points. It can't live in reality. Why not stay on that? But instead of doing that, you want to be like, "Oh, I'm all man, bro. I'm all man." It was one panel I saw where it was like these, it was like these kind of bodybuilder, extra masculine white men, so-called masculine white men against, so-called left-leaning, soft dudes, this and that other. And these guys, I don't know if it was steroid rage or whatever, they just crashing out, couldn't hold a point, couldn't make it legible for people to understand. You wanted to get up and then you want to act like you want to beat up on on a dude that got like blue hair sitting up there talking to you. Like you can't defeat the point based off the ridiculousness of it. That's all I'm saying. Like, come on, man. But you know what? You can choose whatever video you want to choose, man. To me, it doesn't matter. I just specifically want to see. I want you to see how they get cold broke by a so-called lefty that got weak talking points, bro. That should
I
not
don't
happen.
know about that.
That should not.
He doesn't
That
have
should
weak
not.
talking points. Sam is.
Hold on.
He's very smart. He's not.
So
There's not
no,
weak,
no, no,
there's
no,
not
no,
weak
no, no,
talking
no,
points.
no, 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 no. I'm not gonna let you do it. I'm not gonna
Oh,
let
what?
you do
Sam
that.
all the
No, no,
time.
I'm not. No, 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 I'm not gonna. No, see, you see what you're doing.
What is?
You see what you're doing. Nope.
Bro, I'm me. I'm just being me.
You being paradox.
You're getting the authentic person. This is it. I'll watch Sam. I mean, Sam and the lady he has on the show. I can't think of her name right now. These are not. I mean, they make some points. I mean, I disagree with everything, but I've heard a lot of people debate. Obviously, right? I mean, thousands of people debate, and I say Sam is. I don't know because you watched him on Jubilee, right?
Yeah, I did.
He went to work. He went to work on that joint. He did go to work on that one. He went to work on that. It was bad. That was bad.
You see, I left that alone, right? Because those are kids.
I don't know where they got them people from, but that was bad.
Oh,
that was bad. And where did you find these people at, bro? This is insane.
You know that is.
It was probably rigged, though. It's probably rigged.
Come on, man. See, that's what I'm saying, though, Paradox. Okay, go ahead, man. Just whatever you want to play from this discussion.
Well, I listen to Alex. Look, I listen to Alex Jones, so I think everything is rigged. So come on, stop. I listen to people who are conspiracy theorists. So it's in my mind. I can't help it. It's in my mind. I can't lie about that, right?
Do you want to have the Lord Jamal discussion online? I mean, online.
Yeah, I know, right?
We're gonna do that.
We can talk about it later. Right. That'll get us distracted. That definitely get me super distracted. To be honest with you, because it is an illustration of realities and trying to understand being in different groups and stuff. But it's all fascinating to me, to be honest with you. But no, like I said, I haven't slandered Sam. You know what I'm saying? I don't agree with his philosophy, and he's very clear on what he believes in. So that's what I like about him, though, is that he does stand on, believes what he believes in, and he understands. I hate how he pushes his philosophy because it is a contradiction on a lot of levels, and on both sides, obviously, right? On both sides, but he pushes it. Same with even with Bernie. I feel like, put it this way, just say you like a half capitalist or something, right? Or a half something. Like you have to give me something if you have something and you benefit from something. So that's the only part that sort of does that make sense? Like when I see AOC talking or Bernie or pick somebody, right? It's like I want the little man to talk. I don't need you talking for them. So that's where from a left perspective I struggle. Obama's worth $100 million. Bill Clinton worth like $400 million. these newscasters on the left are worth tens of millions of dollars. They have multi-million-dollar contracts. And like, are you really talking? So it run. See, I'm gonna keep telling you this. From a rights perspective, we know it's about the money. Like, period. Getting over, cutting regulations. Doing what you got to do. It's cutting. My point is, it's black and white, bro. It's black and white. I don't care what you say. It's black and white there, and you pick and choose and deal with what you got to deal with. When we get on the other side of it, it's like, oh, y'all are all millionaires and billionaires.
It is not black and
Like,
white. Bro.
it's not black and white. Where?
It's weak.
Prove
it's
it.
weak.
Give me one. Give me an example. Give me one example.
Just play the video.
Give me one example that is not black and white on the right. Give me an
regulations. Example. Improving education by getting rid of the Department of Education. Improving opportunities for people that are basically at lower income areas. They say this. They say raised in Texas.
I got you. So, I
yeah.
That one.
Okay, all right then.
I take that,
man. This,
let me expound on the education part, right? Let's expound on that, right? I can make an argument.
Paradox.
Go ahead.
Let me just say this because I really want you to understand this, because this is going to get, like I said, I'm not going to defend. I'm not going to defend the foolery here that's going to happen. But I'm saying I want you because I want you to just see it real time with me on the line, because you know how what my stands are, and then once we
you want to live in a dictatorship.
That's not true.
Pick a country in Africa or Europe or Asia. That's not a dictatorship.
We're not a dictatorship, bro. We're not a dictatorship.
That's what you want.
And people would literally say that that's literally what Trump is trying to do, is create a dictatorship or close to it.
Yeah, they're speculating now. It's not real.
That's not speculation, bro. When you're trying to eliminate certain forms of government by basically,
you think if we get rid of the federal government, we're a dictatorship? Where you got where evidence? Where the evidence at? What are you talking about right now?
Hold on.
Stop it, bro. Don't do that.
You made that statement, not me. I said some people.
Even though we're a global hegemony,
some people would say that that's what Trump is trying to do now.
It's not. That's fake news.
Hold on, listen what I'm saying.
Why you got me defending Trump? What are we doing right now?
You're the one doing this. You're the one.
I'm not, right? I'm just giving you the fact. You don't want to accept it. You listen to Rachel Maddow every night, and she's in your brain right now.
Are you serious, dog? You see, that's what I'm saying. See, you
trying to the rest of the listeners.
You're trying to trigger me in reverse, bro.
I want you to crash out.
you know I don't listen to Rachel Maddow. That's something, nothing further from the truth, bro. And
Rachel Maddow, Chris Hayes,
I listen
Lawrence
to
O'Donnell.
I listen to everything that you listen to. And like I said, if you can find somebody to defend these positions in a proper way that's on the right, then I'm all ears, bro. Present the evidence.
It's tons.
Present the evidence, and we can go over the videos.
You're not gonna like it though.
See, that's
you're not gonna like it, because I'm gonna tell you why. It's pain. It's the problem. We live in a world where we can't.
That is not true, bro. There's such thing as trying to do unnecessary pain, or it's not realistic, or that's not really happening. That's not the reality, just because you want it to be. Because, like I say, most of the people that I hear talking on the right, they're bitching and complaining about things that are not happening.
A lot of them are pushing agendas.
That's fine. That's perfect.
Money time.
But don't make it seem like you're manifesting something when you're sitting up here complaining about something, and then you let somebody like Sam Cedar sit there and then wop. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show my stuff. You know what I'm saying? He whopped on them.
All right. Okay. You talking that talk.
Yeah. Play the video.
I disagree with. That's not what I saw.
Well, like I said, if you disagree, play the tape. Play the evidence. I'm not. You the one hesitating. I'm not telling you to hesitate.
Play it. Videotape.
Yeah.
All right. So let me know which one.
The eye in the sky don't what?
Don't lie.
And I'm not talking about. I don't need your remixing either. No remixing, bro. I don't need your remix. You're not JD.
I'm not trying to defend. I don't even like PBD like that. I don't even like him like that. he says some things that are very problematic. So I have issues with him outside of a lot of things. So just don't forget that.
All right.
With most Republicans, I have an issue with actually. But
all right.
neither here nor there. So do you want to do the debate over? Which one you want to do first? Debate over Social Security, Democrat approval rating plummet.
Whatever you want to go.
Whatever floats my boat. Okay.
It's PBT. It's PBD's world. He's shutting it down. Not whatever. What the title? What does the title say?
What title?
Whatever title you.
Oh, Trump's. Oh, the title I put on the channel. Or his title.
No, his title.
I put "Let Trump Cook."
yeah. That's okay. Let him cook. Let him cook with bad groceries, because the people that are bringing him groceries, they bringing him faulty returns. This is not what I want you to do. This is not what's happening. Toughen up.
That's not true. What you're saying isn't true.
He's telling them to toughen up. He's telling Elon. Listen, this what I'm saying.
If you're, I understand. So can you put yourself? Because you know what the issue is with me and you is that you're talking from your perspective, right? I'm trying to give a perspective of if I'm the person that's making the decisions. So that's why a lot of times it can sound contradictory, because I can move back to my personal perspective and where my position is in the world versus me being there. So, for example, if I'm in charge of a company, I went to school, I worked my way up, I got a job, or my family was connected and they hooked me up with a job, and I became the CEO of a living corporation that's been around for, say, 40 years, right? I have responsibilities, but as an employee at the bottom, just starting at the job or been there for a couple of years, or from the outside being impacted by it, my personal opinion is going to be very different as it versus me running a company. That everything is already in place, everything is already moving. I'm just taking that role over, and I'm doing what the business demands for me to do. A lot of my personal beliefs won't even be involved because we have a business to run. And I think that's where a lot of confusion gets. Because normally when I'm speaking, most of the time, if I'm talking about something like the president or someone who runs a company or a business, I'm putting myself in a position where, okay, if I ran the business and if we're publicly traded and the stock price goes down, I got to cut staff. Now, you individually may feel a certain way about it, right? If you're one of the ones getting cut, be it an executive or just a standard employee, but that's a decision that I have to make. And so you can frame it however you want to frame the outside looking in, but if you're in charge of something, that's what you got to do, right? Am I wrong about that? I mean, I can pick you many presidents and many owners of companies who are telling you one thing, but then once they actually are in charge, there are pressures in the environment that's going to make you have to do things, and then you have to either lie about it, deceive, be quiet, or spin to explain it to people. Now, man, you worked in corporations forever. We know what it is. We worked in the government spaces forever. We know what has to be said to the people to maintain functionality. You do. There is no other way around it.
I'm not gonna argue a point that you like, come on, man, like you all over the place.
I'm trying to create as much fog as possible.
You really are. I mean, listen, man, like,
I don't want you to follow me on purpose.
So let's get right into it.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's go. Let's get right into it.
Let's go. But you didn't like my title? Let Trump cook. Let Russ cook.
No, that's perfectly fine, man. I mean, I get a kick out of your titles, man. I really do. They're way better than mine. So go ahead, man. We can go with it.
All right. So the name of the PBD podcast, I think they dropped it. I think maybe yesterday, day before yesterday. Trump, and it's all about Trump's Liberation Day, Day of Tariffs, and then they're having a debate with Sam Snyder. I don't think Sauce is there. I think it's just Angry Patriot and PBD's accountant or chief. What is he? I forget now. CFO, or was the CFO before they sold the company. But anyway, a Canadian. But anyway.
Sam, question for you. From the last time you were here, I think it was 2 years ago, that it was, give or take 2 years ago. At the time, it was probably a terrible season for Trump, I think we can say. Trump wasn't having a lot of victories. Trump was at a very low. Republicans were not convinced that he could go. Republicans were thinking it's probably going to be DeSantis or it's going to be somebody else. There was a bit of a split in the Republican Party and the MAGA. Like, I don't know. Even when he opened up his announcement that he's running at Mar-a-Lago, there was not a lot of people there. People saying, I don't even know, this person wasn't there, that person wasn't there, this person wasn't there. And then you get these CNN polls. Rob, if you can pull up the CNN video showing where the Democratic Party is at today, play this clip, and I want to ask you, Sam, what happened to the Democratic Party? Go for it.
Holy Toledo. Voters' views of the Democrats in Congress among all voters disapprove 68%. And look at the approved number, just 21%, even lower than the Democratic Party at large. This is the lowest on record for Democrats, according to Quinnipiac University polling. You think these numbers are bad? Let's go to this side of the screen. We'll look how Democratic voters feel. Get this. The plurality of Democratic voters disapprove of Democrats in Congress at 49%, and just 40% approve. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Oh, my goodness gracious, you just can't get worse than these numbers.
And this is the number right here really driving all of this. If Democratic voters have turned on Democrats in Congress and the Democratic Party, that's what puts the numbers at historic lows. What is it they want to be seeing, these voters?
What is going on? I'll tell you what's going on. They don't like what's coming out of some of those Senate Democrats like Chuck Schumer, because take a look at the direction of the party. Democratic voters on Democrats in Congress doing too little to oppose Donald Trump.
Chuck Schumer sold y'all out, bro. But I'm gonna let it keep going.
Absolutely, but I'm so glad that you paused that. That's perfect. Okay. 77% want what? What kind of energy do they want? Paradox. 77% want what? They want fight, right? They want aggression, right? They want people to come out against.
Look at this.
Right?
Okay, go ahead. Pause it. I mean, I'm sorry. Go ahead and play.
77%. Should stay principled, even if it means nothing gets done in Washington, D.C. 65%. And this 65% is such a difference from where we were in 2017 at this point, when just 33% of Democrats say they should stay principled, compared to 59% who said they want to compromise. Democrats do not want compromise at this point. They want a fighter. They want to go into the ring like Muhammad Ali did against Sonny Liston. Wow. They want to take down the Republicans. They do not want this compromise anymore. They want.
You see what I'm saying? That's what they want, bruh. That is, and who is the person that's on the left that basically represents what that is the most out of everybody?
Nobody.
Wow. Really, bruh?
Nope, can't give it to you.
Really?
I know you want me to give it to you. I can't give it to you.
I'm asking you to be intellectually just at least intellectually just balanced as far as what is out there, the environment and how it is and who they react to. Who do the right react to? Let me just put it that's a better question. That's a better question for you, because you can't dodge that one, bro. You can't dodge that.
I'm gonna dodge it. I know what you want me to say. I don't think it's really resonating like you think it is. I think social media wise, to drive clips for propagandists and internet people, then I know what you're gonna say. I'm not yet there yet as far as moving Congress and moving the society. I don't know about that. I honestly believe that the Democratic Party has not yet.
Paradox. That's not what this is for, though. See, you missing a point. That's not what this is actually for.
I'm giving you the bigger point.
No, but
I'm trying to get the Democrats in reality. They're not yet set up.
The bigger point is what's happening now, though. The bigger point is what's happening now.
All right, I'm gonna give you an example. Right?
Okay, so let me say
the Democrats has not yet formatted a true strategy that they can all get on board with.
Can I say this? Can I say this?
They ran out of punches a long time ago. They tried the racist stuff, that didn't work, so that's out of here. They tried the women's stuff, that didn't work, that's out of here.
The racist,
I really don't know what they.
The racist stuff is never going to go away.
It's out. It's gone.
That's false. That's not. You way
out. You don't
on
realize that it's gone. You don't because of where you are mentally. You don't realize that it's gone. It's out of here, bro.
No, that's false.
You just don't see it.
Absolutely,
but it's out of here.
Absolutely.
So now the thing is that can they figure out a much better emotional strategy to try to drive now? So Trump crashing the markets should be enough to give them something, right? Or the signal thing's not that doesn't mean anything. But can you need to find something you can really hold on to and get the entire party starting to, but they're not doing it. The party actually is trying to reset itself. So they're not even in a position yet to fight because they're still going through a reset right now. But anyway, I'll let you not ignore what I just said. That's not really happening, which that is exactly what's happening. And let you run with some Crockett nonsense that don't even mean anything.
You just went all around the rosy, literally. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like we talked about this since the election. We talked about the destabilization of the Democratic Party since election time, before Kamala even showed up. We're not gonna make arguments that we made prior to the election even happening, bro. We talked about it. The party being split, the party being fractured, the party not really having a vision, the party not being on the right track, not having one particular way to fight against the so-called Republicans that seem to fall under a unified front, even though there's different fractions that's within their group. They're way more better as far as falling under whatever the leadership is going to be and say, you know what, we're still going this way, period. I'm on this team. I may not like that we run the run and shoot, but you know what? I'm on the team. I'm going to play my position, and we're gonna rock out. It ain't like that. And what I told you very specifically is that some people have talents to do certain things, and other people have abilities to do other things. To get them to focus on one person, like I said this at the very beginning. I said she's 1 out of 435. Relax. I said that. I caveated all of this. And what you're saying, bro, it doesn't make sense because they're making her big, by the way. It ain't me. The 5, all these people, they losing their shit. They be losing their stuff over her. One black congresswoman with no support, no money, no funding out of Dallas. Come on, bruh. I'm just saying, man, listen, bro. It's very clear to me. It's very clear to me. And like I said, if they could have somebody with the talent that she has, and you know this is true, bro. That was if she was a person that was on the right, it would be crazy. Same
She
attitude.
Is on the right. MTG.
Listen,
she's on the right. There's a right on there.
You know what I mean, man. See, I'm not gonna get into that because you're saying that don't mean nothing. So I'm not talking about that.
No, I'm just saying
I'm not talking about that because when they
different moving parts here, right?
I'm saying, but hold on. Let me say this really quick because every time they go head to head, somebody getting that work. Somebody getting that work every time MTG and Jasmine and JC get into ring. If you want to look at it like that, it ain't MTG. It ain't MTG.
Instead of me saying it, let me let some of the pros talk. Let me just make this right quick.
Oh, come on.
This progressive states torturing his own party.
He's not a Democrat,
Democratic
by the way.
brand is toxic.
He's
right
not
now.
a Democrat. He's
we
not
had
a
a high water mark 2 weeks ago, and that was a CNN poll at 29% favorability.
No. We're not doing that.
Democrat, by the way.
No. This is the biggest progressive in America.
Did I
We're
talk? Did we talk about? But have we talked
about?
This
is what I do. This is what I do here. This is what I do. This is what I do.
Before you go play this.
Now I'm trying to say to you. Normally we just chop it up, but it sounds like you want to really get it going. I mean, I save all. I wasn't even gonna play all this.
No.
You want it though. If you want me to give it to you, I can give it to you now.
Let's get into it. But the truth is, though, Paradox.
I can show you what the Democrats are doing through their reset. By the way, I ain't worried about no Crockett. So that's a distraction. That's distraction talk right there. I'm trying to get you to what's really happening.
Listen what I'm saying. I really want you to really listen what I'm saying. Bill Maher what did he do this week, right? Now this isn't going to talk about either. What did Bill Maher do this week? No.
I wasn't gonna talk about it, but I think you want it though. I think you want. It sounds like you. Because let me tell you
talked
what.
about. Hold on, pause for a second. I really want you to pause for a second. We talked about it. We say these people need to leave. We said that. Me and you agreed. These folks need to leave. They need to declare themselves and really go home. Period, bro. Period. This man that he's sitting up here talking to, they're the same people. We talked about that. When he went to Kid Rock, whatever they did or whatever, and they went and when he got and talked to kids. You want to talk about the so-called authoritarian and who gonna kiss the ring and the Godfather and all this type of stuff. This thing, Michael Corleone, that kind of stuff. You really want to do that, bro? You really want to talk about what it looks like?
Now hold up. Now, all right, now
You
so I'm
really
trying
want
to
to talk about what it looks like? See, you're playing. I'm not. I'm telling you what it looks like. We went to dinner. We had a talk. Corleone, you know what I'm saying? We could play the Godfather music in the background if you want to do that, bro. We could do that. Bro. Because Trump,
I won't play the video. I won't play the video. I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna get back.
Yeah. Because Trump loved that. He loved that kissing the ring. He's calling my Corleone. You know what I'm saying? And the door closing on the movie. You know what I'm saying? Everybody getting whacked. You like, hold on, how's everybody getting whacked right here? That's what that is. When you see these people, all of a sudden he goes talk to him.
Man, look.
No.
Look, man. Look, how you doing? I'm not doing nothing here. I'm not. Look.
Listen, you forced it. You forced my hand, bro.
I haven't done anything. I didn't even play the video.
You telling me?
We're gonna get back to DVD. We're gonna get back to the video.
Listen what I'm saying.
I'm gonna tell you the
That's what I'm saying, though. Really quick, really quick, bro. Really quick.
Go ahead. I got you.
I'm happy for it. I'm glad this happens because there needs to be a clearer distinction. Because see, at the end of the day, you're not progressive. You don't care about the base of the party, which was so-called B. You said it yourself. Why use black people as cannon fodder? Why sit up there and throw us out for the red meat? You don't like that they do Jasmine like that, right? Correct? Which forces their hand? I'm saying, hold on. No. Pause that real quick. Because here's the thing: what she does, in a sense, what she does because she's loud and wrong sometimes, but what she does in a sense, she forces you to pick a side. And if you're going to come out and pick a side on that side right there, and you're not going to live on that side, she's too loud, she's too bad. But whatever has happened, somebody, I'm trying to figure out who's the person that is because she's still being protected. It's no way. First of all, there's no way that she says some of the stuff that she says, and she can still kind of maneuver a little bit, and get a little bit of an audience. There's somebody that's a little bit more powerful. We'll delve into that a little bit more. I think behind the scenes that wants to kind of make a clear distinction between these people that are over here, they belong more over there in the arena with the so-called Matt Walshes of the world, Tim Pools. What's the other guy that was left that went right? Joe Rogans of the world. That's where they belong. That's where they belong.
Jasmine Crockett better be very aware that she better make sure that she keep her district the way it is. It doesn't get redistricted, and that she keeps them people happy. Because I'm gonna tell you something. A Democrat is gonna get her.
They're gonna redraw.
Don't worry about Republicans right now.
I already know that.
Democrat. So I'm just gonna give you that. I'm gonna give you that. They ain't gonna do no Republican people. You need to be worried about Democrats, by the way.
You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna redraw the line. See, you missing the point. Paradox.
No, she's about to be about here. She's gonna be about here because you gotta know how to play the political game. You gotta be careful.
Did Joe Biden?
You have to be careful, bro.
Jamal
Bowman learned the hard way. I mean, I can give you a long list of people who learned the hard way, and Republicans had nothing to do with it.
And that is why
there's a lot of other things that play here, not just that.
Paradox. That is why I said somehow she got somebody inside the stronghold. Say, I got her.
Now, hold on. Now,
I got it because Cory Bush didn't get this. Cory Bush didn't get this shine, and she was like,
we don't. Well, I can tell you what. I can tell you his issue. I can tell you his issue, but we'll hold that for a second. I'm just gonna say a name to me. You just give me something. Mayor Eric Adams. Go. Frame it for me. Because the so-called white man saved the brother. How, can you contextualize that for me?
So-called white man.
The crazy Nazi, right-wing psychopath, dictator, fascist, Hitler, Trump saved his brother.
Have you ever heard of utility? And I told you that a lot of times,
bro,
man,
everybody's a utility in the
utility.
Oh, okay.
We talked about him a long time.
Now I'm assuming that black folks don't rock with him in New York. I guess I don't know, but yeah, he got elected some kind of way. I mean,
when you run
in New York, but
when you run Democratic cities, normally when the two Democrats that are running opposed the primary that they run, that's the real particular race that's in play. When it's like that, most of the time there's going to be a more conservative leaning Democrat, and then there's going to be a more so-called progressive or leaning progressive.
I don't know about all that. What I'm saying is that
normally
this brother was being attacked by the system. And them white folks that you hate on the right did what they had to do to protect the brother.
No, I don't
act like that ain't happening.
I don't hate them.
Kudos for that?
I don't hate them. I just dislike that they hide.
Can Trump get some love on that at least?
I hate
this black man.
I hate that they.
It's a big deal.
You tell me what's more. You tell me what's more.
He's running as independent now.
No, listen, bro. You tell me what's more nefarious. That all the times that these people are being chummy with each other, that they've been friends, and that's been called out by the left, by the way.
Yeah, but I was told that we don't get saved. He got saved.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
White man.
Dog, if you're going to use that, if you're going to use that as some kind of proof,
I'm just joking.
Okay, all right. So we why are we not playing the video? Why are we not playing the video?
I'm gonna play you one video that you didn't want to see that life. We'll get back to it. No, I just thought the Mayor Adams thing was interesting just because I always find it's just a funny because there's real things happening in the real world that make things happen, but the surface conversation, so that's why I like to play with that a little bit because it is kind of funny when you think about it, right? It's kind of funny. I don't care if he's doing favors. They all do favors. I don't care if he said what you know what I'm saying. Whatever he did that Trump asked, who cares, right? At the end of the day, if Trump is what you claim him to be, I mean, it's interesting because you let him hang himself, right?
Yeah, of course it's interesting, but he has personal exactly. Right? He has personal relationships with a lot of people. No, hold on. Let's really talk about it. His personal relationships is what he deals in. He likes making a deal. He likes the interaction. He likes to lather it up. He loves that kind of back and forth. He likes to kind of force somebody to kind of get ground.
Some Hitler Nazi philosophy.
Hold on, man, please.
Yada yada yada. He would let that brother hang.
Just please.
Because the Democrat was letting them hang. Think about that. They eat themselves. They disgusting. It's disgusting on the Democratic Party, bro. If you're a black person on the Democratic Party, you should be concerned. You should be very concerned.
I have let you do that too many times, bro. And like
I
said,
it just happened. He saved the brother. And I know for a fact that people on the left do not like black men who are like that. I don't care what you say. I know you don't like that. If you're trying to be an actual man, they don't like you being a man.
He's a conservative, Paradox. He's a conservative, bro. Period. He should.
A heterosexual black man is born a conservative.
Dude,
what are we talking about right now?
Dude, he is. I'm saying
it's in our nature.
He's a police.
It's that liberal, feminist, progressive, left-wing system that turns into faggots.
Police officer. Listen, what I'm saying, Paradox. Please. He's a former police officer. He's all law and order. He's been tough. He's everything that a Republican is, bro.
Right. No,
just not in name only. Just not in name only, bro.
Yeah.
Just not in name only.
That's the problem.
He leans right.
We love it for some reason,
bro. Like I said, he's utility. At the end of the day,
you don't believe in law and order.
He's useful. He's useful. I'm not going to even answer. I'm not going to even justify by even answering that question. He's useful though. And see, that's what I'm saying. That plays into the confusion too, by the way. Because Trump before everything, relationships mean a whole lot to him in business and everything else. He likes loyalty at the end of the day. And if you can be loyal to him, and if he can get you in front of him, and like I say, that Godfather shit is real, dude. Kissing the ring, that stuff, you know what that bringing. Okay, then.
I'm just
I
having
mean, you
fun.
might as well.
Let me have some fun here. You're trying to get all, you know what I'm saying? And I know.
You're trying to trigger me, bruh. And you're gonna try to use the people that I dislike the most. Now, I don't have the heat for Sam that I do for Rachel Maddow, because I know what Rachel Maddow does. And
you know one of my aunts love her, by the way. It makes my skin crawl.
No, black women love this woman for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why that is, bruh.
I liked her. Don't get it twisted. I liked her a lot. I don't like any of the news networks anymore. But back when they first started out, when things weren't so, I don't even know what it is at this point. But when we go back 20 years, it was just not the same. It just was.
Bruh.
It's just, I can't even explain it, bro. I don't know what happened to everybody in the news media, but they had that meeting set down whenever they had it, and it's just trash coming out of all the media. Unfortunately,
I have no idea.
I used to watch Rachel every day.
I have no idea how she has glamored black women to that point. That is amazing to me. Because I don't see just Joy Reid and all. I think her and
Mika and Stephanie Rule. I just think that see the problem. We can talk about that later, but that's.
But hold on. You already know where I stand on it, bro. Like yo, the white woman, that hides, that to me. But she don't hide though. Like I'm saying, but that white woman, some of those, especially that's in Congress, and they come out. I mean, there was one that just came out. I mean, they are. You want to talk about the apex on both sides, on the right and the left, because the one that's delivering the news on the right, most of them that's delivering the news that I see are blonde white women on Fox. They are the talking heads over there, bruh. No, I mean you can hold on.
She's got her own show. She's been there for 2
years. Yeah. Like I said, utility.
Bro,
but silence.
That's that Democrat stuff. Using these fancy words, being deceptive.
Don't do that.
I know. We know you're educated. We know you're smart. We got you. We know you're academic. But I mean, come on, man. You doing it? You playing that language stuff, man.
I'm not trying to play around. But when they silence her,
everybody's a utility. Everybody, but you gotta carry the.
She knows.
If you work for a corporation, but if you work for, it's nothing for her not to know. If you work for a corporation, why did Dylan Radigan leave CNBC?
Have you seen the show right now? Have you seen the show?
You're doing a job.
Hold on. Let me just
work for a corporation. They telling you what.
Let me bring this up to popular culture.
You can't just be out here wilding on TV. That doesn't mean make sense.
Okay, calm down. Have you seen Severance? Severance, the show, TV show, Severance. You know what that's about, right? Well, people kind of like they have an innie and an outie and all this kind of stuff. So they have a black manager. This is black dude.
It's a Severance.
It reminds.
Confuse it with another one. Is that sci-fi, right? Is that sci-fi?
It's like sci-fi, but yeah, it's like a sci-fi.
Is it the one where they grouped everybody together? No, that's not Severance. Is
it? No. Severance is, I think that's Silo. Severance is like where they put a chip in a person's brain.
Yeah.
And when you go to work, you're a completely different person. And when
I haven't watched it. Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Is it worth watching? Because I tried to watch it. I was a little slow for it.
What I'm telling you, I'm telling you is a perfect example. Yes. And see this.
I've been seeing this forever. The last couple years.
This is what I'm saying about the power dynamic. Some of these white people don't even know who they really are in the real world, but the dynamics of it still comes forward. Even by the person that's in charge of them is a black man. It's a black person. Black person. Just a black person in charge, right? He's the utility that's used to kind of facilitate the power, right? So he's confused because he's trying to navigate in this world of the dynamic of the system, which is what we just talked about.
Right.
And filtering out the power dynamic. But it's one, I'm not gonna give up the lead, but there's one part in the program where he's giving out some orders, but then the person understands that well, you really don't really have power over me like that. Not really. You're
Right.
just like an avatar of the larger person that I have direct access to, you know.
And
So
I think in our system, I think organizations obviously going to carry they're going to carry more, if not extremely significant amounts of influence and power to move things to happen. And we're getting a very strong example of that right now over the last couple of years.
I really, yeah. So maybe we may need to delve back because it's like Get Out, but it's like Get Out on a corporate setting.
Oh, so I need to watch it. I think I've tried to watch
Yeah,
maybe the first show.
it's
I just
like Get
never got
Out, but it's
plugged into it.
like on a corporate. It's in a
Ooh,
corporate setting, so it speaks to the dynamics of psychology and
yeah.
all the different
But
things
you
and
got to
stuff
watch
like
it.
that. So
Yeah, you can't just halfway watch. You got to actually lock in.
you have to watch it. Yeah, you have to watch. You got to really pay attention to it. So
Yeah.
yeah, so whenever you catch up on it, maybe we can kind of do something
It's
on
probably
it.
some left wing propaganda, but I'll watch it though.
Yeah, of course you would say that, but just watch it first, and then we know
Was
we
it
can
made
get
in
into the
Hollywood?
left and the right of the situation. Yeah, it's of course it's
Well,
made in
then it's
Hollywood.
left wing propaganda then.
Well,
Well, I got
it's so everything that Hollywood produces is outside of the white influence, the right wing influence, all the military moves that they do, all the
Yeah.
access that they have to.
I can explain it to you. Yeah, pretty much everything. Yeah. Well, it's unhealthy to watch a lot of that, or most of it, honestly, unless you understand it, what they're doing. You can see it, you just got to watch it. When I watch stuff, I see it. So they
Okay.
would do, like you said, they would do a military movie or Western or whatever. They'll do all type of stuff. But as you know, if you really pay attention to what they're saying and how they're framing and structuring things, yeah, it's propaganda heavy. And I'm sure I'm sure the people who make those films have to have that put in there. It is mostly, if not all, left. Well, yeah, for sure, absolutely. You can't even really be a Christian in Hollywood. You know that, right? They kick you out. It's real.
So let's table that for another time, because I think that's a whole different discussion that would take us. That's what I'm saying. So that's a deviated. But what I'm saying is that the right and the left
Hollywood is a
are
left
complicit.
Psychopathic place that pushes
A
out
left and
propaganda
a
films
right,
that are extreme.
a left and a right propaganda
You don't know what
machine.
you're talking about.
Both,
That's not
both,
true.
both,
0%
both.
true.
False.
You're 100%
False.
incorrect.
False, bro. That is false.
You're literally 100% correct. You're literally 100% incorrect.
If you think that the right side, which is the Republicans, have some kind of moral leanings when it comes down to Hollywood, bro, that's crazy, man. You're joking, right? You gotta be joking. What?
Bro, I could literally play you 7,000 films and show you left-wing propaganda all in and out of it. It's so terrifying because it seems normal, but it's like, hold up, what's happening right now? What is this?
Of course. And
I've never seen it on the right. I've never seen no right anything. I watch all this stuff all my life. I mean, what right message? What are you talking about right now?
All the Vietnam movies, all the war movies, the actual movies where you talk about conquering other places, spaceships, space. I mean, there's too many. The government is involved in Hollywood. The government is involved in Hollywood.
So you think Empire is right wing?
Say what now?
You think
Empire
is right wing? No.
I'm not talking about Empire.
Empire. Oh, okay. Because
I'm not talking about Empire.
All right.
Are you talking about the TV show, The Empire?
No. That's clearly left wing. What I'm talking about, all black shows are left wing. But anyway, it's a different conversation. But
clearly it's left wing because people are black on there, right? It's so-called black culture, right? If you talk about black culture, you're going to automatically be leaning left.
Yeah, you control by the left-leaning, left-wing, mostly Jewish people, controlled by the WASP. But anyway, I don't do that.
Based off the race alone, you're going to be pushed into the left, right or wrong. Any black issues or what?
Come
anything
on,
that's
man. You know
considered
what
the
it
black
is,
people
bro.
is a what?
When it
I'm asking you a question though. You the one did this. If
I
I'm
didn't do
asking you a
anything.
question,
You know that if you,
you're trying
bro,
you're trying to
you
throw all of
understand.
this. You're trying to throw
No,
all
you
of this on one
understand.
side
If
when
you
it's really both.
no, no, no,
Man,
no, no, no. It's not
nah,
both.
bro.
If you,
It is, man.
the
It
culture.
is, bro. During the Reagan administration, bro.
Here we go.
So we literally can't talk about the propaganda that Scarface was, how they sold that movie. You know that helped out. You know what? Let me get I'm about to go too far. See,
Let's get back to the video.
you try to get us in trouble.
Hold on.
You try to do what?
I'm not even gonna do that. I'm just gonna do
All
this. I just say this. And you take it how you want to take it. Take it how you want to take it. If I showed you, regardless of the frame, sci-fi, military, rom-coms, history or whatever, right? If black people is ever shown positively doing things in a certain type of way, projecting a certain type of image, it does not move. The left-wing Hollywood psychopath wasp and Jews make sure of that. And they're going to promote the most negative things in all, if not all, almost every film that exists that we're in. They're pushing that agenda. They're pushing that mindset. They're feeding it out to the world. That's all coming out of the left. Hard stop. But anyway, let's get back to the program.
Charleston Heston, you can pull this gun from out the Planet of Apes. I mean, you doing this to me, bro. You the one doing this. Gorillas, really? Paradox. I'm just saying, man. Come on, man. I'm asking you a question.
Wilson, I got you.
Okay, come on, man. Don't see.
I got you. You're gonna go meta on me. I got you. I'm just trying to keep it simple. If you don't think that the left wing people, Hollywood people, all those people all left wing people, they make sure that the image is negative.
Hard both. What was the first?
We all indulge on the planet. We all watch it and indulge on the planet. But I'm just telling you where it's coming from.
Dude, Westerns.
The people on the left want black violence. They promote black violence. They support black violence. They support everything negative about our culture. That's what they do.
Being black is automatically pushed to the left, regardless, bro.
No, we chose that.
Regardless, that's false, man.
We made a decision.
We did not make that decision.
You're not
we did not make that decision.
You got to be accountable.
We did not make that decision.
You got to be accountable.
Make that decision.
You got to man up. You got to take your own responsibility of the decision that you made, and your parents made, and your grandparents made.
Make that
you got to decide.
We did not make that decision for Jim Crow laws.
Did you take the blue pill or the red pill? Let me know.
Okay.
And you made the decision that you made, and you deal with the consequence that comes after that. When you put yourself in those positions, you open yourself up for certain situations. If you understand how politics work, when you put yourself in a position, you're going to open yourself up. They're going to put you on the front lines. You're going to get exposed. You're going to get attacked constantly. I'm not doing that.
We did not ask for segregation.
Come on, man.
We did not ask for women and children to be brutally beat and raped into the 60s and the 70s. I'm just really trying to because see, this is the thing. You're saying you're trying to
all over
say
the
this
world
thing.
And show you massacres, invasions, murder, people getting put in ovens.
That doesn't make it right either. That doesn't make it right either.
It's not right or wrong. It's just reality, bro.
Okay, then if it's reality,
you stand up, you protect yourself. You be prepared, or you get taken, you get enslaved, you get kidnapped, you get invaded. The borders get drawn. You got to deal with it. That's the reality of it.
Here's the question.
It's not about victimhood. It's about the realities of being on this planet, dealing with these people.
I'm glad you said that.
Thousands of years of history to prove that. The last time I checked.
It doesn't matter. Then basically stand on your square and say there would never be anything here for you but this. Then that's fine. Then clearly lines are drawn, and then we can get rid of all these illusionary type of deals about getting along, or we all humans and this and that other and white lives. But we don't have to do all that. You guys over there, we're over here. Hard stop. and that's what it's going to be. You're going to be subordinate to us, and we're going to only allow some of you guys to navigate, and that's what it's going to be. And you're telling me that that's not the discussion that's being had. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying, bro, because if you're going to give me the weapons that I can actually fight with, then I'm gonna try hard as hell to fight with these weapons, because you're telling me that it's not like that. You're telling me that race don't mean anything. You're telling me that that doesn't mean that doesn't apply here. When clearly, if I can point to it, clearly it does. But when it does, I'm going to go ham until you make a decision and I force your hand. You remember what Mr. Fuller said, right? What did Mr. Fuller say? It's fine. I could be the stupidest person in the world. He said, we remove all of that. Okay, cool. You guys run everything. You guys basically are in charge of everything. Okay. If you're in charge of everything, then you basically are responsible for everything and everyone. And if these people are that much of a problem for you, hence black people, whatever, that issue, the Negro problem, if we're such an issue, then handle it. Period. Because you're saying people should know where they're at. Okay, then force the hand. That's it. If you really want to go there, if we really want to deal with that reality, that's fine. But I stand down on that, man. We done got a little bit too far off the skis, man. But let's get back to the video.
Be more like Republicans, get up to that stage and fight. And right now they feel like their leaders in Congress are simply not doing so. And that is why their approval rating for congressional Democrats is at an all-time low, even among Democrats.
Rob, if you want to pause that. Sam, what happened? What happened to the Democratic Party?
Well, I should start by saying I always thought that Trump would be the nominee. And I 2 years ago, I was wondering why Ron DeSantis was lighting his career on fire by trying to run against Donald Trump, to be honest with you. I think, Trump and the Republican Party, I think they're one and the same. And so that doesn't surprise me. Those numbers are some of the most encouraging numbers I've seen in the 20 some odd years I've been doing this, because I want to see it communicated to Democratic leadership that we want you to fight. And I've been riding Chuck Schumer for, 10 years, trying to get him. I mean, Harry Reid was a great, I think, as far as they go, leader of the Senate for Democrats. But I think it's time for new leadership in the Democratic Party. We need and this is not even ideological from my perspective. I think there are Democrats that I agree with and Democrats that I disagree with on an ideological standpoint. But I think a different generation of Democrats understand that the Republican Party is intransigent. There is no negotiating with them. I think the biggest mistake that Joe Biden made was following the American Rescue Act, which was a massive boon to the American public. We cut child poverty by 45% in a year. I just want to repeat that. We cut child poverty by 45% in a year.
Tax Act has live experts on hand,
Can
so
you
you
pause
don't
real
have
quick?
to sweat your taxes.
Well, right
We're
after
like
this.
the antiperspirant of tax companies.
I really want to be clear here, right? That answer was not what Pat Bev was looking for. And see, that's what I'm saying. So when you get someone that's like him, that's movable, that's fluid in that kind of speech, that you could tell he's been around these. When you're looking at somebody that is so-called classified or in the classification of Jewish, white, whatever ethnic groups, been around rich people all their life, he's used to these types of people. I'm pretty sure he talked to them. Family-wise, people that's very close to him are like Pat Bev David. So he's used to dealing with these talking points, or these talking with people that have these same kind of questions, I guess, when they come to him. He seems like somebody that's very prepared, that's listened, that knows that I'm going to answer this question, but it's not going to be the way that you see me answering this question. And the way you're going to react to this is going to basically affect the way this program is going to go. And that's why I said, because this is all propaganda from his side and from Pat Bev Dave's side. They was trying to steer the conversation in a certain way. Would you agree?
Nope. But I'm gonna let you have it. I don't agree with what you just said, but I'll let you have it.
Go ahead and play it. Go ahead and play it. I'm not gonna. I don't have to say it. I don't have to say it. I don't have to say anything. And see, this is what I'm saying. No remixing.
You're trying to.
No remixing. No remixing. No remixing. I'm saying this is going to prove that the way he answered that question, because you got to remember the first question is the lead off. Leading statements are when you go into court.
I will say this.
When you go into court, the second most important thing is the leading statement, bruh. The leading statement. When you plead your case. So your question better be airtight. That's why he played the video, showed the diagram, and the circling and the 20% and 29%. Look at this. Whoa. Look at it. Whoa. Look at this, man. Democrats in the hole. Y'all crash, blah, 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 blah. And then he does this. Because he gives and he takes. So he talks about the negativity of the party. And then talks about what they did do. And then bringing it forth on how he views it. It is deceptive. I agree. Nobody could do deception on a high level like the libs can. There's no doubt about it. There's no
question.
There's
bro.
no.
You the one telling me I'm crazy. There's no question about it.
I didn't say that,
There's
bro.
literally no question. I watch them every day.
I did not say that. I did not say that. I'm
Every
saying
day, bro.
that you just see this thing from one side. You see this just from one side, man. And I'm telling you that it's not one-sided. It is both.
I mean, I've never been a Democrat.
And the smoke, and you have all of this smoke.
But I've always tried to be fair and balanced, as Bill O'Reilly would say. So I've tried.
Because of that act when Biden first got in. And you know what Republicans were talking about after we passed bills that cut child poverty in a year, that extended unemployment benefits, that provided food stamps, that provided health insurance.
Pause it real quick. Who are the people that are generally on food stamps the most? No, I'm not. You know what? I'm not going to do that. Let me not do that. I'm doing what I said I was. I'm not going to do that. I don't need to do it. I don't even
know what you're trying. I don't understand.
I don't need to do anything.
I'm not looking at it through race. I know you're trying to do the race thing with who's most.
I'm not.
We already know that. We already know that stuff.
No. I'm not trying to do that at all. I don't have to do anything. Just like you said, I'm gonna let Trump cook. I'm just gonna let this. I'm gonna let this speak for itself. We're gonna let the film play. I don't have to say anything, and you react to it. This don't got nothing to do with me.
I watched it twice already. I watched when he first dropped. I watched it. It was so good. I told you I like watching Sam. Stays calm. He has his positions, and he delivers them. I just disagree. That's all. It's not that heavy for me. Because I think because
this is from Pat. What I do respect about Pat.
Yeah.
Pat did try to spin it, but he did pull enough of it.
Well, I think I will. And see, this is why I said I don't want to be defending people. You just force in my hand here.
Yeah. Go ahead, Paradox.
I would just say this. I mean, Pat is trying to do a podcast, so he's trying to do a different. He's really about doing finance. But his followers, if you go back to the beginning, a lot of his followers, including other people, I wouldn't say me. I prefer just doing the business stuff. But a lot of followers want him to talk more about politics, et cetera. And then, everybody else in the world, it kind of all became a thing. And then, of course, everybody's kind of in that funnel of discussing politics. I don't necessarily think that he individually. I almost feel like a lot of times with him, he's trying to argue just the current talking points that are out there versus having a real deep philosophy, if that makes any sense. You know what I'm saying? By default, he falls to capitalist because he started a company, blah, 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 right? But if you watch enough of him, like you just said, he will argue with someone on some level. But, you know, I would argue that I would argue he has a much deeper philosophy and a much deeper understanding of systems and why he wants it this way or that way and what the consequences are versus just listening to the news and repeating certain things. You know what I'm saying? Like it's really it's really two different things happening, by the way, in my opinion.
Right.
And it's always been like that. I'd rather for him to have a counter person on there who's steeped in certain philosophies and really have a real conversation versus kind of Joe Rogan. These are like, you know what I'm saying? Like these are really, you know some of the bases to kind of have an argument, but you don't really necessarily you don't have the time or energy, of course, to be like steeped into something. It's two different things, by the way, in my opinion. And I would say his accountant is a lot more in that lane than he is, of course.
So I got respect.
You got me defending. I'm trying not to defend him. I'm trying not to.
I have respect for him for leaving it up. I really do, and leaving it up in the contextual sense too. He doesn't really cut it into smaller tidbits. He's
a salesman at heart. Like I said, I think if he had more of a hard philosophy, he wouldn't even have these people on the show, and he would have a different energy. By the way,
that's why I wish him and Roland kind of did, because they're the same. You know, like to me, they kind of like in that kind of.
No, Roland needs to not be like that, and Roland needs to go dip into more of his academic bag and really just explain things and not get so emotional and want to just, you know what I'm saying, go at people. Because he has a knowledge base to come on a right wing podcast of people who have low information, again, in my opinion, when it comes to many things in this country. And it was an opportunity that, in my opinion, that he missed because he was too busy trying to do the political TV show thing and not really explain and lay out. These people are not reading in that way. He's reading finance books and books on money and this and other things. You think about, when you look at the books that he has a whole recommendation list or whatever. You look at all those things. It's more about how you think about things, how you structure. You know what I'm saying? It's a totally different energy.
Yeah, he's
Roland could have came in there and kind of really truly not got emotional about it, because that's the problem a lot of times.
He did
but
not
got emotional about it and just broke down American history. Just break it down. You don't got to have no emotion.
You
don't have to have no emotion about it. Just lay it all out and let the history speak for itself. So you don't got to spin history. People are so busy trying to make black folks emotional that you become that exact entity. Instead of you expressing, you become it. And so then just a bunch of emotional, fuck everything, you're racist, you ain't shit, I ain't telling you nothing, the world come. It's like, bro, you gotta like calm all that retarded shit down and just give the facts about American history, and he won't be able to respond to it. He just has to deal with it at the end of the day, right? There's a way to structure that conversation without being so I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that. I thought I was gonna get a great debate between Eric Dyson and Jordan Peterson. I thought we were gonna get a great debate, a great conversation, and that Eric can just roll it all out. But they have so much venom at this point. I understand. You're in the mix, so I understand it. You're in the mix, and so you want to take a defensive position and then obviously go on the offensive, right? And so I don't know if you've seen them debate.
Yeah,
the first thing that comes out of Eric Dyson's mouth is that you are a racist. Like, come on, man. We can't get nothing done here. It ain't even about him. It's about the audience. It ain't even about PBD. It's about the audience. A lot of these folks do not really understand American history because of the propaganda. The propaganda that gets pushed out every second of every day in our country. And these are opportunities to explain.
He blew the whole load, right?
Blew the whole thing, bro. What was the point?
Just couldn't help himself.
What was the point?
I'd rather see Dr. Greg Carr do that kind of discussion, because I know he'll hold frame, because he knows where he's at. He knows how to communicate himself, and I don't think he would say it without having to actually say those actual words. So he'll let the history speak for itself. He's probably the best at it right now. Doesn't get the shine that he deserves, but he's probably the best at kind of like relaying the historical contextual background of what it's been in this country and how that has basically come forth as far as the reason why we're.
I would love to see someone like him go on Tucker Carlson and put his ass in check.
Absolutely, I agree.
Instead of him spewing this weird old freakazoid psycho shit that he says.
So go ahead and play the video.
And I watch a lot of Tucker, by the way. Well,
yeah,
way too much.
Let's get into it, man.
Republicans were talking about 2 books that the Dr. Seuss publisher decided not to publish. And so in my mind, the Republican Party there is completely bankrupt of ideas. And Joe Biden, instead of pushing through Build Back Better over that summer, he opened the door for the Republicans to give a proposal. That went nowhere for 3 months. Then he opened the door for Kristen Sinema and Rob Portman to come in and give a proposal. And that ultimately, I think, is when Democratic voters started getting impatient with Biden, because we were thinking $5 trillion, $4 trillion. Joe Manchin was saying $6 trillion Build Back Better bill. And we never got anything like that. It ended up getting split into the IRA, which was a good bill, but I think insufficient.
Let me say this real quick before we finish it, so I don't forget it. And I just want to get just a quick thought on it.
Yeah.
So so Trump and Elon is cutting the government, right? And they're claiming they're going to be able to save $1 trillion. They're claiming it. We'll see in reality, right? All right. So say they save $1 trillion. Elon said, I'm going to give out at least I'm gonna cut a $5,000 check to everybody who's pays federal taxes or whatever, right?
Yep.
Now that would be insane for Americans. If you make under whatever, get a number right. That'd be crazy for me. Right? That'd be insane.
Right.
Politically, it'd be. But I'm gonna tell you what I mean about how things get interesting. All the Republicans said, you can't do that. Think about that.
I already have.
They don't support that. We're not doing that. Nope. Don't. You're not giving them. Don't send no money out.
I
Think
know.
about that. Interesting.
I know.
And then infrastructure stuff, also important, but insufficient. And so I think what you're seeing is frustration from Democratic voters who are saying, A, you're not fighting. B, you're allowing the Republicans too much opportunity. And C, we need more government intervention.
Do you think it's more that they're not fighting, or do you think that their policies are simply bad policies and they're not landing?
No, I think it's that they're not fighting. What are the policies?
So tell me what policies are, like right now, the Democratic Party. Who is the face of the Democratic Party, and what are the top 3 things you guys stand for?
Well, I don't think there is a face of the Democratic Party at the moment. I mean, Chuck Schumer is nominally the highest elected Democratic official that's out there.
That's not a good sign for you guys.
100%. I agree. I call for him to resign every day. I don't know that there is a single. I don't think the Democratic Party has coalesced around an agenda. We're having there's a fight within the Democratic Party.
What would you like? Do you have someone you like that you
pause that real quick? Now, during the election time, right? Me and you was talking. What do we say about the Democratic Party? You remember we was talking about this? Like, we literally said exactly what he just said.
Yeah. What did we say? I don't remember though. Oh, we know that. Yeah.
Yeah, that there was
No, we like you said, me and you have known this. This is. I'm gonna go back 10 years at least. Right. Really longer if you really want to get to it, but 10 years. And I know that, and the Republicans on some level have not a similar problem, but they have a problem. We'll leave that for a moment, right? But they had a problem as well. Both parties, the two-party system. Yeah, the two-party system has always had a problem because you're trying to hold on to a lot of different people and trying to hold on to this idea of parties, right?
Exactly right. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
But I think on the Democratic side, I think.
But and here's the thing though: whoever has the room, you know what I'm saying, or has the con, each party goes about that leadership in different ways, because like I said, like you say, Democrats tend to eat their own, so they tend to kind of go oppositional, like they become oppositional within the same group, and they really look look to ways to kind of like take leadership away from certain people, and they will lose elections to do that. They will literally lose, like, we can lose it all. Freak it. So what?
No,
Let it fall.
the issue is on the Democratic side that's not on the Republican side is that the Democrats, because they're the style of the Big Tent ideology that they have, I guess historically wasn't as problematic as say the last, because now we're what, maybe we're a couple of fresh generations into right now, right? So a lot of the old people have passed on or in homes and sick or whatever, right? Just older, just not engaged, and so you are dealing with some energies moving, of course, because of that. But I will say that the last 10 years at least, I believe the Democrats, they're getting to a point where they're going to have to make some hard decisions, and I'm not sure what the outcome is. Are they going to be able to hold on to the party, or just have more people to what's the word? Defect, right? Because I think that, and this is again, obviously just a humble man's opinion here, right? I'm not totally sure if the progressives are Democrats at this point. And so either the progressives need to take over the party and change it literally, or do something else. I think you've seen something similar on the right with Trump. Now we can break that down. So it's in a different way, because generally speaking, Republicans get in line and Republicans can check the far right crazies, the libertarian. They can check them. They can check the white national. They can check the Christian white right. They can check, and they can make some negotiations and get some things, and they're satisfied. You know what I'm saying? You do abortion, I'm good. I don't care about nothing else. Or you cut taxes, I'm good. I don't care about nothing else. Or you gonna put a white man on it? You gonna put a white face on it? A white male face on it? I'm good. We're good. We're quiet. We straight.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So like, as much as they truly hate Trump, because the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, Republican Party and the Democratic Party shifted because of money in politics. I know the people on the left have better. They come with great words like your boy Cal Kalinske. They come with just random terminology that are amazing. By the way, got all kind of names for everything. But anyway, and the thing is that, think about this. Even people like Cal and them, and TYT and even Sam, they literally are afraid. They really are afraid. Man, he is I listen to him every day, by the way. He's a psycho, but he has some good points. But he's a psycho. I mean, he's a level of propagandist that I can't even. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that right now. It's just psycho. But anyway, my point is this: we can't be honest. So people on the far right truly can be honest, and people on the far left cannot be honest about the two parties. They have the power. They have the votes. Most people are moderates, and so you're trapped in a system that you may not like, and you're angry about it all the time. But that's just where we are today.
Exactly.
And honestly, I don't truly think the left or the right really want to dedicate to getting people to see their things that they see and build a party. They don't want to do it. They're lazy on some level, I would argue. The reason why I make a point about this is that, and it could be before money in politics, before big money in politics, before they pass of the one law where companies are people type stuff, all that. I forget the name of the law that they passed. But anyway, and it was funny that they still haven't gotten rid of it, or the Patriot Act. That's a different conversation. But what's interesting is that I think there's so much money and power and influence is that both parties are suspect. Now, the Republican Party is already framed a certain way, so even though they might be suspect, we understand what they are. Now, on the left, it's tricky, because I would argue that the way the left is structured dynamically from a financial perspective is that there's so much money in the moderates, right? There's so much money and so much power there, and they are very rich. And I was about the Hillary Clintons of the world, the Bill Clintons, the Obamas, etc., right? Very rich, very, very rich people. And there clearly is some sort of disconnect between Well, if we're on the left, we're not really even about that. But we have to keep supporting people who are about that, but front like they really not about that. And I think there is some serious issues there. And with Trump getting into office, I think it really shows it to you. It's because normally the left wing will work with the right wing and they're kind of, you know what I'm saying, massage everybody and kind of balance it out. So you may be mad about it, but they just like put you in a little pocket over here and keep you quiet on the left, and on the right, they'll put you, you know what I mean? They'll keep you quiet, right? They just look mad over here, but we got them in check. Maybe with the advent of social media, et cetera, all those things kind of coming together and coalescing, it's hard to ignore it. So they keep saying the country is so divided. It's like, no, it's always been this way. It's just that we're able to hear everybody now. And so now we really understand, I think, better the dynamics. And I think the Democrats are so rich and so powerful and so influential that there's a serious divide. And I think that maybe a Bernie Sanders, if he would have got elected, could have dealt with that issue. Because I don't really, when I look at the party, I don't see, I'll put it this way. If I see a Ted Cruz, right, or Trump's children, and I see David Duke, I don't see nobody different. Same thing. Same people, right? Same people. But on the left, when I see a AOC and I see a Hillary Clinton, I don't see any connection at all. I don't see any. There seems to be it seems to be the Democrats or the whole party has to decide: are we about money, big business, big banks, big finances, big trade, right? Globalization. What are we about that, or are we about trying to take care of people? And what's so strange about it is that Trump arguably is doing things in a way that to me is more left quietly in some ways because of how he's trying to do things. And the people on the left is trying to fight it because they're trapped. The people in the middle on the left, they want big business, they want globalization, they want outsource. I mean, you understand what I'm saying? Like, it's so many things happening. I think it's going to be a struggle until they can figure out, well, who can speak and cover everything. I think it's going to be very difficult. It's going to happen, right? You're only going to get two choices. And so the Republicans pick somebody that's not that great in 2 to 4 years, then it won't even matter at that point, right? Whoever wins with the left wins, and, you know, they'll fight and deal with it. But it's not like when the left gets in charge, they just shut things down. And I think the people on the far left, at least now with a much louder voice, much bigger followings, I think there is a struggle there. If that makes any sense. Because the people on the far left, they still want to deal with race, class, gender, environment, etc. And I feel like the major Democrats, they talk a good game. They may even put in a lot of government regulation, a lot of government bloat, a lot of government, a lot of bureaucracy. They may implement those things. But when you pull back and look at the environment, they're not improving anybody's lives, right? So Sam can say that when they was giving out that money, that they cut child poverty in half, right? But how many trillions did that take? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? So he's trying to lead. They keep leaning on that, but I'm like, that's still not a good idea, at least in this system. So and he also goes against all the Democrats, which again, makes the point, right? Is that he has issues with all the Democrats. I'm like, well, Gavin Newsom, who's in a deep blue state. Maybe that state's kind of rigged with the immigration things that they're doing out there. That's all nefarious for all I know. Who knows what they're doing in California to make it that way? But whatever they're up to out there, he's far left, as you would agree, I would assume. Maybe not. He pushes all progressive policies. He believes in everything progressive, right? From transgender rights to whatever, right? Pick whatever you want to pick. He's 100% into that, He loves regulations. I mean, it takes forever to get anything done in that state. And so I don't know how, when I see Sam talk or any other far left progressives talk, they're in a weird space. And guess what happens? Their only choice, which is so funny, is still Bernie Sanders. Their only choice is still going back to that. That is very problematic on the left, trying to find someone to push the party forward. And I'm trying to process Obama, by the way, and try to understand that 2008 timeframe, by the way. You know what I'm saying? And how he was able to corral the far left, pacify the middle, get some support from some folks on the right, and be able to also present well. And I'm not really sure on the left who can do that at the highest level at this point. Maybe Gavin will be the one. I don't know if he's the right one or not. But there are a lot of things that they need to figure out, I think, because do you really want to take care of the poor? Do you really want to take care of the working class? Because every time someone talks about the working class on the left, it seems to be problematic. And I don't know why. I don't know why Bernie Sanders' messaging is not mainstream left. And a part of me keeps thinking, I think it's because everybody in Hollywood, everybody in New York, everybody in these big areas, they have a lot of influence and power, be it in the market, be it in entertainment or in finance, the ones who lean left. I just think that I just keep wondering, is it just the amount of wealth and how much risk you're going to take and your donors and the real pressures on you? And so if you start trying to help the working class or discuss the working class, it's somehow problematic on the left, which makes no sense, by the way. Why are you not cutting me off, by the way? You just got me just talking.
I'm letting you go ahead and get your thoughts out, man. I'm good with it, man. So we can continue with the video though.
To see the capitalistic competitive philosophy of somebody just comes out and let's see who it is, because if there is even you right now, Sam,
capitalistic. I don't understand
what I mean by capitalistic, like competitive. Let's just see who comes out.
Competition predates capitalism.
Yeah,
but,
so that's good. The competition is a good thing,
I mean, I think, obviously there's going to be a competition.
Is there anyone you like?
Well, I think there are policies that I like that are expressed by like Sanders and AOC on their tour, their anti-oligarchy tour. I mean, obviously, I think there are other, policies that are floating around that I don't know that they're necessarily embodied in politicians yet. People are looking. There's a lot of stuff that Tim Walz did in Minnesota that I think is great.
DC, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
I'm gonna tell you again, bro. Kamala Harris or Kamala, whatever her name is,
Kamala
and Tim Walz did not go to Ivies. Regular people. Don't have a lot of money. And the Democrats still don't like it. This country, I just think people won't be. I just cannot wait for the election, to be honest with you, because
which one?
It's the
2026.
The 28 because
so you think about the next big one, okay?
Yeah, but it's just because depending on who they pick, just because. I'm like, and I keep telling you, it perplexes me. Even Silicon Valley does in a lot of ways when it comes to human beings and their supposedly philosophy about things, and then dealing with having to actually deal with Americans, not running all over the world hiding, trying to so-called help everybody else. But I just don't. I think that them for Tim and Kamala not to get support based off who they are. I honestly feel like you would argue that maybe America is just so glamored or so inundated with wealth and success and opulence and as Trump would say, the smartest people, and they need to be in charge. How people argue everybody who's in the presidency or everybody who's in Congress, a lot of them, they all went to X, Y, and Z schools, right? But I'm like, I think y'all want that. Like, people try to make an argument to say it's bad. We don't like oligarchy. We don't like monopolies. We don't like this. I'm thinking to myself, I think you're trying to convince people not to, but I think people actually do want that. Because you would think that what Trump said is very offensive when he says, I need the smartest people on some level, right? Like the way he says it, he's telling you that I'm never picking you if you're a regular person. I need the elite to do things, period. Those are the ones who get things done. Generally, you want to kind of mask that, historically, I think on some level. But him saying that says a lot, I think a lot about the country, because I keep telling you, Tim Walz to me would be a great president to show America what it really is. But you don't want a Tim Walz. You want a Gavin Newsom. You want the shiny. You want the polish. You want the conniver. You want the liar. You want the guy who's playing the games where I'm a progressive, but I'm really not. You understand what I'm saying? You want the Obama. You want the glamour. Right. You don't want the rustic, Midwestern, regular old guy. it doesn't even. I think either we at a level of arrogance and we don't want to accept it on some level, but it shows itself because I'm like, okay, so we all voted for a billionaire. You understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense? So everybody on the left is at least the front. They're making all these points. I'm like, I don't think that's America. I hear what you're saying, and I know you guys are trying to push a mindset. I just don't think it's America because Trump is not. I would argue on some level. He's funny. He says what he says, right? But is he really glamoring? I don't know. I almost feel like America's already kind of wired.
Oh, no.
I think America's already kind of wired for a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, but Trump is doing it in a different way. But yeah, he definitely is glamoring. Yeah, he definitely got some of that going on. There's no doubt about that, bro. Like we just saw Bill Maher. Come on now.
Yeah. He has some energy to him. But my point is that it's so direct. That's what I'm trying to say. For me, glamoring is more mysterious and deceptive, in my opinion. He's pretty brash and straightforward. So it's like it glamorous, but then it also disrupts the glamour at the same exact time. That's why some people don't like him. By the way, matter of fact, what's so funny is that I watch people say, "Trump, just do this." They all will love you. You see what I'm trying to say? So yeah, the ability is there, but then he disrupts it. Is my whole point. He goes against himself in a lot of ways because he would get way more love if he behaved a certain way. He does. That's why I said it that way. Obama was he glamored and he stayed in the pocket. To this day, never. I don't know who he is, but he stays in that pocket. By the way, he doesn't. It's just what he is. I don't even know what he is, to be honest with you, because he's just that same that politician vibe. So he doesn't really show you. Yeah, he doesn't really show you. Gavin Newsom, I don't know what that is, right? But he's gonna run for president. He's gonna glamour a lot of people, and depending on the shape of the country and the economy, if he becomes the nominee, and who knows who they're gonna pick, but if he becomes the nominee, it'll make sense because he's never gonna answer anything. He's never gonna give it to you straight. He's gonna play all the games and massage everybody. You understand what I'm saying? And that's just normal, obviously, just normal politics. But I think that people on the left, I don't know why they just. I'll be honest with you, DC. I just don't know why they won't be honest. I really don't. Now I would give you one person who's honest. They hate him though. Is a guy like Hassan. Hassan says, "I hate the country. I'm glad 9/11 happened." On and on and on. Right? I hate capitalism. I hate So he at least, but this is what they know though.
Well, to be honest, he's saying
America is one thing. You're trying to say.
He say they deserve.
Well, I think if more Americans was anti-capitalist, I think if more Americans. But see, this is the problem. Individual Americans, collectively, individually, and then collectively, have so many millions of us have invested interest that a lot of ideology sounds good, right? Even with Trump, you start touching Medicaid. I know you watch the town halls, right? You start touching Medicaid and Medicare. It's like, oh, fuck Trump, right? Like instantly, like what? We're not doing that. Like I'm just saying, people, depending on your age range, right? If you're going into retirement or you're about to retire, you've been retired, you start messing with things. They don't forget voting and out of so you gotta get out of here, right? I'm just making a point that people have so many different vested interests, and I understand that people are trying to obviously, get people to sort of have a different mindset. But I keep thinking like people have a lot of vested interest in the country. And so you're sort of in a weird space because, you may have a house with equity, right? You own property or you own this or you have that, you have a great career, you have whatever. You have about millions of people though, tens of millions of people. You still have a segment of poverty. You just have a lot of folks that have a lot of things here, right? And so to start to mess with those things, they will vote you up out of there, right? I put it this way: if Trump doesn't calm down, he has 23 months left.
Because you told me
it's a wrap.
You telling me the investment that I put into the country is that basically you're going to give it back to me in the end, or at least try to cover me in the end, and you're going to make good on that promise. And that is the reason why I said there was a decision made a long time ago the way the Social Security is even set up, the reason to justify the reasoning for taxing people a certain kind of way, or even dealing with things to build certain things, to build roads, to not make it all privatized, to where you got such a lopsided kind of demographic when you're dealing with certain areas. Anyway, that's a whole nother thing. I'm not going to get into that because people can kind of spin that any kind of way. But you know what I mean.
And
That
privatization isn't a bad
that
thing because a lot of
that
times government things do fail.
and not only that, then that breeds corruption too, because they know where all the levers are. They know how to hide the money. They know how to move the money. They know how to move money here,
You mean the
move money
government, right?
there. Yes,
Okay.
yes, I do. That's what I'm saying. Like you're like you said, when you're doing this, that is the danger of it. But also the promise
Do you,
that's made.
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Do you think people on the left truly, and I mean the people on the far left, do you think they truly believe that poverty can be eradicated? Or are they just using it to move their agenda?
I believe that there are some people that believe that poverty can be eradicated. Yes, I do believe that. I believe that the way that they believe it is that there should be a certain floor. Like I said, I think there's a certain floor of poverty that you can be at, but you're still going to be
We have
poor.
a floor
You're
now.
going to be broke.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean like a real floor to where nobody could be. You could basically eliminate homelessness, basically. To a
Yeah,
degree.
like a communist country.
No, nope, not like a communist country. Paradox. See, that's what I'm saying. Like you go to the extreme, bro. We're not a communist
In a
country,
free
but we are. But
society,
we
people
are.
choose.
Our
Some people
tenant,
choose to
but our
live
tenant,
wherever they live and
but
do
our
whatever they
tenant,
do, though.
then they could do that.
Right.
Then they could do that. We're not talking about those people, though. We're talking about people that are still struggling, trying to make a way that basically you can plug them into the system where you can offer these subsidies to make them above the basement floor. To where you don't have the blight out here, to where basically that is used to politicize different movements left and
But
right.
I'm asking you though, so that's what I'm asking. But do you think that they really believe it, especially the rich ones, or are they just using it? Now I'm setting you up to go somewhere, so I hope you can see it coming.
Yeah, but I see what you're saying, but I do
Because
believe
they
that
do,
they
because
believe
they
there's a
do
basement
exist.
floor.
They do
Yes.
exist, and they do have power, and they do have things, and right. They're not.
But they don't want to make the sacrifice either, though. That's another thing.
There we
They
go.
don't want to
Yeah.
give it up.
So they talk a good game.
Don't forget about that. Yeah, but don't
you're in
forget about
charge of
that.
things. Show it.
That was the point about the video that was done with the black people that are talking about economics to a white person.
Mhm.
And see, but you want to use that whenever you want to weaponize it. But that's what I'm saying. So I'm not going to do that. I just wanted to watch the video. I thought it would be kind of interesting seeing that.
I'm gonna play it in a
discussion.
minute. That's what I get to
Because
this.
that proves your point, but that also proves my point about the overall thing too. At the end of the day,
No,
because
what I mean is that there are very. I just hate the target places. I'm just trying to avoid that. I just keep kind of abstract a little bit. There are environments that there is a significant amount of money. There is significant government power, and they have the ability to test and implement certain ideologies that comes from the left. Now, I would assume that those ideologies are actually being implemented, and it's still producing poverty. I'm just trying to understand that. That's all I'm saying. There's environments that I know right now, not just in America, that, and you know what I'm saying, and I'm following people in different environments that are, all different type of systems. I won't be too specific about it, but I'm thinking to myself, are we just pretending that those places don't have ghettos and poverty? But what do we? You understand what I'm saying? Now I get that you get some benefits that you may want to give. I say like free healthcare, right? You can get some benefits. You can at least be seen by a doctor, but I still try to understand exactly. And if people are saying, let me ask you this question: if you're saying you're still struggling, but you're under a system that the progressive lefts believe in, but you're saying you're still struggling, do you look at that person as their problems being solved and they're still not aware of it when they're in a system that's taking care of them, but they still feel like they're struggling? Does that make sense?
yeah, because there's opportunities for them to take advantage of their particular situation. There are all kinds of avenues, things that were offered. Like Sam kind of went into it. Like there are certain things that were offered during that time period for people that was struggling at that kind of level to where they can get like free education,
Right.
you know, get subsidies when it comes down to WIC or, you know, food stamps or whatever on a national level, to a point where that excuse for not being able to actually get some of these things and to benefit from it were none and void. But like I said, it's still, you're not going to be living high on the hog anyway, but you shouldn't be, because that's not what the government should be for. The government should be for just the basics to the degree. That's what I
Let me ask you a
fall
question,
under.
right?
Not to
You
live,
have a
not to live high, not to take advantage of the government either.
you have a house and you let your cousin move in, right?
Yeah.
And he's using everything in your house, everything, right? You know,
Mm-hmm.
doing whatever he's doing, but he's not contributing, right? How do you process that? Are you saying, well, look, I'm a progressive, I love you, I'm going to take care of you for the rest of your life because you're my cousin. You can stay here, use up everything, it's fine, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
I'll deal with I'll deal with everything else as the big government in the house. You're good with that, right?
No, I'm
you have
not
no
good
issue
with
with
that. No, I think that you should
Then how do you motivate a person?
efficient.
How do you do it then? Because he said, I'm not doing nothing. I'm chilling. I'm good. And you
The
said, that's fine.
person that's
Look, be able to do it. I got you. Don't worry about it.
the person that is
But would
unwilling.
you do things to get him to do something?
No. The person that's unwilling to do something, you got to let them know. Well, you have to do something. It's just simple. Like
But why?
it's because the movement. You have to figure out what motivates.
You're going to take care of them.
No. Hold on. You got to find out what motivates certain people. Now, not unless there's something mentally wrong. What is it that you want to do? I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. So what is it that you want to do? What are you trying to do? What energizes you?
He's a fuck up. So that takes care of that, right? He's a fuck up. So so what's next?
You talking about if I was a person that had the kind of money to take care of a family member?
I'm gonna say it again. You have a house. Your cousin or nephew, whoever, moves into the house, and you're the big government now, and you're gonna do you're gonna take care of them, right? You're gonna make sure they have a good foundation, right? So they have medication, they can be seen, they're covered, they're good. You got everything, right? But they're just say they're fuck ups, or just don't care that much, or just not that motivated, or just not that into. They just want to kind of live, and they're just thankful that there's a place that your country, your government, your house is going to make sure that they don't really have to do anything, because somebody else will do it and we'll just figure it out. But
what if they're trying though? But what if somebody's trying and then they still running into roadblocks for whatever reason? They came out of prison or something like that, but they're trying to do whatever they're doing. So you're saying that you wouldn't do it if they're trying?
No. They're trying to something different. I'm just trying to I'm trying to figure out scenarios. See, there's environments that already exist where people have a base and they're really not doing anything. Now, I'm not saying that if you didn't have that base, that they would be motivated to do something.
Because we know
what you're talking about is trying to. What you're saying is that you're trying to manage a society.
But we know people to stay at their grandmother's. No.
Yeah,
I'm saying,
of course.
We know people to stay at their grandmother's house all the time, right? And they
Forever.
haven't moved from that. Yeah,
forever.
They've been there.
Right.
And they haven't been motivated to do different things, but they just doing that for the sake of being at grandma's house or whatever the case may be.
Right.
But I think that is
but from your philosophy, that's fine with you.
I don't think no.
Because the things that you got to do to get him motivated, it's uncomfortable.
That's not.
It's going to be uncomfortable though.
That's not.
You got to kick him out the house. You got to kick him out of the territory. You got to kick him across the borders.
You can still find ways to motivate people by not having them, because like I said, like they're one or two things.
Say you're offering him opportunities. I'm offering you opportunity. I'll pay for your college. You got that. I'll pay for this. I'll pay for that. I set you up. Now I'm good. I'm just saying, like, I'm giving you those opportunities. You just don't want them. Now your response would be, well, you're from slavery, or you're from Jim Crow, or there's roadblocks and you're redlined.
So you're making it. No,
white man won't hire you. I mean, you will come up with something, right? So he can stay comfortable. No.
No, absolutely not.
The global
No,
empire,
you still
imperialism,
there's
oligarchy,
no,
the
no, no, no. There's
capitalism.
still no. There still has to be some kind of accountability for yourself.
Right, but
So
do you
even
believe in building
hold on,
nations? Do you believe in
hold on.
building what we have? I'm just saying, because you don't.
Absolutely,
Because you know what
absolutely,
it takes. You don't believe in this.
absolutely.
You
I
know what it
believe
takes
in
to.
that.
You know what it takes to have it.
Uh,
You can't believe in it
listen, what I'm
because you
saying,
wouldn't.
man.
Because you wouldn't. You're not willing to do what it takes to have what we have, right? And most people probably wouldn't do it. Possibly, for all I know. Who
What do
knows,
you,
right?
what do you mean by that? You got to be
Thinking
kind of
about.
more clear on that. Because I think I know what you mean, but I want to make sure because I may agree with that. I'm just saying, like, what do you mean by
Well,
not
what I'm trying to figure out is that
doing what you need to do?
you need safety and security. You need protection. You need information, et cetera, to maintain
No,
or to have a space, right?
I just believe
And you got to predict as long
no,
as you can.
I believe people should have the basics. Period. Like whether they're going to be shiftless or not, I do
Okay,
believe
that's
in
what I'm
that part.
asking. That's
So
what I'm asking.
yeah, but
So who's going to maintain the
nothing,
waterway?
but
Who's going to maintain your water systems, your
nothing.
nuclear
Listen
power
what I'm
plants,
saying.
your roads?
Listen,
Who's going to do that
listen,
then?
listen what I'm saying.
Slaves
That's what I'm saying.
from Mexico?
Well, there are already people that do it. There's already people that do it.
That's
Because
kind of
these
my
are the
point
people
I'm trying to make for you.
these but that's what I
Is that
mean. But that's what I'm saying. But you're leaning into the point of the reason
I
why
don't
we
have an
allow.
issue. I don't have an issue with the exploitation.
But
You do.
no, I don't.
But for
No,
you
I
to be
do
in your
not.
nice, comfortable house right now with
No,
that
I do
AC
not.
on, probably it's summertime now, the AC
No, I
blowing,
do.
you
Hold
nice
on.
and comfortable. You got that
I listen.
nice whip outside. You go
Mm-mm,
to the clubs and park. Like all of that is what that took.
mm-mm. I understand the yin and the yang of immigration, especially recently during the 80s when Reagan opened up the borders. You want to talk about opening up the borders? He the one that opened up the borders. Ronald Reagan did that.
I'm okay. I'm fine with them. Okay.
Okay.
That's not my point,
Panama
but I got you.
Canal. I'm saying the Panama Canal when they built that, doing
Things got
all
to
the
look, man.
exploitation of the
Things got to
property.
get done. We got to do what we
Things,
got to do it. We spend it the way
hold
we need
on,
to spend it at the end of the day.
hold on.
That's a
Let's
different
talk
conversation,
about it though. No, because we came up during that time period. Not really that necessarily different. We started to see more Spanish people around and stuff like that. And
They've been here
when your school,
500
I
years.
know that. I really want. I'm really trying to really reiterate the point, bro. You know what I'm talking about. Always been here, but never been out and seen as much. Now, when you start to have kids coming to school, when his name is Gregory Sanchez or Roberto, stuff like that, and they are all black school in the hood, and they walking
We
around
also empire here.
now. I'm saying now they like half of the school. They're like half of the kids in inner city schools. So now they're here. I mean, you dealing with the full fledged of the opening up of the so-called borders that happened during that time period. That's all I'm saying to you. Where there was an avenue, things were done, work was done, labor was done at a very efficient rate, low cost. Things got done, buildings got built. I can literally we can literally go down to like Rockville Pike, right? When all the cranes are in the sky, from Cheesecake Factory all the way up into going up into Rockville, from Bethesda to Rockville, bro, and you would see how many people there within that context that built some of those buildings, that cleaned some of these buildings, and all that type of stuff, man. That would be so called what we would call
slaves in blue areas, ran by Democrats. But they do love slavery, don't they?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't see it any different than any other places that you go, say like places in Texas where they're doing the same thing. So I mean,
But Texas has always been Spanish, so I don't know what that means, but okay.
I agree.
I don't know what that
I
even
agree
means.
with that. That's homeland. That's the homeland.
Texas literally is Mexico, so I don't know what that means actually.
Well, I'm just saying, for some people, they say that that's basically still not Mexico. It's the United States, bro.
Yeah, okay.
Always will be to them.
Sure.
That's what they say.
They don't. Those are the ones that don't live there or haven't been there.
Yeah. So I don't, like I said, man. I am not trying to solve the whole problem. But if you're dealing with the problem of so-called homelessness, and we know that people do make that decision to be homeless,
Yeah.
So be it. But like I said, if it's a situation where they are
No.
mentally ill,
What I'm saying is that What I'm saying is that the left, both parties do it, but I'm focusing on the left right now. The left uses that, is my whole point, to push certain ideologies, not really solving that problem, by the way, but just pushing certain ideologies to get other things done. Is my whole point. That's all I'm trying to say. It's like they're taking advantage
it's policy. It's the big pen. It's the policy thing. see the thing about
how many more policies does
Donald.
California need and still have homelessness out of
Well,
control?
California,
What we talking
California
about
is
right now,
something
bro?
different.
It's
Different.
a super majority blue state, but all progressives live there.
I don't
So I
think.
mean, what are we talking about right now? It's not like no fucking
California.
utopia. They're monsters, oligarchs, psychopaths,
I don't think
monopolists out that bitch,
California.
bro.
Honestly, I don't think California.
Think about how crazy that is, by the way.
I don't think California is.
That is.
I don't think California is as blue or as progressive as people think it is, in my opinion.
No. So I'm telling you about. Listen to me. I'm telling you about that's my whole point about the deception. I didn't want to really target California. I was trying to avoid it. I'm just saying, like, that's my point about the level of deception. That these guys are saying these things, making millions of dollars, like a Sam Sneeder. You're not really about that. And I have examples all over America, Canada, the UK, Europe, and Australia, where a lot of these bullshit socialist philosophies. Don't even get started with Russia and Eastern Europeans and that shit show. My point is that, and all that poverty, my point is that these philosophies don't roll. The philosophies that roll is capitalism.
Let
competition. What are we talking about right now?
Deal with it. Let Pat Bev deal with it in real time. Then he should be able to call it out, right?
I just look at this. Me doing me though. This me doing me. I ain't that.
That's you doing. That's you doing the remix.
What are you talking about right now? It's paradox in the house. I'm doing what I'm doing. Oh, fuck that. Fuck PBD and all that. I'm talking my talk. Don't put me with nobody. I'm just me. I love me some me.
All right, T.O. Who else wants some T.O.?
I don't know.
All right, man. All right, T.O.
Really? You know that. Come on now.
T.O.
It's one of the greatest lines in my lifetime, right? It's one of the greatest lines. I love T.O.
You the T.O. on the right, man. That's crazy, man. Who else wants some T.O.?
You know, but you know that though. You know, yes, right. Who else wants some T.O.? You know why? You know why? Because remember something. We know a lot of these guys are paid off. We know. I mean, you know the reality. I mean, people are paid. They're working for people. They're tied to people. They're in part of organization. Only get started with the ACLU and the other PAC that's running everything with the wars. I mean, it's some stuff going on. You know.
Why did Pat allow Sam to co-break him then? I'm asking you a question, man.
I mean, I look at Pat. Pat wants ratings. He wants clicks. He wants views. He plays the game within the podcaster space. There's no confusion there. He's about business, man. At the end of the day, it overrides everything. It's over party, in my opinion. And he's going to say what he needs to say. He was even offended. I'm gonna tell you how funny the things are. He was offended that Trump never came on his show until the election, right? He said he was good once he came there, but he was kind of offended, even with Ron DeSantis and other Republicans that didn't want to come onto a lot of these shows, particularly his show. Now we can get into the dynamics about why, by the way. That'd be a great conversation to have because we can kind of get into some other things with that. But because you know how you look at certain environments, you know, CNN is a certain thing, New York Times is a certain thing, and these podcasts, you know, it's a whole class and all the other shit is at play here.
Right.
And so once you get the people, though, all of a sudden everybody at your house showing up now, all of a sudden, right? But that's just just what it is. But so PBD's philosophy, like I said, I would always say business and money over everything with him, outside of family, of course, is with him more so than I think. But he says what he needs to say to do what he has to do. I just put it that way, in my opinion. Versus Sam, which is a psychopath, but he's cool though.
Tampons in the bathroom, that was my favorite. Put in the men's bathroom. That was probably one of the best ones. Put in that because that's type of policy that I think that we need in the country.
No, hang on. Tell me what Walsh did that you liked. Substantially, statistically, that Walsh did.
I think things like lunches for kids, expanding educational opportunities.
Wait a minute, there weren't lunches for kids. There wasn't federal money from the Department of Education. Free lunches for kids.
Yeah.
Okay.
What else?
No, let's go. I really want to hear it because a lot of this was federal money that floated. I really want to know.
Other states reject expansion of Medicare and Medicaid.
Now, DC. Now, you know I watched this whole thing, right?
Mhm.
Now, now, just me. Now, I'm arguing with both sides, just so you know that, by the way. So I'm trying to help
Okay.
Sam out, and I'm trying to help people, right? So
Yeah,
in this situation, no, I'm just this is the entertainment of it, all right.
I'm
But I'm
listening.
like, he asked a question. He answered the question, but then he's kind of like, well, give me something else. I'm like, he just
Yep.
said feeding kids, like that free food, that ain't enough. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? So instead of Sam Sam isn't trying to be overly offensive, but he should have been, in my opinion, because they opened up, they had windows there, like I just told you. You have a problem with feeding kids? You see what I'm saying? He
Yeah.
just went on to something else though. But
He
so he was making me mad on his arguments as well, in some cases, by the way.
he's about to trigger him though. They're about to do a
Oh, I know.
whole.
Oh, I know.
It's
I
about
want
to
the
go
angry.
down.
I want the angry patriot to get that. He's gonna turn up on him in a minute.
I should say Medicaid in Minnesota. He provided for
Expansion to who specifically?
to through the ACA to people making 400% of poverty. He's got.
Wait a minute. Medicaid is designed, if I walk in with a broken leg to a public hospital, right? That Medicaid is there to take care of me if I'm destitute and unable to it. That's a good thing. And that's exactly the things that California did. And it was already there. What was
Now, DC, that's what I meant, by the way. You hear me?
See, that's
You see
what
what
I'm saying.
you see what he just said? Now, that's what I was
That's what I
telling
mean.
you. Is that in reality, you don't even care about that. You want to get rid of all the programs and be done with it.
Yep.
And that's what I mean about how
But that's the deception, though. By the way,
right.
Paradox.
I
Okay.
look,
So that's
look.
hold on. I really want you to be. I really want you to really be.
I know you wanted it, so I gave it to you.
No. I've been quiet most of this thing, but I'm really want people to see this, because I think they think, oh, we just don't, or me, I'm just this, whatever, Democratic shill. But the thing that gets me right is that Tim Walz mirrors a lot of things that Mitt Romney did. I mean, and he ran on that. He believed in free health. I mean, he believed in doing that kind of stuff.
I know, man. Politics, man. I know, man.
And that's why I said
Obama literally gave a gift to corporations, and the Republicans flipped.
That's
and
what I'm
got
saying.
mad about it. I'm like, come on, guys. But you know why? Because you want to stay in office.
Not only that, but he was trying to split the baby. He's like, you get extra money. Like, these companies get extra money for being into, the ADA.
Yeah, I know. It's funny.
I don't even want to call it Obamacare because it's so prevalent. People don't even understand that what they think what is actually called an Obamacare are two separate things. That's why it's so crazy, man.
It's a lot of information, man. It's a lot to keep up with, though, bro. You know that. I give everybody a pass. It's a lot to keep up.
Okay.
You don't think? I mean, if we if we start watching entertainment and actually engage in realities,
but they describe everything, they're in full support of it. It's just when they find out that when you put the Obama in front of it, that's when you go, you crash out and you make it about something else. That's why
well, you use what's in the environment to take advantage of a situation to maintain your power. It's not necessarily. It's not in every instance. It's not really about the people. It's about your power, your constituents, necessarily some of the people, right? And your donors and stuff, right? So we know what's moving things. That's why some states didn't accept Obamacare.
That's true. They did fight it, no doubt about it.
Well, what was expanded about that in Minnesota?
You're expanding the pool of people who can access Medicaid on a state-by-state basis. There's still, I don't know, half a dozen states, Republican states, that don't allow that expansion of Medicaid.
Okay, so
you're not aware of that?
So I'm absolutely aware of it. But what I want to ask you is, when you expand the Medicaid, it is a fact that basically you close the public hospitals. And so what you're talking about, the things he did
that's not true.
Yeah, that's not true. So that's
now, this is where I started moving on Sam's side, by the way, because I'm thinking to myself,
Why
Say
would you? Why would you do that to yourself? Though? But Paradox, all I'm saying though, bro, why would you do that for yourself? You led with that kind of questioning, and that's what I mean. So why would you?
No,
And
no, no,
then
no. You said it. You have to have conviction on your beliefs and not be a coward, which is what he's doing right now. I'm not
right,
arguing with you. I agree. Like you
right,
need to say what. That was my whole point about how it's me. It's me. It's like say what you need to say. No one should be on it. I'm glad those 6 states don't
right,
have it. That was a good
right,
thing. Those
right.
people who are struggling, it's their fault. That's how you need to talk. Talk
Exactly
that
right.
talk.
Exactly right. There you go. You
Oh
just
yeah, ask Gavin Newsom. Ask him what happened to King Drew in Los Angeles. This is well
Gavin Newsom.
documented. I'm stunned.
No,
You
you
don't know
can
that.
you can do a choice if you want to close a public. I mean, Andrew Cuomo closed a lot of public hospitals in New York State. That's not a function of Medicaid payments.
You want to go take a look at California and King Drew and what happened? Gavin Newsom himself talked about it.
I'm not a fan of Gavin Newsom, but you're asking me about Waltz, and
No, we didn't ask about Waltz. You were talking about. You said you like some of the things
he
Waltz
asked
was
me
doing.
what was
He
in-
did ask
what,
him.
what I like about
What?
Tim Waltz.
See, that's
Oh,
what
you
I'm
said
saying.
you
And I
like.
wanted one of the specifics of the things that he did.
There
Right.
we go.
Okay. So, but continue with the following, Sam, if you don't mind, because this is what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah.
So, one, the Republican Party, like you said, I knew 2 years ago that Trump would be a DeSantis, all this other stuff.
Right.
We were on the same page. I thought it was going to be him, but a lot of Republicans were a little bit still staying safe and hesitant of whether they were going to go all in or not the first time you and I spoke. But today, when I said, who do you like? What policies? You said, I like what AOC
Well,
is doing.
yeah,
You said
I mean,
Sanders,
I don't-
anti-oligarchy,
I
all
have a
that stuff,
different.
right?
I have a different. I think way of looking at politics maybe than you do. It's not for me. Like, if a candidate emerges who embraces a wider set of my preferred policies, that's the one I'll support. I don't really get too involved in the individual, frankly. I mean, Joe Biden was not my favorite candidate by a long shot in 2020. The fact that there were coalitions built out of Warren and Sanders supporters that ended up bringing us a much better set of labor policies than we've seen in my lifetime, from my perspective, with the National Labor Relations Board, with just the appointments of people like Abruzzo as the general counsel there, the extension of unions' ability to unionize and helping working people in that way, and then the antitrust regime that was largely a function of like the Warrenites putting in their people to undermine big concentration of money and power. Those are big positives. So, do I like Joe Biden? No. But I also know that if there are the right coalitions formed that have influence within the context of an administration, that's good from my perspective.
Got it. But to me, like running a business or politics, right? Or it shifts when people all of a sudden look at you and they say, I don't like these ideas anymore. So in the Democratic Party, you have a lot of different people that would have different policies. Hey, I think we should do this, and I think we should do that. Great. Obviously didn't land November 5th, 2024, whether it was Kamala Harris, whether it was the policies, whether it's 7 states you lose, battleground states you lose, whether it's the majority. It was a bad loss. It was a humiliating loss. One could say it was Kamala, one could say it was Obama, one could say it was Biden stepping, one could say it's Schumer, one could say it's Pelosi. Let's set that part aside. To me, the most basic part is ideas. If someone has ideas that's producing results that people like, they want to continue that, right? And we watched, like, if I ask a Democrat, even right now, Ben, I ask you for 15 minutes, I still don't know if Democrats know what they're for. Like,
well,
what
I'm
are
not,
their
I'm
policies
not
for?
speaking for the Democratic Party. I can tell you what I'm for.
Tell me what you're for.
Oh, I am for universal health care,
Okay.
single payer health care.
Yep.
I am for increased ability to unionize. I am for decommodifying parts of the housing sector. I am for decommodifying power. I am for decommodifying access to the internet. I mean, those are my big ones right there. I
Who
think if
in
we
your
can,
party is for that?
well, who in the Democrat?
This is what I was telling you, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what I'm saying now? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I don't
Is
listen.
these people? This is not the country. That's what I can't even make this shit up. You hear what he just asked, right? This is what I believe. These are all the things these are my big ones. The next question, he says, well, then who in the party believes that? And he says, no, just looking in space. You don't think that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense in a lot of ways when you think about it. As far as from as far as him speaking for himself.
He knows.
It's like you got all these people who are online bloviating all the time with these big ass followings, and I'm like, does even your followers believe what you believe? You just getting money off of them because the American people they elected Donald Trump twice, bro, in 12 years. Just think about that. Look at the country that you live in. They voted for a billionaire. Like, look at where you live at, but then you have all these bullshit things that you're saying as if it's real. You're fantasizing. But anyway, just crazy.
I think
it's not crazy. It's obviously crazy.
I think he actually knows the answer to the question, but he is. But what you're going to see as they continue to go down the line is choosing something that's
the
close.
Man is almost saying he's not American at this point. By the way, he's basically I'm out. I don't have nobody for it. I'm not a part of nothing. I'm not affiliated with nothing. I'm not this. I mean, what we doing right now?
That's the way you look at it, but you know that's not what he's doing. You know that's not what he's doing.
I'm spinning though. That's my job.
Yeah, that's
for that. I don't know that there's anybody who in our party who embraces all of those. I mean, that is a major political figure. I mean, I think I'm to the left of the Democratic Party. But I think there are elements of what I want that are represented by people in the Democratic Party. I mean, I think having a very jaundiced eye to the overwhelming concentration of wealth and wealth disparity, I think is a fundamental problem that we have in this country. I think too much of what happens in this country is a function of the concentration of wealth. I mean, gets back to why I want.
And again, DC, the reason why he's not trustworthy from the left is that he really and I watch his show all the time, right? They refuse, and I truly believe they refuse. And this is a good opportunity for him to truly go hard at Democrats who are very rich and who are bought off and who are corrupt. They won't do it, and I don't know why. Unless you're playing the same game that the right is playing, but you're coming off as you're supposed to be the you know what I'm saying? That's like I said, that's why it rubs me so wrong, because you're trying to come off as the Dalai Lama, you're trying to come off as Martin Luther King, you're trying to come off as something savior or whatever you want to call it, right? You're not being, but you really won't go at who you need to go at, right? Trump came in and told the Republican Party, I'm cutting everybody's head off. So all you Marco Rubios and all of you Chris Christies, y'all out of here. Mitt Romney's, you're out of here. Cut their heads off.
Because
on the left, they just will not do it for some reason. It's right. The opportunity is right here for you to do it right now.
Because it's not the rule. It's not the rule of the group.
He's not being honest, bro.
It's the rule of one. It's the rule of one. His personality type, the way that President Trump even governs, lends to people coming to him to kiss the ring. It's just the way he is, bro.
I don't think the Democratic Party
anybody around.
They don't support poor people. And they do not support the working class. What they do is they use people like you, racial-based conversations, gender-based conversations to drive ideologies, but they use poverty and working class to sort of like drive it, though. The level of deception is horrific, by the way, to push their own perverted agendas. But anyway, I'm going to leave it there.
To return back to the tax regime we had in the 50s and the 60s. where the top marginal rate.
You've probably heard about Boxable's flagship product, the Casita.
Was 90% for every dollar above what today's money would be about $4 million. So, and just to explain this, because I've seen so many people on the right not understand marginal tax rates that it's almost disturbing. The first $1 million that you earn is taxed at 32% or whatever the prevailing rate is. The second $1 million you earn, 32%. The third, 32%, because I think that's the highest. Maybe it's 37% is the highest. Once you get over 4 million, every extra dollar after that is taxed at a 90% rate.
That's what you want.
That is what we had in this country for several decades in the post-World War.
Why do you think that's good, though? Because we talked about this. Why do you think that's good?
I'll tell you. Because it flattens wealth disparity.
Okay.
And that is when you have the greatest expansion of the economy.
Right.
When the wealth of the country is shared by as many people as possible. Right. Obviously, it's not everybody gets the same amount, but
do you think that's a popular idea? Do you think 80% of Americans want that? Americans want that?
I think if I was to show Americans,
You've been showing for 20 years.
No. Yeah, put up a graph of income disparity.
Right.
You put up a graph of income disparity, Americans are shocked when they realize how much money is held by the top 1% in this country. Really, the top 0.1% relative to the rest. I mean, like literally a handful of families have more money and more wealth in this country than 50% of the population.
There's so many questions to that. For me, the question is the following. Here's where I'm trying to go with it.
You show that to 80% of Americans, and there's no questions. You're going to be like, what the fuck?
You know what?
I don't know if I
you know
can
what
swear
else you
on
can
it.
show? You can't because you're a guest. But you know what else? You can. CAN.
Okay,
you can. You can. You're a guest. So if somebody could go and say, okay, why don't you pull up who pays the most taxes in America? The top 1% pays 50% of taxes in America. Okay. So you can give that argument. So to me, if we go back and forth, but this is the part I want to do with this specific argument, this specific idea, where I want to go with a guy like you, okay, is I think sometimes like the Democratic Party, you go to a message and you know how Trump tests things out. Yeah, Greenland. It's Greenland. Yeah, Greenland. It's going to be so one way or another. We're not going to go to war, but one. Yeah, you know, a third term. I'm not talking about third term, but a lot of people are talking about third term. Yeah, Canada should just be a 51st state. Governor Trudeau. Trump will throw these things out there, okay, and then the market reacts to it, and the market will say, "What is he talking about?" And then I believe. This is how I do it as a business owner. You kind of, I'll be in front of, I'll never forget. One time I brought 9 of my guys and I dropped an idea on them. You should have seen the reaction on everybody. You know what the reaction was? They looked at me like I was high. They looked at me like I am on shrooms. They're like, what the Pat, respectfully, these are terrible ideas. So you know what happens to a business owner? They're so used to coming up with bad ideas. What do? They move on with bad ideas. So to me, Trump gets up there and says, what do you think about this? And then he looks, he says, okay, what's the guy that I respect? Okay, this guy's pretty reasonable. What did he say? What did she say? Okay, let's move on. To the Democratic side, somebody like you.
But let
me just finish the point. I'll come to you. Trust me, I want to hear from you. To me, I feel like the Democrats, like you, okay, you have a voice. People watch you. You're an influencer in your community. And you actually have the ability to kind of go and help your community out, help your party out. There are certain policies that you keep pitching that is no longer popular, that's been exposed so many times, because what we learned, like the biggest part why some of the conservatives like the Doge concept and some of the Democrats that like the Doge concept is it's government wasted expenditure. Obama talked about it. Clinton's talked about it. People on the left, they've talked about it for many, many years. And the average person watches this and says, okay, so after 4 million, you want to put the tax rate at 90%? Yes, I do. Okay, so all you're saying is that the government knows how to use my money better than free enterprise? I don't believe that.
Well,
so that's where the argument stops.
That's not the premise of why I want to do that taxation. I mean, the government will redistribute the money. And
that's no longer a popular idea in America.
I
that's the part where you see the young Turks kind of growing and evolving and seeing some of the ideas that kind of is not popular.
I listen. The fact of the matter is government always redistributes money. It always redistributes money. Every government at every moment is redistributing money. The question is, which direction is that money flowing? That's it. There is no doubt. The governments redistribute money at every moment. The question is, which direction
are they
is
at it?
What?
How successful have they been at it? How good are they at it? How much waste have they done with redistributing money?
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind. Like, look, we have a massive, massive military budget. And if you want to look for waste and fraud in government, that is where you go. That's where all the money is. Everybody knows it. There's an enormous amount of waste and fraud. They can't even get through an audit. How many audits has it been? Half a dozen? Social Security, and they can't pass a single audit.
I agree.
Social Security is audited all the time. Do you know how much money? Let's talk about this for a second. I watched the video of you guys on the plane down of when Elon Musk was in Wisconsin blowing up his whole brand, essentially. And he was on stage with a guy named Garcias. You guys remember this video?
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
It was like 2 days ago.
Yes. The Social Security numbers spiking in the last 4 years.
The Social Security numbers.
2.2 million new non-citizen Social Security numbers. Yes.
And the amount of misinformation from every single person, all of you, was astonishing.
What was it? What was the misinformation?
I mean, well, I almost feel like we should go through the whole video.
This is coming from a socialist.
No.
The level of
wait.
credibility of a socialist.
Yes,
progressive system that is
listen,
but I want to hear it.
That is anti-oligarchy.
But I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
We want to hear it.
Here you go.
Yeah.
You seem to not understand that these were not undocumented immigrants who were getting these Social Security numbers. They are non-citizens. Now, when you came to this country, you were an immigrant. Your parents came legally.
Right.
Every single one of those people who got those Social Security numbers are here legally. They're not citizens, just like you weren't when you first came to this country.
Yeah.
You get a green card. Your parents get a green card. They go through a process.
Yeah.
All of those people, and to understand, they got their Social Security card.
I really want to see your point.
Well, the point is, you referred to them as undocumented and illegal. You did.
I said non-citizen.
No, excuse me.
Don't say everyone here. I said non-citizen. Correct yourself.
I can't remember which one of you got it wrong. I think you did.
Just be
right?
specific.
You're thinking, but
we can play the video and go through it. But I just want to make. Well, the point is, they're not illegal. They're not undocumented. They're all legal.
Right.
The expansion from that program, the EBE program, which is enumeration beyond entry, was started under the Trump administration.
Now that speaks to kind of like the cheap labor that you spoke about, like he pays into the taxing rate. Basically, you give these people the ability to work while they're here, but they cannot vote or participate until they actually go through the whole citizenship process. But they're here on behest of the government, which the same policy that's used as presently today is the policy that Reagan passed. You know that. That's why I brought it up earlier. That's what he's talking about, which is around the same time that he came to this country, which was 1981, 1980, if I'm not mistaken, right? During the Iran-Iraqi conflict, the Olympics and all that. Yeah. Reason why we didn't participate and all that. People remember that. And Russia ran away with the Olympics and all that kind of craziness. All that craziness.
And they was killing Christians over there, so they had to go. They're Syrian Christians.
Yeah. No. It's no doubt. But it's just the exposure point. That's all. So go ahead. You can play
I don't know. I don't know if it's exposure. I mean, depending on your class position in the places that you are, and you come here under certain circumstances, the reason why you have a certain very strong philosophy is because they know what the alternatives look like. But you're being lied to by the left as if there is another alternative that they're trying to create that does not exist. It's either this or it's going to be that. That's the reality of it. And you do not want to tax anybody to death. You don't want to stop innovation. You don't want to stop progress. It's not pretty. You know, people do get left behind. It is unfortunate. It's a reality that we need to accept and stop lying about it.
The right created the policy, Paradox. They created the current policy for the way we move as far as socialization, green cards, all of that stuff. Ronald Reagan passed those laws. That stuff that's ingrained. That's immigration law. It's one of the most, you know, that's the reason why they want to redo it. It's as antiquated as old. It's too, you know, it is very convoluted.
A lot of it's not being enforced is the problem. That's a different
right.
That's
that too.
Future presidents aren't enforcing things, and again,
because of the work
for a lot of things. We don't have the stomach for a lot of things.
Well,
and again,
I mean, but like I said, if
people
it's
do
like
not
that,
want to be honest with Americans about labor.
But that's what I'm saying.
The pressures of the economy.
Everybody needs to
right?
say what it is. Yeah, of course. But you can say we need these people here specifically
instead of us watching
to gain their
fantasy
citizenship.
movies as we grow up, we should be just getting truth when we're younger to understand the realities of a society.
To gain their citizenship in this country, they will work, you know, within this bounds until they can get their citizenship. Until then, this is where they're going to be. Deal with it. That's the harsh truth.
No, I agree. I mean, like I said, the political.
That's why I always talked about immigration.
Right.
But that's why I always talked about immigration as being a bipartisan issue. It's a bipartisan problem. It's not a left or right issue.
I mean, it was one until 2016. Then it became partisan at that point. Trump took care of that.
All right, we can go ahead.
Trust and believe me, a lot of companies, a lot of farms, a lot of people are not happy right now. Who voted for him, by the way? They are not happy.
I already know. Yeah.
But that's just how you have to live with it, though. I mean,
He's telling them to live with it. He said, you know, I told you this is what I believe.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. That was my point about giving it to them straight. You can be emotional about it and you can complain about it. And a lot of times, internet people and other folks feed into the complaints of things. But if I tell you straight, look, we're going to do this and it's going to hurt. Get over it. Deal with it. Suck it up or get me up out of here. But I said what I was going to do when I got here and I'm going to do it. And it's going to be uncomfortable. And people are going to bitch and whine and complain about it. So that's why I told you, like, none of it bothers me because I just get that everyday people and people in the media takes advantage of that and they can get clicks off of it because, you know, people are generally emotional about things and it's not that difficult, obviously, in this country to get people to be emotional about things and they take advantage of that. But, you know, if somebody comes closing the border, well, you know what's going to happen to the labor and to get things done here, you know what's going to happen. We don't have to guess with that. If I put in certain types of tariffs, especially broad tariffs, it's going to have a global impact around the world. I knew that going in. What's happening right now is what I expected to happen going in. It's just that, unfortunately, it's too tantalizing for media and for internet people not to be entertained or even use it as a movement to try to get political positioning on it, or just take advantage of people's emotions to get clicks and views and attention. But you have to separate from those things, though, right? You know, if a new president comes in or a new Congress comes in, they're going to put in things that people who voted for them asked them to do. Now, the individual that voted for that, for example, right, there's 6,000 veterans that voted for Trump, most likely, right, or maybe over 50% probably voted for Trump. They're all fired from various jobs in the government, right? Yeah. That's your sacrifice. I don't want you bitching about it, though. That's your sacrifice. Hard stop. I don't hear that shit.
They're the ones. But they are the ones. They're the ones talking though. They're the ones flapping.
Oh, they losing their mind right now.
Okay.
Yo, let me tell you something. When Elon came out and said, because Republicans love it, the certain Republicans in certain spaces, when he said, look, we need to take a look at Social Security because, you know, there got to be some issues here. It's not as efficient as it could be. But you know, when you say that, you don't even have to touch it. If you just say it,
Oh yeah, no doubt.
It's the third rail, right?
Yeah, that's
I mean,
very hot, and it's hot too.
you have to have a tremendous amount of fortitude
or political
to be able to
capital,
move,
or political capital, or political capital. Yeah,
to be able to like you said, but again, people voted for the person because of these ideas. It's just that when you put them in place, it's going to have impact, and it's going to be some Republicans that get hurt if you have that philosophy of who you voted for, as well as Democrats. That's the reality of it. What I would love to find out, to be honest with you, on the Democratic side, I want to know how many folks did not vote for Kamala who have been impacted, who had an attitude about it, or who didn't vote at all. Because people keep thinking this stuff don't matter. It all matters, however you want to slice it. And I would hope that this cycle, it's not going to happen, though, unfortunately. It might. Let me not be pessimistic about it. It might. I hope that people understand that having a Congress, having a governor, having politics, it matters. Engaging matters. Being a part of this stuff, it matters. You know what I'm saying? And when somebody wakes up one day and cuts 20% of the federal government, you're going to feel it.
Yep.
Right? Across the board. Regardless of your party affiliations, you have to be prepared for that because that's what you want to happen. The same thing with Trump. Trump made it very clear. Look, if you are a globalist, you're going to hate this because you've been riding good for 40 years.
Man,
So,
can you
so
imagine
far,
international contracts, man? Woof. Man, money flowing, just crazy money, crazy bread, bro.
And what's so weird is that
all that cheap labor, man.
You know,
Crazy
I try to
bread.
understand the debt and deficit and try to understand those things as much as I can, reading and listening to, you know, people who do this for a living. And for people just to pretend that debt isn't a problem, or you can just print money isn't a problem, including Republicans, doesn't matter what side at this point, or even historically for that matter. I mean, Republicans took us off the gold standard, but taking the kind of risk that we're taking, it will ultimately destroy everything. Just so you know, by the way. So people have to. So you know, I just don't know if people are taking it lightly, or don't understand, or don't care, or it's just too much to understand. But if you keep printing money, if you keep spending money, I don't care if you lower taxes, rate, it doesn't matter. If you keep doing, I mean, I just don't. It's just right in our face. We're watching it happen, and it's just not. It's like it's still not connecting. That unfortunately, you have to be more responsible with your spending, and it's gonna create pain. And you know, it's very difficult as a politician, obviously, to express that, especially when we're constantly manipulating the environment and can't really be honest with people. But anyway,
the numbers have gone up because, yes, under Biden, as opposed to Trump, there was an expansion of people who were here. Probably, I'm not sure.
A lot of illegals.
Excuse me.
10 plus million.
Not a single one of them.
Breaking number of people.
Hold on, you're changing the subject now.
No, I'm not.
I'm talking about that video.
Yeah.
And just thought about something too. You know what's funny too about the borders being closed. So you know, we arguably probably have less immigration, right, than we've had previously, right? But what I find interesting is that there would not be mass deportations. Have you noticed quietly? Yeah, we're going after some criminals, 100 here, 1,000 there. You know, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about millions, and I've been waiting to see how. You understand what I'm saying, right? How that is what I want to happen, right? But what's interesting is that you cannot deliver it. You know, and so it's interesting that the Democrats haven't even taken advantage of that just yet. It might come at some point, but that is a big one right there. By the way, you look at some of the numbers. I mean, there are numbers of some of the Biden numbers.
Yeah, very similar.
Right?
Yeah,
so
a little bit under.
I want to see
Biden, by the way.
I want you to go out here, right? I want you to go out here and spend billions and billions of dollars of tax dollar money, right? Do whatever you got to do, and I want to see you attempt to deport 10 million people. 5 million people, 1 million people for that matter, right?
Mm.
Because you're going to feel that number. You're going to feel those people moving.
Immediately,
And,
yeah.
I'll be curious to see if it can even exist, and that will the Democrats be able to take advantage of that moment when it doesn't happen. I'm just not. We're 2.5 months in or whatever, and we're not there yet. But they show some of the numbers, and I'm looking at it like, well, that's it. You doing all that talking because you can close the border, right? You can tell people to self-deport. You can close the border. You can stop the flow. But you got a lot of people here. Are you really able to deliver, politically speaking? Can you have those videos out there and really show you rounding up millions of people, not a few hundred? Or remember when Dr. Phil was talking to the one guy they arrested? I'm like, it's one person. I want to see 1 million people in some kind of concentration camp or in Guantanamo Bay that you're trying to get. I want to see you really, because you know why? Because most immigrants, illegally or not, whatever, right? They're all connected to people that are legal in the country, right? And so it's again, it sounds good yelling and anyway, it's interesting to say the least. And when you have 60 to 80 million Hispanics in America and they're not really screaming, it says a lot, by the way, just so you know. It says a lot to me, by the way. Because you would think it would be mass protests by Latinos all over America. They're here. 60 million plus, if not 80 million. And it's not, the energy's not there. And I think it might get there if he did attempt to truly deport what he's claiming. But we'll see. I don't believe it, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Every one of those Social Security numbers that was handed out.
So how do you feel about the illegal immigrants that came to us 4 years?
I will get to illegal.
You don't care about those people.
I will get to the
you cared about children.
But you don't want to talk about this, and I don't blame you because it's embarrassing.
No. But let me do a quick time.
Every one of those Social Security numbers.
Do a quick time.
Meet the new standard in sleep. This is Pod 4 Ultra.
I think it was what Biden did in staying in was atrocious. He should have gotten out way earlier.
Yeah.
There's a story coming out now of like Ron Klain seeing him before the debate and realizing the guy was a mess. And I think Harris's campaign was also poorly run. I think that, nobody could tell what her policies were. Mark Cuban's going out there saying, we're going to get rid of, right, I agree. Mark Cuban's coming out there saying like, oh, don't worry, she's not going to do any more of this antitrust stuff. On one hand, I don't want a billionaire coming out and speaking for my candidate.
Did you vote for her? Or did you set that one out?
No, I voted for her.
You voted for Kamala. Why? Just because
Because
not
I
Trump?
vote, very rational.
No, hold on. What did you? Hold on. This is what drives me crazy about your side. You guys voted
for the lesser of two evils.
That is what policy were you going for? What do you think that she was going to do different? What can you possibly? I would rather have you sit that one out, Sam. Go ahead.
I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
She was not going to cut Social Security functioning. She's not going to cut the USDA. She's not going to cut the FDA. She's not going to lose us $500 billion worth of return on investment with the IRS. She's not going to cut the Bureau of Labor Statistics. She's not going to cut 300
investment
return on investment. Every dollar that you give to the IRS, we get 6 or 7 back. She's not going to cut the museum and library.
Say that?
Google it. Every dollar spent at the IRS gets 6 back in returns.
Goodness.
They're anticipating the cuts from Doge. The cuts from Doge are going to cost our government $500 billion.
According to who?
Studies suggest.
All right, I undersold it a little bit.
According to who?
Okay, well, you can spend time attacking the people who do these calculations. Do you need me to tell you more about why?
What I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm just curious to
just
what
rando tariffs applied in a willy-nilly fashion that crash the economy.
So you don't think the tariffs that Trump is, and I get it. That's exactly, the tariffs are exactly what America needs right now, because let's just go to the border. What he did with the border with Mexico, with the tariffs, what happened to fentanyl? What happened to all the deaths? What happened to all those illegals that are coming? What do you mean? He threatened them and they went for
fentanyl comes across the border at ports of entry.
Fentanyl comes across the border, not in illegals crossing the desert. It comes in.
Oh, really? Coyotes really? Really?
It comes in.
Yep.
Yeah. It comes in at ports of entry. Google that.
Sam, I don't need to Google when it's like
yes, you do.
You said you voted for someone. You're coming up with these policies. The worst pick ever, the biggest loss ever. She lost everything because your side. You're talking about
I don't even
people.
Know
Wait, guys, let me ask you a question. You're acting like your whole side was surprised that Biden wasn't there. Everybody knew, including you, he wasn't there at all. But you guys are like, he's just not Trump. The worst president in the history of the world. In this country 4 years because you guys were pretending that he was all there and we knew it. And who was making all the decisions? Who was making all the decisions? Who was signing all the shit? Who was signing off? How many times did you have to see Biden sitting there and they'd ask him a question and he'd go, "Oh, I can't because they told me I couldn't." He wasn't in charge.
Who?
Yeah, who was they? Come on, Sam. It's like the most devastating loss. The world, the country is over it. You guys aren't pivoting. Okay. And if you think the future is Gavin Newsom, AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Jasmine Crockett, you guys are doomed. Nothing is going to change. And Elon Musk, you think Elon Musk is a net positive or a net negative for society for what he's doing and pointing out what the hell these people have been screwing us for all these years? And he's pointing out, you guys are mad at the person pointing out who robbed from you than the actual robber. That's the truth, bro. Yeah, he's a billionaire. You think he's doing it because he needs the money?
What fraud has he found?
What do you mean? How much fraud has he found?
Yeah, where's the person who is going to be indicted for fraud?
Well, what about the waste?
What waste?
Because it's not. Stop it, Sam.
What waste?
Sam.
They just cut the
Sam.
They cut the agency that provides $295 million to museums and libraries. You appreciate libraries, don't you? I know how much reading is
Sam,
important to you.
Sam, you're pinpointing the one good thing that they probably did.
No, wait.
What about the waste of countries all around the world for LGBTQ agendas in Rwanda or something?
The money you're talking about.
Do you want money going to
a fraction of a percentage? And if we wanted to get rid of that money, there is a way of doing it, and that is to have Congress vote and reverse what they authorized in the first place.
Sam.
But to have a billionaire come in and decide based upon what his personal preferences are that he's going to cut government in this way, I'm sorry, that's not democracy. It's not even remotely close to it.
He doesn't have the power to do anything. He makes a suggestion.
Why do you think
and then the
Americans
administration will do it?
Why do you think Americans voted?
I don't think Americans heard the word Doge outside of it being some type of crypto before.
Why do you think? Why do you think Americans voted for Trump?
Well, I think because they want change.
In what?
What were they not happy with?
I think inflation was a big part of it for them.
What else you think?
I think for a 90% of his voters voted for Mitt Romney. I think there is the Republican Party wants to, have tax cuts.
How do we get inflation? How does inflation
Can we
happen?
stay in 2024? You said inflation.
Tom, give me 1 second. How does inflation happen?
Inflation can happen in a couple of different ways. Inflation can happen because you have too much monetary supply.
Yeah.
Inflation can happen in terms of both from a monetary supply level or a fiscal stimulus.
Right.
And inflation can also happen if you have a once in a lifetime pandemic that completely screws up all of your logistics. And so you've got, shipping containers that usually cost $4,000 to ship, but now they cost $22,000 to get because they're in far-flung places because the pandemic.
That was in 2021. That was in 2021.
Well, it reverberates through the thing. We saw inflation dropping through 2024.
Sure.
We saw. We saw rate cuts on the table because we saw inflation dropping.
Any of it was
DC? Still there?
Yep, I'm here. Yep.
Remember back when we were talking about how the Democrats have a golden chance, a golden opportunity to put Trump to bed with the pandemic.
Yep.
And they chose something instead of focusing on him running the economy, printing $6 trillion, causing the inflation that we're paying for right now, that they just left it there, right? And focus more on government power, taking more control of our lives. And they, I guess, co-signed it. And so they couldn't argue against it. I'm like, you had a golden opportunity. He didn't even say it right there. Right there, he could have just said, But that was under Trump.
Yep.
Wasn't that 16,
Yeah.
1920?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, it was.
But 21 was, I think, Biden was right. 2019, 20, whatever it was. I can't remember the
Operation
timeline.
Operation is it Operation Light Speed or whatever it was called?
Yeah.
What did we call it?
Warp speed.
Yeah, Warp Speed for
Now,
the
I'm just saying the spending and everything. But the problem is that Trump was so in alignment with a lot of things the left support they couldn't kill it.
Yeah.
But so they trapped him. But they should have just broke through it and just said, no. Trump is making you wear masks. Trump is making you. But the problem is, you know how that went. But I'm just saying that they had an opportunity and they just did not see it. I think maybe, or maybe they saw it and just didn't understand how to capitalize on it. But I just thought that you got him, right? You need to hang COVID on him, hang it on him.
Well, that's where it belongs.
But you was so busy running your ideology about you can't call it the China virus, you can't call it the Wuhan virus.
Right.
You got blue states locking everybody down. I'm like, bro, I just don't understand. It's so easy. It was so easy, and here we are. Here we are now.
A layup, really.
A layup, bro. A layup.
Was with
taxes was feeling.
Again, so those are the main two issues. You don't think anything else. So you mainly think it was inflation, and your second point was.
I think in large part we have structural problems in this country, and that's why we keep getting change elections where we keep going back and forth. I would say those structural problems range from. I think a lot of them have to do with wealth inequality.
Okay. So you think Democrats are better at helping wealth inequality or Republicans?
I think Democrats are marginally better.
Tell me, due to what policy?
Well, taxation helps. That's a big part. Strengthening labor. I think, during Biden, I have a lot of problems with Biden, but
where 6% of the workers work from home. Yeah. So how about
labor? I mean, strengthening labor strength in the marketplace helps with wealth inequality. I think antitrust goes a long way to wealth inequality because it literally is to break up the concentration.
Here's the other
of wealth.
question for you. So Trump's closed up the border, right? Where we are not getting like this, numbers have dropped dramatically.
Well, I mean, if you go back and look in the, and I don't necessarily agree with Biden doing this, but if you go back and look at the numbers starting in the summer of 2024, maybe a little bit before.
Stop it.
I'm sorry. Go look, just put it up there.
When he started it.
But listen, I'm not in favor of him doing this, but he did do it. Wait, put up the graph of.
So you mean an election year? An election year, he tried to slow down the border.
Let me just get through this, and then guys, here's what I'd like to do.
I'm not in favor of it, but he did it.
I'd like to get through some stories, but I just want to close the knot here and move on because we're not going to make any progress.
See if you can get a
here
graph of that.
Rob, if you just want to show up graph on immigration from 2021, 22, 22, is that the chart you want to see? What do you want to see?
Let's see the one over the past.
Show up how many illegal immigrants
dramatically in January, and I'm suggesting if you look at the past 12 months.
No, it's Rob, do me a favor, find the chart on immediately when Trump comes in, what happens to illegal immigration in America. While you're doing that, here's a question for you. 10 million illegal immigrants came through the border in 4 years under Biden.
Way more.
You're saying it's more?
What's the number of undocumented immigrants we have in this country right now?
What I'm asking is those 4 years. How many do we have during those 4 years?
That came
through that we have, according to credible sources. What's the number you hear?
That are in the country now, or
that
actually
came
just
through
crossed?
Illegally during those 4 years.
Oh, I would imagine it's probably close to like 5, 6, maybe to 10 million.
Let's say 10 million people.
Tom Homan said 10 million.
Let's say it's 10 million. Let's say it's 10 million, but give or take 2 million. Let's just say it's 10 million, the number. Okay. Those 10 million people that are coming here, are they rich?
No. The vast majority of them, I would say,
are poor, right? Okay, that they're coming here. Who does that benefit? They're going to need jobs, right? And what are they willing to work for?
Oh, I think they're going to get exploited without a doubt if that's where you're going with this.
So let me get straight. So who do they benefit? Do they benefit larger corporations that get cheap labor?
They benefit, yeah.
So let me get this straight.
Processing plants.
Oh my
and
God.
Whatnot. Oh, that's why I want them to have documents. Let them come to the border.
So
give them documents so that they can get worker protection.
So then, if that's the case, you know what that validates? Joe Biden and the Democratic policies are better for the billionaires than Trump's are, because they brought in cheap labor, and that cheap labor helps who? Helps The rich.
Billionaires.
When
Oh,
Clinton,
Hey, we can stop it right there. We can play your next video. You want to play your
We're
other
gonna,
video? You good?
we're gonna stop. No. We
It's
don't.
nothing
No.
to be said, bro. That's not nothing to be said.
No. You have to give it its full context because this is when it gets good. This is when it gets good. This is when it gets really, really good. So you need to continue to play the rest of it, bro. Just about.
But you understand what I'm. I mean, it's black and white, bro.
I'm in favor of a path to citizenship that is much easier.
And by the way,
yes.
those 10 million people that came here illegally, give or take.
And that was in that bill that they suggested in the fall of 2023 that Trump said he didn't want because he wanted to keep it as an issue.
Who do those 10 million people take jobs away from? Who do they take jobs away from?
I don't know that they take jobs away from that many.
Really?
No.
Really?
We are at in 20 years ago, we were told that the lowest unemployment that it was possible to have with a functioning economy was what? Do you remember? It was something
2%?
like 6 to 8%. And
Yeah.
now our unemployment is at 4%. And so
And it was lower than that before.
I continue.
You're not answering the question, though. Who do those people take jobs away from?
I have answered it. I think largely they don't take jobs away from
they
people.
don't.
Of course they do.
Hang on. Perfect. I love what you just said. You think they don't take jobs away from anybody. Perfect. So if we go and we look at when China started trading, let me make the point. When China came through and was able to bring labor to us, 1971, it was called the ping pong agreement that they had where, we can send labor there. And labor at the time was 8 cents to 20 cents an hour, where for us minimum wage was $1.60. Then in 2001, when the Clinton policies helped China join the World Trade Organization, and at the time, minimum wage in China was 20 cents to 50 cents, depending on different regions, and for us was $5.15. We lost 6 million manufacturing jobs, give or take the next 7 years. Michigan, you got Indiana, you got all these other places. Where did those jobs go to? Who did they replace? Who lost those jobs? What happened
All
to
that
Detroit?
manufacturing went to China.
That's right. So what do you think these 10 million people that come here, who are they going to take jobs away from? Americans who are here legally. Those jobs are going to go to somebody that's cheap labor.
That was the movement of capital. Capital decided that it was cheaper for them to move.
It don't look good for your side, bro. I keep telling you this over and over, man. These people on the left are psychopaths, bro. I know you don't want to hear it.
I'm specifically talking about last 4 years. So when you're saying labor is not going to be taken from people in America, that's the credibility you lose. That's where people in 2000. Rob, can you play the clip with Stephen A. Smith, who has been a staunch supporter?
I'm good on Stephen A. Smith.
You say what now?
I said, they about to talk about Stephen A. I'm good on that conversation. Stephen A. plays a good game, though. He's a great athlete. He plays a good game, man. Good at it. Good at it. Smart.
Yeah, he has bigger aspirations. I didn't know what he was trying to do at first, but now it's becoming clear. What Steve?
Well, he's not capitulating to the far left. That will ruin your life. He caught on that. He caught on that a while back, and he's playing the right game.
Okay.
Yeah, he saw what that was.
We'll see. We'll see how that turns out for him.
It got him a $100 million contract, so we've already seen how it turned out for him. Actually,
I think he was going to get that anyway, in my opinion. That's my opinion, though. But I don't know. You may be right.
No. If you follow what's going on in this country, he's playing the right game. Because the wind shifted. A lot of folks got swept up in that tornado from the left perspective and went supernova. And he made a very smart decision. I don't know who he was speaking with or who told him to just sit tight. But he figured out a way to maintain both sides rolling with him to some degree. Enough agitation on one side, enough agitation on the other side, but enough love on one side, enough love on one side.
He's in the pocket.
He found where it was at.
He in the pocket. He in a nice little
Charlemagne has done it, And there's a list of people that I've watched do it, and a lot of other people, you know, they they're lost in philosophy. They're lost in ideology, not into how corporations operate, how America moves back and forth, and you get caught up, unfortunately.
Yeah, just look at what happened to Jamel Hill before she even had a career.
That's Jamel and Michael is a phenomenal example of what I'm talking about, by the way.
That's
exactly what I'm talking about, just so you know. He would not have gotten that contract, actually. He would not be working there, to be honest with you. I hear what you're saying, but if you really pay attention to what's happening, ESPN is a corporation at the end of the day, bro. And them trying to balance liberal pressure, progressive pressure they're always having to deal with, and not trying to just cut that off at the same time, dealing with white, more conservative ideologies and trying to find the proper balance as a television channel and a network. That's the issue that the NBA is having, by the way, which is a different conversation versus the NFL is also, by the way. NBA got caught up in a tornado, all kind of issues over there. NFL, they found the balance of, okay, I'm going to make some of y'all mad and I'm going to make some of y'all happy. We're going to kind of find the balance here, and it'll be controversial, but we're balancing though. And that's what you kind of want to be in those type of business environments, because you need to appeal to a mass audience. And the thing is that in reality, I would argue with anybody, is that people on the right consume. You know how they always say, like, black people always consume all us. That sounds good, but in reality, in the real world, the people who can actually consume, I think, media are people on the right. I think that black people can't even compete with how they move things. It's on a really on a whole other scale, by the way. You can influence things, right, and set trends, right? But when it comes to the numbers stuff, because obviously you just got to have the actual physical numbers. It's not even close. And I couldn't have made that argument to you, by the way, until I actually saw it happen in real life, right? I could have, played around with it and be like, oh my God, if you do start to offend, these people actually consume trash on TV, right? The people on the left, I don't even know if half of them watch television, to be totally honest with you. When you look at some of the numbers on the left with media, I'm like, well, where's everybody at? Because they vote roughly about the same. But as far as consuming just bullshit on TV, it just doesn't, you know what I'm saying? It just doesn't seem like the left really has those numbers. And if you offend too much, depending on the ideology and where the country, if you offend too much, clearly if you offend too much on the right, you can lose they're very sensitive. You can lose a quite significant amount of audience. It's very interesting, actually.
So you would say media both is a right and a left type of deal, correct?
You mean the watchers or the business?
The business. And
no,
the watchers.
The business is left, but they have to be. But Hollywood, I wasn't talking about Hollywood, but Hollywood specifically have to be careful of how they do things, because if they don't, they will lose that audience. So they play that. They play that very well. So you would get, and honestly, they change because of it. By the way. Because when you started doing gender swaps and racial swaps, it caused a problem. And if we pay close enough attention to some of the new things that are coming out, you're gonna see a little bit of pullback on that. By the way, they're still doing some stuff, because you see a girl who has a show now. I think it's gonna be great. Viola Davis, everything that she's coming out with, it looks amazing. But so they're having to satisfy, both sides, right? But doing too much on one side, they're gonna probably have. I mean, Disney's been dealing with it. Is a perfect example of it, actually. They're a far left, crazy group of people who pretty much kept it under wraps. They got out of control, and the watchers that are more conservative start to pull back, and it's making them make adjustments or go bankrupt. One of the two. But all of that's ran by left-wing people, though. You don't think so?
No, I think it's ran by both. That was
hell no. No, it's not. No,
okay.
That's nonsense.
If what you said is basically the
there's no balance. There's no balance in Hollywood or in the media. So what you're saying is just not true. That's bullshit.
Okay. I didn't say it was balanced. I did not say it was balanced. I said that basically it's both. And now, of course, it's more left leaning. Of course it is. The owners of it, especially, because they're the ones who hold the actual financial strings of it. But if you think that there's not enough people there that are actually under that so-called conservative bent, and most of these people do lean conservative. Some of these people do lean conservative, even if they do have a liberal,
Yeah.
liberal
For
leaning.
sure.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
trying
for
to
sure.
tell you. So I mean, don't make it
Yeah,
seem like what I'm saying
individual people
is,
have all kind of individual people have all kind of opinions.
no,
But the
I'm not
apparatus
I'm
itself, the pressure is
I'm
going to move
not.
you to the left. Doesn't matter what you personally think or
I'm
what
not.
you even try to sneak into the system.
Yeah, but I'm not. But that's strictly because of the entertainment industry.
Okay,
It's the
so
entertainment
watch this.
industry, basically. Come on
I'm
now.
gonna tell you something that's disrespectful. I'm gonna tell you what I mean about disrespectful. Do you remember in Endgame? They did I'm gonna give you a simple example. It's all over the place, though. It's everywhere, all the shows forever. But do you remember? I just been watching the Endgame like 20 times in a row for some reason, but I just be playing it randomly. The Endgame, Avengers, right?
Oh,
Do you remember that scene where they was fighting Thanos at the end, right? And
Miss
remember
Marvel.
when? Hold up, I'll get you.
That one.
So somehow Spider-Man ended up with the glove, right? And he was laying on the ground with the glove, and then he's like, "How am I going to get through all of this?" And then she flies in and says, "I got it." And then what happened after that? What was the next thing that happened? After she said she had, who else showed up? The chick from everybody showed up. I mean, Iron Man wife was showing up all of a sudden. Then the chick on the horse showed up. The sister that's from outer space showed up. She's a Valkyrie person. And then and whoever, you know what I'm saying, right? And I'm just looking like, come on. I mean, come on, man. Let's come on, man. Come on, come on, man. I'm just giving you one. I can give you about 50 million of them. There is no counter to it because the right and the left believe in empire. So we know that showing, great military things, or great war, sci-fi that shows conquer. That's a collective thing as a Western empire thing. That's not a left-right Democrat Republican thing. So that's what I'm saying. That part, that's a different conversation. But when they're actually presenting things to us, that's what's messing with the mind to get you to accept certain things. That's all left. No one on the right would reach that shit. So that's what I'm saying. And that's all the movies, 100% of the movies.
So I'm asking again.
That's why when black men want to go on TV, they got to put them in a dress. That's conservative? Are we for real right now?
Come on, man.
What are we talking about right now?
Come on now. I really
they got all these ghetto trash movies they keep putting out. You think that's conservative? No, that's left wing. The people that you support want to destroy you.
Paradox. Listen, bro. Listen. I understand that you lean towards the entertainment industry being a certain way. But if you think for one instance that a lot of these people are not conservative in nature, even the so-called LGBTQ people,
here we go.
It's just not. So being that you so automatically, come on, man.
I got you. But having an appetite or behavior in your personal life, that's one thing, and that is what it is, right? But your presentation and what you push out through media is something different. So I mean, that's the reality of it. That's the dualities of things for a lot of people. We have a society that we want to be. I know you disagree with this. You want an open society, do whatever you want to do, be whatever you want to be, and yada yada yada. I get your progressive position on it, right? Free everything, tax everybody to death. I got you, right? Anti-capitalist, anti-everything, right? I got you.
Yeah, that's
but people may have behaviors and appetites, but we need to project an ideology and a mindset overall in the society. And that's what I'm talking about. And the Hollywood don't do that at all. They do the complete opposite of that. It's a horrific, disgusting environment.
And I'm telling you that they both are basically complicit. Both parties are complicit when it comes down to that. In my opinion.
I'm gonna say it again. People have no.
My opinion.
Nah, bro. Nah.
My opinion. Bro.
It's not real. It's not real.
Okay, that's your opinion.
I can send you people who have conservative views and can't do anything in Hollywood. What you're saying is it's just not true. It's literally not true. That's matter of fact. That's why a lot of people don't live there. And they go there, do what they got to do. I mean, they can't even do a lot of movies in Hollywood because of the California regulation bullshit. They have to
What?
do it everywhere else.
So
But anyway, people, a lot of people.
I really want to understand. What do you mean they cannot do conservative things? What do you mean by that exactly? I need to understand that. What is
It's just that people. It's just people who have more of a right ideology and they are aware of it.
In what way
you get punished. Okay, so I give you some example. I can't think of the brother's name now. White boy. Man, what is it? What did he play in? You know him too. He wouldn't do.
Clint Eastwood.
No. He's not that famous. But this guy, it's just one example. It's a lot of examples, but it's one example of just where he was told that they want him to do certain things in the movie, and he refused to do it because he believes in certain things. He's a Christian, and he wouldn't do certain things in the movies. They had to get him out of there. And there's many examples there. So a lot of Christians, a lot of people who have conservative beliefs, just don't. A lot of them just be quiet because they want the fame or they want the money or they want to do what they want to do, and there is no option at this point to try to do. Daily Wire is trying to do something, to deal with it, but generally speaking, a lot of things Hollywood they're perverted, bro. I mean, I just don't understand how you don't know. I just don't get it, bro. I mean, what are we talking about right now?
I'm not. I think we have it. I think we have
so many people who left Hollywood because when they found out their beliefs, it doesn't go to it doesn't match. They want you to.
I'm saying that some of the people
Hollywood wants you to be able to do.
That's all I'm saying. So the perversion is there, but I don't think that is. I don't think the perversion is literally a left or right proposition. You can proposition it that way.
If you are conservative, you can't exist in Hollywood, bro. Everybody knows this. This is a common thing. It's been that way.
No, it's common. Now that is
a lot of times. A lot of those guys a lot of those men and women will go there and work and leave. They can't even be in the environment. It's so
that
gross
is not
there.
true, man. That is not true. There are plenty of people that are conservative that work in Hollywood, bro. Directors, actors, power players. I would even say that most of them probably a lot. That's what I'm saying. Like Bill Maher's there. Bill Maher is. You think Bill Maher is not conservative? You don't think so?
Hell no. Hell. Bill Maher has a lot of power and influence, and he's doing things to move the party, and he's doing things. What he actually believes. I've been following Bill Maher for 25 years, bro. What he actually believes is one thing, but him getting more access and influence in the party, he's doing things as of like today to make the party do certain things. That's different than what he personally believes in. Did you see Religionless, the movie that he did?
Religiosity.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I see.
What I'm just saying is, have you read one of his books? I mean, the shit that this motherfucker, man, bro, this dude, bro, come on, man, no, not at all, bro.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to tell you, no Paradox, is that I think that part of the perversion is from the left and the right. It's both. I think both groups are basically as perverted as the other. I don't think there's no righteousness on the right or no so-called extra perversion that's on the left that is not on the right. It's presented.
I can't even believe you're saying this.
It's presented that way. The reason why I say that is because
you can't get a pass because you're a black person who supports the Democrats who are perverted. I just deal with it. Take it. I deal with the racist that you claim are racist on the right that don't exist on the left. I deal with that. I take that. I don't run from that. Don't obfuscate now. Take it. Take what it is. It is what it is.
So you saying that I don't acknowledge the racism that's on the left, bro?
Oh, of course not. Of course, how can you? You put it all on the right.
That is not true. Well, I'm telling you, that's not true.
You support Joe Biden. Clearly, there's no racism on the left, obviously, because you wouldn't have done that. All you black Negroes on this call right now who voted for Joe Biden, clearly there's no racism on there because you're voting for him, right?
You asked me if I thought that Joe Biden was a racist, and what did I say? Absolutely.
I can't remember.
Racism don't belong to one party, just like so-called the debauchery of the whatever you want to call it, the so-called values that people have or Christian values.
People got appetites and personal things that are going on
to the right. That's just false.
Look,
not true, man.
Look. as a
Yeah, that's
follower
not
of
true.
Jesus
You're trying.
Christ, as a follower of Jesus
Oh
Christ,
my
I
God,
have to be
really?
careful. Nobody's perfect, right? I'm not saying that.
Wow, man, come
People on the
on,
right
man.
have issues, but I would argue with you that Hollywood is extremely to the left, and they are pushing out propaganda that supports that in every single thing that they produce. Hard stop. And for me to have to sit here, which I don't want to
Not
denigrate
gonna
groups of
hide.
people necessarily, but you
I'm not.
really want me
I'm
to
not
show you in
arguing.
every
I'm not
film
arguing
what
that
has
point.
to be in every film,
I'm saying
what
you
they make
making
black
it.
people do in
No,
every
you.
film,
No, 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 no,
and
no.
you keep
You
talking
made
about
it
some
seem like.
conservative stuff.
But
It
you
don't
made it.
exist in
No,
Hollywood,
I
bro.
just.
What
I
you're
just
saying makes
told
no
you.
sense.
I just told you. You make
They
it
hate
seem
God.
like.
They hate Jesus. I mean, what are we
So you.
talking about right
So
now?
you make it seem like this doesn't exist on the right at all. That's what you're saying to me.
Well, personal behavior, people are dealing with things. I'm not talking about that.
No, no, I'm not talking
The
about
right,
personal behavior. I'm talking about part of the perversion.
what movies
That
and
they,
films and music
dude, are
that
you
the right is
serious?
pushing out? I'm just because you're not gonna be able to answer this question, but I'm gonna ask it. I'm gonna put myself out there because you must know something that I don't know, and you're gonna have me run to a brick wall. Tell me what apparatus exists in America that's right, conservative, hard right leaning conservative that's cranking out movies, music, and
I did not say that now.
TV shows
Paradox. I
that
did not say
are
that.
conservative.
That's not what
Are
I
we
said,
for
bro.
real right now?
That's not what I said, bro. I said that
It
pretty much
literally
they
does
are
not
some of the
exist in
same.
Hollywood.
These people,
It
man. These
does
people
not exist,
overlap,
bro.
man. These people
Nah,
overlap.
nah,
Absolutely. Yes, man.
nope.
Yes, bro.
Mm-mm.
Just because you call somebody conservative don't mean that they're not part of the debauchery that you're speaking about,
I
especially what
just
you're
told
talking
you,
about.
individual people. I mean, we can look
I'm
at
not
Pete
talking.
Henson. We can look
I'm
at
not.
the other cat
I'm
in
not just talking
Florida.
about.
There's
I'm not
individual
talking
people that
about.
got things they're
I'm not
struggling with,
just talking
drugs,
about that.
sexuality. I mean, people are
I'm not
struggling with
just
different
talking
things.
about that. We're talking, especially when you put it in the form of Hollywood or Hollyweird or whatever. Like if you putting that into some kind of left and right context, I just don't think that. I don't think that that's really seeing it for what it really is, bro.
Does the right promote homosexuality?
Do the right promote homosexuality? I would say, yeah, to a certain degree they do. Yeah, to a certain degree, yeah.
So we're not
they do.
serious no more. I got you.
They do.
Did you want to close it out, or did you want to play your other video? Because you're not being serious.
Yeah, they
Okay.
do. Hold on. Do they support what's the
I ain't
dude's
asked you
name?
about support. I ain't asked you about support.
Hold on. Promote. So do they put out in front what's the person's name?
Sure don't.
What's
They
his
do
name?
not. I know you about to say. Nope,
I
they do
forgot
not.
the person's
You talking about
the
Ruben?
Kardashian. No, the Kardashian person. What's her
Talking
name?
about
We call her
the
her
woman.
now. What's her?
Oh, you talking about the dude.
Bruce Jenner. Yeah.
Bruce.
Bruce out there. He still supports. That's what I'm saying. They part of the debauchery. They have accepted him. He's accepted. He's on Fox. He has a talking points on there. He doesn't. He doesn't have spots where he talk on conservative circles. I'm asking you a question. You asked me to give you an example. I'm giving you one, bruh.
Nah,
They haven't swallowed that.
That's
No,
a fail.
nah, that's not a fail. They don't. So we need to pull up. We need to pull up who he
I
gets.
don't
to
even
talk
understand how you're fighting this. You should
I'm
just
not
say you're
fighting
right,
it.
Paradox. I agree with you
I
1000%.
am not.
Let's go on to the next thing.
Dude, I just told you that I am conceding that the left do have that issue. That's not nothing to argue about. Of course, it's more on the left side. But I'm saying you making it seem like there is nothing on the right that basically speaks to this kind of debauchery, that there's no support and that they don't actually filter the same debauchery that you're speaking about. And that's false.
No, culturally, the left is destroying society, and the left uses Negroes
And the right
to
isn't.
assist in that. No,
The right is not destroying society. So what are they doing there? Paradox. I want to hear what is the right doing? They're preserving
promoting family values.
So that's what it is. Okay.
They're promoting
Yeah,
family values.
we definitely
And
so
you Negroes who claim
we
that you
do
support
not
that
agree
really
on that
don't.
one.
You support everything the opposite of that.
Definitely don't agree on that. We definitely don't agree on that because, like I said,
That's an easy conversation to have.
You act like people on us. So nobody on the left supports family values.
Nah. Oh hell no.
Nobody on the left supports family values. You sure about that?
No. Yeah, they do not.
Paradox.
Not traditional families. No.
Come on, bro.
That is not a part of their ideology. They don't believe in that stuff, bro. I keep telling you, it's the same thing with the feminists. I'm gonna say it again. True feminists, the ones who push the ideology, think all men should be exterminated on the planet. And then we shift it to the middle.
Extreme.
We just have an everyday conversation about, women should get a job.
Extreme feminism, man.
But
they
the
have
actual
different
belief systems
of
Hollywood and the left is to destroy families, bro. It's destroy God, period. And you are a black person and you are a Democrat. You are out of your fucking mind.
They have
hard
different.
Stop. Ain't no other way to slice that.
That's propaganda.
It makes no sense.
That is propaganda.
No, it's
bro.
not. How's the propaganda? Come on, bro.
Because that doesn't make any sense, bro. You saying if somebody's black and they support the Democratic Party, they don't believe in God or they anti-God?
Yes.
Bro, like we had this discussion before. You know that's not true. That's not true.
They don't.
It's not true, bro.
Who promotes atheism? Republicans or Democrats?
Both.
Stop it.
Yeah, Republicans. There's a guy that comes on Bill Maher all the time that's an atheist. And he's conservative.
Come on, bro.
He's a Republican. What are you talking about? That's not true.
You talking about that freako weirdo? Yeah, he don't count.
But he's conservative. He comes on there all the time. He's part of a think tank.
He comes on Bill Maher show.
He's
listen to yourself.
Bruh,
he goes on Bill. You're right. He goes on Bill Maher's show.
He's not the only one though. Paradox. This is one that I could just name off the top of my head.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
But he's on Fox News too. He doesn't just come on Bill Maher.
He don't be on them shows like that, bro. They don't roll with him
serious,
like that, bro.
You act like there's no gay men or no gay women that's on Fox News that are out there basically still spew these conservative talking points. Milo, whatever that dude's name is, because there's all kinds of people. There are all kinds, but I'm saying you act like they don't have these people that's on there, man.
It doesn't sustain.
Don't sit there. Don't sit there and say that, man. That is something that's basically about people in general, man. They've got nothing to do with the political party as much as that is.
What are you talking about? The left wing is trying to destroy religion.
The political party is used as a vessel.
You're not paying attention, bro.
I am paying attention.
They're trying to destroy religion. Don't know that?
I'm paying attention.
Literally trying to destroy religion. And that weirdo who claims to be a Republican, he puts destroying religion in front of
There are plenty of Christians, bro, that are so-called conservative that vote Democrat every year, every month. That are very, very into church. You already know that, bro.
Do what you gotta do when you vote as an individual. The ideology of the left. If you do not know that the ideology of the left is to destroy religion, you're not paying attention.
I think you kind of confusing everyday people with some of the stuff and the talking points that people have when they talk about these different positionings, man. You're talking about the far left or whatever you deem to be the problematic viewpoints of some of these people, man. But like, if you want to do that, man, they can go both sides. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
No. That's how.
I just told you. I just gave examples. Actually, I did.
The right is trying to
protect. It's just like me. It's just like me trying to hide the racist practices of so-called left, man. I cannot do that, and you cannot hide the debauchery of the sexual type of deal, the deviancy that's on the right. You cannot.
No individual is perfect. Everybody is
okay.
Is know that they're fallible.
Yeah, that's how it is. That's facts, but I'm saying that it's been there for the longest. You know that military schools, forget all, man. You don't even get me started on the military schools, military academies, and all that kind of stuff, and the stuff that they used to do, man. Skull and Bones, man. Get out of here, bro. Like, stop it, bro. That's like you just make it. That's what I'm saying. Like, what's the military academy? No, they have a whole culture. No, I'm saying they have a whole culture of being. See, you want me to go into the lab and really dig this. You don't want to do that, bro. Like, let's not do that. Like, you want to talk about the debacle.
I'm trying to stay on the surface.
Well, you pushing it, bro.
I can dig into any environment and find certain things, but I mean, come on.
I'm not trying to dig into the so-called. I'm telling you that the left does uphold this as far as being on a political platform for these particular people. Yeah, they do. It's no competition as far as the support, no doubt. But if you acting like that doesn't actually have a spot where you on the right doing the same things, then that's not true, bro. You could be gay on the right, period. And a lot of them are gay. A lot of them got families and stuff like that. They I mean, it's a culture of this stuff, man. You know, like a Union Station tapping up. I mean, come on, it's not even. It's not even something that we don't even have to discuss on that kind of level. I don't even know how we even got into this, man. We didn't delved off.
I was just, look,
stuff
I'm
like
just
that.
holding a position. I'm just holding a position that the left and everybody on the left is trying to destroy God and trying to destroy religion and religious ideology. That's just what it is, especially specifically Christian ideology.
I think Western society on its own has done a good job of doing that, bro. I don't think that's a party affiliation. And for you to put that onto the party or some kind of party affiliation and not on the culture itself, that's something else, bro. So
yeah, the culture of the left and the mindset of the left, atheism, agnostic, anti-Christian. I mean, yeah, it's a witchcraft. It's all there.
Hold on for a second.
NBC poll down to 27%. It's one thing to make noise, but you also have to make sense.
Democrat lawmakers pressed on their thoughts had this to say.
I don't think it's my job to help the Democrats come out of the wilderness. It's my job to make sure that this is Maryland's decade.
Yeah. I think that it is a brand that is, with all respect to my colleague from California, is associated with New York and with California. The Democratic Party ought to be able to come back under those circumstances with a pretty good argument about why we could lead better than Donald Trump.
All right, here to react. He says he would. It's still up to you. Pierce Morgan, the same Pierce Morgan who does Uncensored with Pierce Morgan.
A lot of fireworks.
What's your name again?
It's not important. I'm a boxing friend. That's all that matters.
By the way, I turned 60 yesterday. I know what you're thinking, Ainsley.
Are you kidding me? Back to Democrats.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you, Ainsley.
Yeah.
About moisturize it. Don't you think with Gavin Newsom, he probably takes longer to get ready than his wife when they go out? Don't you think?
Okay, that's.
Would you agree with
when
that,
you're
Ainsley?
dating someone and they take longer than you do.
Come
That's
on.
a red flag.
He is so slick, it's just pouring off him. It's interesting because, of course, one of the reasons the party is so toxic is because of people like Newsom who are following these mad, crazy, woke, progressive left policies. Now, to his credit, he, unlike a lot of the party, has realized they've got to move very, very quickly back to the middle or it's all over. I mean, the Democrat polling is indescribably horrific.
But he's not as governor. Right now, he's not moving. He's
I agree.
But he's not moving anything as governor.
I don't think he cares about California anymore. He sees an opportunity to run the party. He's playing the sort of Bill Clinton thing, even the mannerisms, right? Yeah. You can see the way he's doing the interview. So it was very interesting. But the Democrats are toxic for one reason. If you want to know why they're in the state they're in, just ask all of them two questions. What is a woman? And should biological men be in women's sport? If they are unable to answer the first question, and if they say in the second one, yeah, that's fine, that's the problem. Right there, they have gone completely crackers. And I say that as somebody who's more on the kind of Bill Maher side, politically, I guess, historically. But I agree with Bill. That's why I'm pleased Bill's going to see President Trump. They've got to get with the program that common sense is where most Americans now want to be.
How do you think it's going to
go? Bill Maher did. I want to be there, don't you? Kid Rock, Dana White, President Trump, Bill Maher. Not Brian Kilmeade.
I know.
But I would love to be there. I think it's great. I'm actually doing Bill's show in a couple of weeks. I think he's a refreshing voice of common sense in a party that's gone mad. And I think he could have said no. But actually, yes, as he said, and I really like this, there's something incredibly respectful about being invited to the White House. And it's a great honor to be invited to the White House.
How do you think the party is going to respond to that, though?
Oh, well, all the woke left will go completely nuts. They'll probably go around and torch his car like they're doing to Elon Musk because they have no way of combating policy. I mean, look at the Elon Musk thing. Again, if you want to know how nuts these people have got, Elon Musk has sacrificed his business stuff for however long he's going to do this for no money. He's leading a team of people to try and reduce government overspending and waste. I wish he was doing that to the federal government in the UK. And what's his reward? All over America now, people torching Teslas, petrol bombing them, targeting people who are driving Teslas. I said on X last night, this is making me want to go and buy a Tesla, to which Elon replied, thank you, because I'm sure he's feeling a little bit vulnerable right now
100%.
in terms of his business being actively targeted and they're trying to destroy it
And it's
because the guy.
The Democrats love the electric
Sorry,
car.
these people used to love Elon Musk. They used to see him as the savior, the green energy guy, bringing energy, these cars to green energy cars to America. They all loved him. And now, because he has aligned himself to Donald Trump, now he's the enemy and they can't crush him on policy. They want to crush him with violence.
Well,
I think it's
this
disgusting.
made me feel better. Only 100 people showed up to one of the rallies. So
Right.
at the Tesla plant.
But in New York, it was a big one.
And they've happened all over the world, but I think it's going to backfire because he's trying to save us money so that we don't go bankrupt so we can keep our country.
I thought the Brett Baer thing was fascinating.
So good.
Really good,
Yes.
wasn't it? With Elon and all those other business leaders who have all given up their time. And the way they talked through what they're doing and what they're finding, the scale of the waste is actually terrifying.
I know.
And the idea that for exposing this and for saving Americans money, which is what they're doing, that you then become the devil who must be targeted, destroyed with violence, I think is a shameful moment for everybody on the left in America. And they've got to stop this right now.
Go to Fox Nation, watch the whole thing in its entirety with
All
Brett
right.
Baer.
Thank you, Piers.
Thanks, Piers.
You're
Aren't
gonna
we
stick around.
we're
Yep.
crunching later.
Yes.
Now I am carrying a severe ankle injury.
Oh, please.
Don't you start. You do the
come
same thing.
But because I still feel bad about the War of Independence and how that has played out,
You're gonna try to win this one?
I've decided to put horrific personal injury and pain to one side. And I'm going to crunch you.
Florida for less than 24 hours. Stayed at a very corporate-y hotel, not particularly fancy, but I did have a nice pasta dinner at the bar as I tried to watch the Celtics Heat, and apparently they were blocked from there.
Blackout restrictions?
Yep. Ridiculous. Not a suburb. So I went on there, and on the plane ride down, I had watched a video that Patrick Bet-David and his crew of guys did on Elon Musk's presentation in Wisconsin. Now, they did this video before Elon Musk became, it became clear that Elon Musk was literally like radioactive. And the video was Elon Musk and his buddy going over all of these Social Security numbers. And so the first thing I wanted to try and do on the Patrick Bet-David show was to bring this up and talk about it. But what was fascinating is how quickly they wanted to get away from this. So here is this first clip of that. I watched the video of you guys on the plane down of when Elon days ago.
Yes.
And all first off, when you came to, just like cars, it's true that Patrick Bet-David never said that they were illegal, but at least two other guys on the panel did, and Patrick Bet-David never corrected them. It's all like this mysterious thing. And in fact, the guy on stage with Elon Musk, who himself is also an immigrant, said this. Go ahead. Started from like 55 seconds in. Yeah, right there, 40, yeah. Just before this guy says this.
And we found this by accident. And this isn't political, by the way. My parents are immigrants. Yeah, this country's been great to us. My brother and sister all born in Spain. I'm pro-legal immigration. This is not political. This is not political. This is about America and the future of America.
Pause it. He's going to show a chart of 2 million plus Social Security numbers given out under a program called the EBE. That is enumeration, providing a Social Security number, beyond entry, after they have entered. They are all legal. This is a program that was started under President Donald Trump in 2017. It is a coordination between the Social Security Administration and Homeland Security to give Social Security cards to people who are in this country legally. Maybe they have a green card, maybe they have temporary protected status, etc. Those numbers are definitely higher in 2024 because you had a lot of people on temporary protected status from Haiti because of all the unrest there, from Ukraine, from Afghanistan. We had a big surge. And all of these people are legal.
Some percentage of them may ultimately become citizens, but the Social Security card they get literally says on the card, you cannot use this to vote. And what happens is these people pay in to Social Security, and most of them will never get payouts because you need to be an American citizen to get payouts. Now, the ones that ultimately become citizens, as opposed to going back home, will get Social Security, but most of them don't. So we have undocumented immigrants in this country pay about $22 billion into the Social Security fund. These folks, several $1 billion that they will never get payouts from. So just listen to this from this, and with that knowledge.
And there are a lot of good people in the system that pointed us in this direction. I want to honor them right now. They work in the government today, who took risks to show us these numbers and tell us what's going on.
Pause it right there. Okay, so can you zoom in? So do you know what this is? If you're watching this, so this is new non-citizen Social Security numbers issued. The furthest one to the left is 2021. That's Biden's first year. Okay, is there a way to see what that number is?
I can read it. I can't zoom in because it's a video, but it's 270,425.
That's first year.
Now, pause it for a second. To be clear, they're not showing you 2017, 2018, 2019, because they don't want you to know that this program started under Trump. Also, to be clear, you'll notice that in 2025, they're at a little bit less than half of what's in 2024. Donald Trump has been president for most of 2025, and they already got half in the first 2 or 3 months. That's because the program's actually working. The program is taking it now. There's no doubt there was more immigrants let in 2024, again, because of all these different but the program is getting them into the system, having them pay taxes, and not getting any of those Social Security benefits. But go ahead.
Biden giving out Social Securities. Second year looks like 590, if I'm not mistaken, Rob. Third year looks like 964.
Yep.
And fourth year is over 2 million, but is it 2,095,000?
Yeah, 2,095,247.
And can you do me a favor and research? And then this year, in the first few months, which means this is that really 960 in the first few months?
900,649.
That is wild to be thinking about. Rob, what is the year that we've given out the most Social Security numbers out to non-U.S. citizens? Can we just kind of see? So 2.1 million, that means out of 340 million people living here, 1% of Social Security cards were given away just last year in 2024. So people that aren't supposed to be here. They're not.
Oh, wait a second. What? Whoa. Aren't supposed to be here.
I find it very interesting. I didn't pick this
That's
up.
the first lie. So now, watch if Patrick Bet David corrects him. They are supposed to be here. They are here. And they are put into the system, and they're paying taxes, and they're getting no benefits out. Go ahead.
The people that aren't supposed to be here. They're not. These are not. What is the most? What's the most?
Oh, pause it. You see how he said these are not, and he knows because he is one. He came to this country from Iran. His family, I think, were refugees. He probably came in under, if not the exact same program that these folks from Afghanistan, these folks from Ukraine, these folks from Haiti, or something that is similar. He knows this. Just think about what has to be going on in your head.
That's why he knew when you brought it up on the show that he didn't himself say it.
Exactly. He remembered that because he was walking a line. I'm going to let these guys say it. That's the way I do it.
Yeah. Hey, Paul, real quick.
That means out of 340 million.
When was that done? When was this program here? When was that done? Because I haven't seen this.
Today.
Oh, okay. That's why I haven't seen that at all. So he's doing a review.
20
this
hours
is on Sam's. So this is on Sam's channel. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I never saw this part. But yeah, I like I said, I'm just shocked because the way he pivoted the question was, it almost, if he answered it a certain way, it would have went downhill for him. But the way he answered it, he pivoted and then used him as the example of what he was talking about, which makes it difficult to kind of hold that position when you benefited from that position.
And I want to say something that agrees with you, but I'm going to keep it to myself.
I mean, I thought we just going to acknowledge. We just got to acknowledge the facts, man, as they come, bro. Like sometimes we can have an opinion about it, but what he didn't lie to him. He just said basically facts.
No, what I mean is that even though you would get like a Cal Kalinske that says send Elon back because he's an immigrant, right? So that's just noise, right? You want everybody here, so stop playing. But
Cal is just like a
he got hands, bro.
But,
He's an attack.
I like him though. I like him, but he's unhinged. But anyway,
He's funny, man, because he's trying to do this kind of stick where he's gonna troll him. He's gonna troll him because wasn't him and Joe Rogan cool? They were real cool for a while, right? When they
when Joe was on the
started
left.
at the same time. But that's what I'm saying. Like when Joe first started, they were cool. They were real tight. Like he was one of the bros. That's what I'm saying. So he was riding shotgun with him.
Joe put them on. Joe pulled them onto his show when his show was 3-4 years ago.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so that's what I mean.
Crystal
like,
Crystal and the Indian cat.
It ain't like he was just like a one-time guest. No, him and Joe were cool. Like what I'm saying, like they were like, part of this whole thing together, coming in, same ideals and things of that nature. So I think when he kind of turned on him and he saw that how he pivoted, he pivoted in his ideology. He was like,
Joe didn't do anything. The left pulled everybody to the left and pushed and left people behind, basically. So you forced Joe to the right.
I don't think.
And unlike Bill Maher, Joe kept going with it. Bill Maher was fighting it, saying, "No, I'm not going nowhere. You left me. You need to come back." Joe just kept getting pushed to the right and just kept on taking it. That's how I see it. That's how I watch the process happen. That's just me. Now, Joe,
that's your
behind, who knows what's really going on in his mind? I can't say that part, but just watching the process, because Joe, if you listen, I don't know if you don't watch his show, but he has so many left wing contradictions and stuff. It's just hilarious. Because as you know, in a funny kind of way, he's taking advantage of the environment, but as Trump do policies, it's going to put him in conflict, which of course I was expecting, obviously.
Yeah, because he is sort of like
he's not really MAGA.
Yeah, he's a left-leaning moderate. Yeah, moderate basically.
It's just that as the party shifts, if you don't go with the party, I mean, Reagan would be a Democrat now. Is my whole point. So if you living real time, if you don't move with the party, then you will get pushed around, or you have to decide what you're going to do depending on your finances and where you fit at in the environment and how your audience. It's a lot of pressure, right? And so you get moved around as the party shift.
So you would agree that the left that continues to keep complain. I'm talking about the extreme left, right? That continues to complain about what the left is doing, or what the so-called moderate or more, down the center politicians do, that are more like we still trying to get things. Yeah, we're still trying to get things done. We're not going to be all the way there because that's crazy land.
Well,
but you will admit though that there is way more on the extreme right that are in power positions to make policy on the right side now than it is on the left. Would you agree with that part?
I don't understand.
Since we're talking left, what I'm saying is the extreme portions of the party.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking Republicans and the Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
There are more extreme right-leaning politicians in throes of power than it is extreme left that's in power. Okay. So that's you would admit that you would not want, and I wouldn't want it either. I wouldn't want like the extreme like leftists to be in charge of things.
Yeah.
Like to be in charge of things about, like, you think that's what Biden was? That's not what Biden was. That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of the stuff that he did protected a lot of the stuff that they basically are fighting for. Like I mean the tax rate, the tariffs that remained. Hold on, the tariffs that remained from Trump that was basically there. He didn't talk about a lot of this stuff, but he left some of these things in place that would work. That worked for the benefit of the country. That's what I'm saying. That worked for the benefit of the country. He left some of that stuff, but he added to. That's what I mean by being a policymaker and governing the right way. You don't have to like the person. You don't have to like the person. Like I said, you don't have to be totally invested into the person to fall in love, right? Ain't that what y'all say? Ain't that what you say?
Well, I think. Well, of course. I think on the I would say, like you said.
So you got to give Biden his kudos for being able to run the country in a proper way. So you just
Fuck
gave
that.
you
No,
just
not
gave
Biden.
up
I'm not
some
doing
policy.
Biden, bro. Nah, I ain't done that. I can't do it.
Forgiveness is a real thing, man.
And
the man apologized, bro. I'm just saying, bro.
Care.
I thought we was gonna live. I thought we was gonna leave it alone. You told me this. You're telling me. You told me this, bro. You said get out of your feels. You know, deal with it. This is what it is. This is your position. Move forward.
Yeah, but I think I'm gonna say this: both parties have a lot of power. The Democratic Party clearly has much more control, and it's unfortunate. That means that the people who support the Democrats keep getting screwed over. It was happening on both sides, but the people on the right, obviously coming back 2004, they decided, the people decided, in all those little districts all over the country, they decided to start primarying and getting those traditional Republicans up out of the House, up out of there, and getting people that they want to support in there. On the left, when they tried to do it with, Occupy Wall Street and other things they tried to do with the Bernie Bros and all that shit, they killed it.
Elizabeth
So that's
Warren.
just two different. Yeah,
And that's not even, and they're more like the corporate leaning, left leaning people. They still problematic, but I mean, like I said,
parties are going through both parties are going through different things, and so in some ways I can compare them, in other ways I can contrast them. The Democrats are very powerful, and I feel bad for the progressives in a lot of ways because they're trapped because they can't call them what they really should be calling them, and really trying to create and get enough people, especially with social media now, right? And people like Hassan and people like that who have large followers now to really, which they don't still, which is weird. Getting those people to talk to younger people and other people and really push your ideas and try to get them to start primarying a lot of these Democrats, putting real pressure and fear on them. But the Democrats don't fear their party like that. They'll lose. They'll lose. Don't care. We'll put Joe and we'll put Kamala in. We'll do whatever we got to do because we have a system in place that we want to maintain. Is that everyday people and the progressives have the ideologies who believe that their policies will help the vast majority of people.
Would I say this though? So let me ask you this because I gotta run.
Democrats are ruthless, man. They can't. They haven't been able to pierce through on the left.
Would you be able to accept Kamala way more than you could Joe Biden, and at least give some credit for some of the policies that may be able to pass?
Oh, I don't have any center for Kamala. What are you talking
about? I'm asking though. Would you be able to
I love my black mama. I'm good, bro.
Oh God!
I don't got nothing to say. I don't got nothing to say to her, man. I don't got no slander for her, man.
You are a troll for real, man. Oh my God! I'm trying, but I gotta run, man. I got baby girl. The birthday party's over, so I have to make moves.
All right. Well, this is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox.
And this is DC. Until next time. Peace.